All right. Knowledge.
Jeremy, shut up.
It cracks me up when there's always a pause.
We never thought it would happen.
Nobody gets in or out of their town now. Is that clear?
The girl just died. How do you intend to let the people know about all this?
We were asleep. They dragged us right out of the house.
Are we under martial law?
Don't talk to me or anybody else unless you got a voice print check.
All hell's broke loose in town. Nobody knows what's going on.
Now look, you just can't push us around this way.
We've got to get a nuclear weapon in the air above that town.
I taking me no choice.
Help us, firelight, won't you let me be? I feel so helpless. How can I find the morning? Daytime heroes, save me a piece of sunshine sky, a safer place where I can get up and find the morning.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 187 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the metaphorical microphone master, and still the toxic offender, Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my two 90s Nickelodeon nuggets by my side tonight, Double Troll J, aka JP, and Ellen Degenerate, the crying Freeman, the Jew himself, aka Everything Tastes Better 45 minutes outside of Chicago, Jeremy. And also back in the house, the fan favorite, the grumpiest old man in 22 Shots history, the wicked world warden, Mr. Parka, aka Dave. And we would like to welcome back to the show, for the first time, the man who is known as Rob from Georgia. But is he actually from Georgia? The real Buffalo Bill, aka VHS 82 apostrophe, Rob from Georgia. What's going on, guys?
I think it's Rob from Buffalo.
Yeah, when you said,
Georgia.
I thought you were from Georgia, right?
Well,
Why'd they say Rob from Buffalo?
I've lived in Georgia for 12, 13 years or so now.
Are you originally from Upper New York State?
Yeah, I was born in a little town just north of Niagara Falls.
Nice. So you're pretty much Canadian.
Pretty much.
It's so close.
Well, we all know Dave loves those Canadians.
I gotta make a public apology first, okay? It'll be real quick.
Right into
Yep.
it.
Dude, I already accepted your apology.
I'm not apologizing to you. I'd rather die. But okay, I just want to let the 22 Shots listeners know I don't hate Canada. I love Tim Hortons. I love hockey. I love
No, you don't.
Justin Trudeau. And
Do you like Justin
I love
Bieber, though?
ice. I love ice. And I love Canada, okay?
Eskimos?
I love ice, JP. I said enough.
I could
don't know
take-
anything
I could
else
take
that's
this-
Canadian.
I could
love
take
John
this
Candy.
apology.
That one's real.
I could take
One's real.
Jesus, I could take this apology and accept this apology, but unfortunately Tim Hortons is owned by America now, so fuck Tim Hortons. It's not Canadian anymore.
I thought
Oh,
Tim
it's
Hortons
just like
sucks.
McDonald's. It's everywhere.
Tim Hortons in the States apparently is a lot different than it is here. I've heard that
Yeah,
from
it
everybody.
sucks. It's
So
terrible.
I
yeah.
thought it was shitty.
Yeah, well, they fucked it up. So that's
made
One
it
time
better.
I went in there, they had fucking buffalo wing coffee. I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
yeah, see, that's an American thing. That's never been here.
What's Buffalo Wing Coffee? I'm sorry.
Exactly
Yeah,
what
what
do you
is
think
that?
it is?
Yeah, what the?
No, it
that
does
doesn't
not
make
taste like
sense.
buffalo
That's
wings.
disgusting.
I'll fucking send it to you on
Who
Facebook.
wants spicy
Yeah,
coffee?
I'm not
A
lying.
sack of potatoes.
Who
I'm
wants
not
spicy
lying.
coffee? That's disgusting. That's awful.
silly.
That sounds like the worst shit ever. I mean, I'll even say though, man,
It
Tim
literally
Hortons
sounds like the worst shit after you drink it.
really it does.
October 2017, Tim Hortons' newest coffee drink tastes like buffalo wings.
Ugh.
Wow, that's
I don't even
so
wanna be
that's
alive
so
right now.
American to do that. Buffalo wing coffee. Who would even think of that and put that out there as like an
That was an
idea?
accident, and then they just tried to sell it.
BonAppetit.com. Tim Hortons now serves a buffalo sauce flavored latte.
What the fuck? That's so weird. That is so bizarre.
Yes, as in buffalo sauce, typically used with buffalo wing, is taking game day to a whole nother level by adding spicy flavorings to your typical caffeine fix. And no, that's not pumpkin spice sprinkled on top of the whipped cream. It's more buffalo seasoning. The Canadian coffee chain announced the news via a press conference on Thursday, saying that the savory drink will appropriately be available only in Buffalo, New York for $2.79.
Oh, there
Did
you
you
go.
deserve to live?
There you
they
go.
had a press conference to announce
The drink-
they put buffalo sauce in
Did
coffee.
they actually call it the Canadian coffee? It's not. I mean, 2017. That was owned by Americans. So
The drink is made with freshly brewed espresso, steamed milk, mocha, and bold buffalo sauce flavor.
Don't try to pawn off your disgusting creation on America. That's all Canada.
there's not a chance. I mean, really, everything at Canadian
JP,
Tim Hortons is
back me up.
literally maple flavored. I'm not even joking. You can get maple flavored fucking napkins. It's amazing.
Don't believe
You
it.
know, like you go to wipe your face after eating your maple cream donut. You wipe your face with your maple napkin, and it's like, oh, you just want to eat that too. It's delicious.
Buffalo Gate.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Rob, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you.
You're finally on. The one,
Yes.
I think at one time you were like a big super fan of the show.
Oh, I'm still a super fan. I'm just a quieter version of that super fan.
We missed honestly, we talk about this, I don't know, on the show not very often, but we do miss the voicemails from people from back in the day. That's one thing I really miss about the
Well,
show.
why don't you reintegrate that back into this show?
Well, we still
Nobody
have
sends them.
we still have
I
the
say it
line
at the
open.
end.
I think it's that it's because we don't. Yeah, but no one listens to the outro, Jeremy.
724-6665.
We established that like I think 100
Forgot three
episodes ago.
numbers in there somewhere.
724.
Yeah,
426.
the voicemails are always fun, and we used to get a
You know,
lot too.
you could create a new little tiny segment, Rob from Georgia.
That would be okay. Yep. That would be
You gotta have
actually
somebody that doesn't sound like an asshole on this show, so you probably should do that.
fucking Canadian hater just fucking sparks up again.
Dude,
Nice.
I miss those voicemails. I miss them terribly.
There was
Those were
always
fun.
good ones too, because like the way we used to do it is that, you know, people would either just leave comments or questions and stuff, but we'd answer them right on the spot, and sometimes it was just like a total mess because you're like, I don't know. I kind of miss those days too, man. It was fun. It was fun to do.
You remember the one I dropped on the Green Inferno?
I do. Yes, I do.
You guys talked about that. That
You're a
carried on
liar,
about a
Moods.
10-minute
You
conversation.
Fucking, what did he say, Moods, if you remember?
Well, I don't remember specifics, but I remember talking about the Green
Exactly.
Inferno.
Was it? Hold up, let me try. Was it about
Jeremy,
the-
do you ever remember
the
things and not remember
studio?
specifics? I'm sure you fucking do, so shut up.
Was it about the studio? See, and I'm the one that cuts everybody off. So was it about the studio that like the studio
you cut
issue?
me
with
off
the
there,
Fire Off?
motherfucker.
Nah.
I was fucking ripping into Jeremy, and you cut me off.
Yeah, and I'm the bad guy. They call me the villain.
Yeah, the Green Inferno, man.
Was it that, Rob, or no?
I remember talking about the how clean and pristine it looked, and it just, you know, when you compared it to earlier films in that genre. But I had mentioned how freaking awesome would it have been, and Moods agreed with me, at least on the voicemail, that you know, that the last survivor there would have been running out of the jungle and would have, you know, ran into the river and got eaten live by a bunch of piranhas, and that's how that movie could have ended. It would have been freaking great.
Much better than how it ended. for sure.
Exactly.
I agree with that. Let me ask you this, Rob, from one of my own questions. So, because Moods brought up an interesting point about how you were, and you still say are a super fan, but which is cool, by the way, because you're now into podcasting, and we'll get into that later, and your commentaries and stuff like that. It's cool to see that people get inspired and eventually do their own thing. So many people have done that have listened to us, and it's
Everybody
always
just
awesome.
knows
He's
how they
leaning
wanna sound
towards-
like me, so you know.
He's trying to
JP's
take credit for something else.
JP's leaning towards the fact that we've influenced the whole entire podcast community.
Right,
And,
yeah.
and next thing he's going to say, he's going to remind everybody at home and all, you know, everyone listening,
Shudder.
that how we got Joe Bob on the air again.
Yep.
I did.
Yeah.
But my question for you is, so you've been listening for how long?
Oh boy, I would say, without being able to pinpoint it, it had to have been several shows. Wow, several shows before 50. I'm just going to take a guess in the 30s, high 30s, maybe early 40s.
Ooh, that was
Okay.
a rough
Okay.
era.
Because I remember the build up to episode 50 and how big that was. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was episode 50 that you guys put a voicemail of mine at the beginning point.
Episode
I
50
did.
was definitely the hardest episode we ever did. Prep wise, I think.
No,
No,
no.
100.
Episode 100 was almost
guess
4 months
100
of prep, and I actually
100 too.
loathed the end product of that because I was so burnt out on doing the prep for that show. I couldn't even think on that show, dude. I was so burnt out. Like, it's an episode I can't even like think about anymore. Yeah. A lot of people like it, and it does really well and stuff, but they just don't understand how much it mentally exhausted us. But I thought episode 50 was, a lot easier to prep for because I already basically had an idea of what my top 10, 20. It's just ordering them and then just adding in some films. It wasn't really that hard for me. I think about it a lot more, I guess.
So the other part of that question was, so if you started listening way back then you've seen basically most eras of it. I mean, you missed out on some of the, you hit the JF1 era, but you've seen the Kyle era, the Derek era, the Me and Moods era, the Jeremy Returns era, the Patreon era, and
the guest era right now.
Stuff. So, and we were just talking about how the guest era now. We were just talking about how we missed doing the voicemails. Is there anything that, and you could be critical here, we're not going to take offense. Is there anything that you think that we should go back to or do, or
Horror 101 plus 7
that you miss, or that you something that we do now that you don't like? Is there any feedback that you want to give?
I do miss the voicemail. That's how I kind of started really to break into this whole thing. After you introduced me to the Facebook page, going way, not like way back, but there was that point where I think I was bugging you, JP, way too much with asking you questions. I'd message you questions, and then one day you just said, "Hey, we have a Facebook page. Why don't you get on that?"
I don't remember.
Yeah.
JP was being a dick? That doesn't surprise me.
No, dude, there's no way I was being a dick.
Are you sure you didn't email Dave?
You weren't being like that. You were just like, hey, there is a Facebook page. And, you probably, whenever you have a question about something, you're going to see an answer to it probably pretty quick. So, but, as I got into the listening to the podcast and stuff, and of course, do you guys even know how I even was made aware of you guys?
I assume it's a channel.
Well, one night, way back, one night, late at night, I don't even remember what I was looking for, but I was surfing on YouTube looking for something. And what came up among the things that were coming up was his Shelf by Shelf. And so I don't even know where it was, but I just started one. And I just could not believe it was the first time I think it was the first time I saw anyone that had so many freaking movies. And I just was spellbound. I watched through the whole thing, went into the next one, And then that's kind of like how I got hooked up, into it. And I realized, holy crap, I got to get back in this game. I got to start collecting some movies. And that's when I started learning about being region free and all that wonderful stuff. So it was stumbling into one of Moods' Shelf by Shelf. And that's probably why I think, because I don't do a whole lot on my channel, but what I do like to do from time to time is Shelf by Shelf, because I know how instrumental that can be to someone who stumbles in it and they see movies that perhaps maybe they thought, I didn't know there was a release for that. And so suddenly now they know, and boom,
I'm pretty sure that my whole entire life has been it revolved around Moods' Shelf by Shelf series. I wouldn't be surprised if my mother and father met by watching a Moods Shelf by Shelf.
Where's Shelf 42? Fuck, I'm so bad. I've been working on that shelf series.
Those are my favorite comments. I still get fucking comments from that one. One Albert guy, and he's like, "Where's Shelf 24?" It's like, dude, I haven't made a fucking video in 3 years. Why are you still asking me where the hell?
That's the worst. Is you get old questions that you don't remember. It's like, why did this happen? What's this song? You're like, dude, I made this video 10 years ago. I don't even remember what I feel.
Literally.
Literally, I made this 10 years ago. Dude, I don't even know what this movie is.
All the time, I get comments all the time like, "Why this, that?" And I'm like, dude, I don't remember what I said in that video. Come on, man, you got to give me a break. Look at the published date, dude. That was from 2013.
Look at the camera quality.
Right? Dude, that was in full screen. Bro. That was in full screen, like 420 or whatever. And I'm like, oh my god.
True full screen?
It was.
I was sexy looking. Now look at me.
Yeah, and I do feel bad because I do get people asking me about the shelves and stuff, and because I did like all the standard shitty stuff first, and then took so long to get into some better stuff, and then I still haven't even got to like Arrow and Scream Factor and like all the bigger companies. It's been like 3 years. I'm such a dick, but I mean. I'm slowly getting there. I think the next one's going to be on Earth Films. So, yeah. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Boots. I don't know if you remember or not, but there was a top 10 you were doing back when you were doing those top 10s.
Yeah.
And I can't remember which one it was, but somebody had commented on that video telling you that there was a German release of Extra that was just like a 5-disc release of that film. And so seeing that comment, I quickly jumped on that thing and actually got myself, and I think I told you, about that when I picked it up, and what a beautiful edition that was.
Yeah. I actually, for some odd reason, never ordered that. I don't know. I was just kind of waiting for more of the standard one, I guess. I'm not like
there's a second sight one too now, isn't there?
I think so. Yeah. And I still never picked it up, but I should actually grab that, man, because I enjoy the first Extra for how strange and odd it is. But
I bet Arrow does that eventually. Feels like an Arrow title.
Yeah, I mean, it eventually needs a Region 1 release, right? So
yeah.
Maybe they'll give it the Region 1 Arrow, but yeah, I mean, I've had tons of comments over the years and stuff, and that used to be a thing that me and JP used to ask people too, like, how did you find the show? I mean, I guess it's still on the Facebook page too, and a lot of people will say from my channel and stuff, and it's usually from people looking up other things, and they'll click onto the channel and be, oh, there's a podcast on here, and click on that kind of thing, so kind of segues itself over from Shelf by Shelf or Top 10 Tuesdays.
Because you're a celebrity, that's why.
Well, it's a Top 10 Tuesdays too, because I think those things got, just the way the algorithm worked and stuff, they were always on sidebars, and they're usually quicker videos, and people are always interested in the list, but I think that's just how it works. It's cool. I mean, whatever. I would like to do more Top 10 Tuesdays and shit, but after 110 of them, it's like I need more ideas that are like decent. I just don't want to start doing top 10 lists for like every random little fucking thing.
Top 10 movies with pizzas
top
in there.
10 blue phones and horror movies.
Right?
10 pizza movies.
I told you, somebody in film school came up to me and it's like, are you friends with Mood 616? I think I saw you in one of his videos, that video that we did when you came and update that we did. I was like, motherfucker, even Moods is fucking famous everywhere, that people are coming up to me and recognizing me fucking Moods' videos. It's like,
I told you, Carly found Moods' channel when we started working together, and then she saw me in the sidebar before we even were friends.
Sidekick even back then.
Man, I think
Sidekick on the internet.
I've had moments like that before where like me and Dylan were at HorrorCon, and we were kind of joking about it. He's like, oh, everyone's going to know you there. I'm like, no one's going to fucking know me at HorrorCon, whatever. So we get there, we're not even there 5 minutes, and people are like, hey, Moods, what's up? I'm a big fan of your channel. And he looks at me and he goes, Jesus Christ. That's fucking crazy, man.
Moods is easy to spot,
what's
too.
that like?
Nobody looks like Moods at a HorrorCon.
even at Wasteland, fucking the first 5 minutes we showed up, fucking Beyond the Realms is like, Moods!
Now it's going to be different. Like, if I make it to Wasteland and these other things, like, I mean, I've lost over 80 pounds. Like, I look completely different. I don't have the big beard.
Yeah, but you dress the same.
You are so
unique. The sunglasses.
You just look distinguished. Like,
and you don't
can
look
just
like
tell.
horror fans.
I guess.
All horror fans are like 100 pounds or 500 pounds, and they're all in black t-shirts. There's only two types of horror.
Well, I mean, I definitely have the black t-shirts.
I think that Dave, myself, and pretty much all of us don't really look like the traditional horror fan. Like, I don't.
I just wear what's comfortable.
I mean, I wear the horror shirts. I mean, you always catch me wearing a music shirt and a horror shirt. And I've been like that since I was like 10 years old. Like, I literally have not changed my style. Like, I wear bigger jeans and t-shirts and, skate shoes. I've been dressing like that since I was 10. It's ridiculous. And people are always like, man, you haven't changed at all. That's known me my entire life. So it just works.
Weren't you asking Boots how it was? Sorry.
And backward hats.
Yeah, Moods. So what is that like? Is that like weird you out at all? You just gotten used to it?
At first it was kind of embarrassing. Like, I for some odd reason, I'm that person that, like, I don't sometimes want people to recognize me. It's weird. And then, like, I don't know how to deal with it properly, but, I have those interactions. I talk to people and shit, but then, I would go to HorrorCon, year after year and stuff. And then people would come up to me and different people. And I just kind of got used to it, but it's really cool, man. But I think one of the craziest moments, the first time I ever met Ryan Nicholson, when I became like really good friends with him, he came up to me and he's like, dude, I'm a big fan of your channel. And that's pretty much my introduction to him meeting him.
Yeah,
and
Robert England or Joe Bob actually came up to me and was like,
shut
big fan of your work.
dude, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking retard.
Thanks
and he
for
goes,
getting me back on the air, JP. I'm a real big fan.
Yeah, Darcy gave me a big hug. It was it was a little embarrassing, but you get used to it.
I doubt it.
So Ryan told me, he's like, man, you got a collection just like mine. And I was like, that's awesome. So we started talking and stuff. And then it was just before we were going into the floor and stuff. And that's when I got the picture with the bowling bag on my head and stuff. And of course, insert JP's comment right now.
Greatest slasher ever.
Horrible fucking mask.
The worst mask ever. He always says the worst mask. But man, that was a really good weekend. And yeah, actually, that was the weekend that we got to see Gutterballs 2 for the first, the original cut of it. He only did 2 showings of that. One at Texas Frightmare, and then he came up to Calgary and did another one. So I'm like, one of the few elite. It was actually pretty fun. It wasn't as good as the first one, but I talked to Ryan after for a couple hours, and he's like, you know, he said after Texas Frightmare, you know, he could tell people weren't like, you know, overwhelmed with it and stuff. And he's like, he decided right then that he wanted to do reshoots. And yeah, I mean, I know he did a lot of reshoots and shit like that. So
I don't think he ever had the money he had on Gutterballs. I feel like his movies got cheaper and cheaper as he went on, which is unfortunate because they did suffer from the budget constraints.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So
you said that you wanted to make more top 10 videos.
I would love to do them, but I
would actually like to do like top 10s on here, but not the years. Like, what if we did like I know we talked about this years ago, but like if we put a thing on where, you know, you could pick like werewolves or slashers or 90s or not 90s, but
it's funny that you bring that up because that's kind of where I went with, you know, when I started doing these, when we had a theme show, you know, and I would break out one of those knowledge segments where I would look on a website and just kind of reference a website and what their top 10, like the Rape Revenge, which turns out, because it turned into a good conversation.
Wait, did you just take credit for something that I did?
Yeah, you never take credit for stuff you don't do, JP. That's ridiculous that Moods would do something like that.
He's like, I would just pull up these top, and I was like, yeah, but didn't I do that first?
But no,
I think Moods did it, right, Jeremy?
But I actually was doing this.
Sure.
But all these knowledge segments.
Sure that I did that
so
first.
when we did the I Spit on Your Grave thing, I had the knowledge for the top 10. And the reason for that was to turn into a conversation. And I'm glad that list sucked because it turned into quite the conversation. Remember what the number 1 was? Fucking Kill Bill.
We called that whole list making fun of it.
Dude,
we're all right.
Right?
We just that list. We did a top 40 rape revenge movies on that show.
We did. It was ridiculous. But I mean, that's where I was kind of leaning with it. I mean, I've thought about this before too, but you always said you didn't really. I mean, I think there was a time too when you were doing top 5s and top 10s and stuff, and like, well, if we do them on here, like, what's the point of doing the videos kind of thing and stuff?
Right,
but we could always start.
But I don't do those anymore.
We're so far removed. Like I said,
you don't do any videos anymore.
I did 110
No,
episodes.
I started pre-recording, or I started finishing up my 2019 31 Days of Horror.
That's ridiculous. It's stupid.
So. What? I think we're so far removed from those top 10s that we could probably insert them to the show. I mean, leave your comments and thoughts below, listeners and stuff, if you guys want to hear some, you know, maybe more specific to the theme of the shows. I mean, if this would have been a show that we could have done top 10 kind of
like
infection films.
Like that being an episode, like our top 10, like how we do the 10 end of the year.
Oh, so you got to watch like 50 little creature movies to get your top 10?
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
I mean, you don't have to watch any if you don't want to.
Got to go big with the prep, right?
Yeah. But hey, no, you could do 1 year, a year, and then do one genre, like your top 10 werewolf, top 10. Yeah, that's a cool idea.
I mean, that actually
serial killer movies.
That is fun. That would actually be an idea right there. I mean, that's probably better than what I was.
That's a great idea you had, Moods.
Shit, fucking patronizing motherfucker.
No, I'm serious. That is a great idea you had. I'm just trying to piss JP off.
But I think that would actually be fun. I mean, give us more because I mean, the show mostly revolves around Patreon. To be honest, I mean, we get a lot of franchise shows. We get a lot of OG verse remakes, which we're doing tonight. We get a lot of kind of director spotlights and stuff like that. We don't do a lot of regular shows anymore, you know. And of course, our top 10 year shows that we do too. It seems like we have like a 5 or 6 kind of themed out rotation going on in the show, but that would be cool to insert though. I would love to do a top 10. Well, zombies is kind of like, it's pretty anticlimactic, really. I mean, everybody knows what our lists are. Essentially,
you got like the 3 Romero's Return, Let's Live Corpses Lie, Zombie. It's all that Dead Alive, the same shit.
It is.
Dawn of the Dead remake.
I didn't make my top 10. I didn't make my top 30.
What's wrong with you? Yeah, everybody was like on the same page.
The remake.
I mean, it's a fine movie, but it ain't top 20. Zombies are my favorite. I've been watching zombie movies religiously since I've been like 9 years old.
I love this. I love this because Jeremy hates zombie films, and I've nicknamed Dave the new Jeremy because he's so fucking grumpy and bitchy all the time, and he loves zombies. And I love this. I love this contrast. I love this contrast.
Ray of sunshine. I am a ray of sunshine.
This contrast is amazing.
I love Canada. I love people. I'm always polite. I'm calm. I'm
go to bed at 8 p.m. every night, you know?
Yes. I get my beauty sleep, and I still look 107.
I never thought of the bedtime thing. Yeah, you guys go to bed so early.
Dude, we do. You go to bed early too, Jeremy?
10:30.
Oh,
we just become best friends.
And me and JP are very similar because we're always up
all
super
night.
late, up all night every night.
My instinct now was like, are you going to ask Rob them questions?
I went to bed.
I was going to segue.
7 a.m. this morning.
I was going to segue myself into the 5 questions actually right there. That's kind of funny you bring it up. So, but yeah, let's get into the 5 questions with a longtime fan of the show. Rob, again, happy to have you here. It's awesome to hear your voice on the show. So I possibly do know some of the answers to these questions, but for the viewers, they probably don't know. And, you know, like I said before, with all these 5 questions, I don't like to get crazy with these. These are pretty basic stuff. A lot of them are similar. You probably heard these questions before, but again, people like to know these things. So 5 questions with Rob from Georgia. Question 1. When did you get into horror films and the culture and stuff?
I think I was probably first exposed. My parents took me to see Jaws when I was 5, and so that probably embedded a big seed. But I mean, I probably would say, you know, when I was probably 9, 10 years old, and I started being aware of things, you know, on HBO, late at night stuff. I would know of things, hear of things, and so probably early. Because I remember my parents taking me to see a double feature of The Fog and The Legacy at the drive-in, and I think I couldn't have been more than 12 or something. So my parents were really, they didn't care. I mean, they were really free. I mean, you know.
Let me ask you something. If you're 5 years old and your parents take you to see Jaws, is that some sort of abuse?
It's
yeah.
Because that's kind of scary. Like that's like scaring the shit out of your kids.
I saw Freddy vs. Jason when I was 9.
Well, let me tell you. Apparently, the way my mind is.
But Jaws, like, literally frightened an entire generation. I mean, people wouldn't even go in the ocean. It wouldn't go into fresh water, for Christ's sake. They were scared of sharks. That's a frightening experience for a 5-year-old, man. Ooh.
Apparently, every time the TV spot came on, and I would see it, I would start clamoring how I wanted to go see it. And my mom was like, "No, there's no way we're taking you." Yeah. And then I would start throwing tantrums to the point where one Saturday afternoon, my mom and dad finally said, "Fine. We're taking you," and I have a stepbrother, so, you know, we're taking you guys. And, of course, my stepbrother, or I screamed the whole time in the movie. And my mom the whole time was swearing at me under her breath, "You ain't moving. We're going to keep you right here. You're watching this freaking movie to the end." And my stepbrother was all calm as day. But later on that night...
how old was your stepbrother?
Same age.
Oh, okay.
Later on that night, though, the roles were reversed. I just wanted to turn the light off and go to sleep, and my stepbrother could not go to sleep without the light being on all night. It was funny. But
nice.
I've had a deep-seated fear of the ocean and swimming in the ocean ever since. Like,
well, that's a therapist discussion right there.
You know, I've heard that from a lot of people that saw that movie at such a young age. Like, I remember seeing Jaws. I wasn't 5 when I seen Jaws, but man, I can't even imagine that too. Like, just the campaigns, everything like that. That's definitely something that would stick in your mind for sure. And even to this day, because how old are you? You're about 50?
I'm 50. I just turned 50.
Yeah, so 45 years ago, and it's still in its back of your mind. Like, that's how effective that shit was, man. Like, as a 5-year-old. And, you know, Jaws is one of those movies, too, that, like, it's not a quick watch. It's, like, over 2 hours. So it's, like, it's prolonging the scareness to the point where
torture,
it literally, like, affected you for 45 years. That's crazy.
I could go to the ocean today. I could go in, and I could force myself to dive into a wave, but man, my eyes will be wide open 3 seconds into that water, and I'll be minorly freaked out.
That's like, I was telling Dave earlier this week that we were talking about Hellraiser because I rewatched Hellraiser, and I'm like, man, I love that movie. And Dave said he saw it when he was like 7 or 8 or something.
Just watch your review.
He was around there. Pretty young.
Right. And
JP's first ever video, Hellraiser.
I watched Hellraiser 2.
First reviews are the worst reviews.
Oh, it's awesome.
Hellraiser was one of those movies when if you saw as a kid, guaranteed 99% of kids never understood what the fuck was going on.
No, that's what I told Dave. But it's funny because I watched it when I was like 5, so around the same time as Dave watched or Rob watched Jaws, and I didn't understand anything. I knew that it was like, I just remember there were a lot of bad parts. Did you guys call nudity bad parts? Because that's what we called it. We did, like, all bad parts coming up.
I called it tits.
Well, My grandma called them token.
You didn't call it tits. Fine.
My grandma called them token boobs.
JP, I seem to remember bad parts.
Yeah, it was bad parts in my
Or
family,
not.
But
Yeah,
at the end of the movie, my grandma would go,
I grew up in a
token
filthy
boobs?"
mouth family, so like that was just kind of normal.
Bro, my family only swears. Like that's every sentence has a swear word in it, but it still was called bad parts. And yeah, ever since then, man, I've been terrified of Rubik's cubes.
Are you serious? You're full of shit.
I'm terrified of Rubik's cubes because those motherfuckers are impossible to solve.
Are you really scared of a Rubik's cube?
No, I was just piggybacking off of Rob's thing with the water.
That was a long fucking setup for that.
Right? It was actually kind of funny.
It was like 45-minute story for that.
No, really, the first movie I remember watching, the first two movies I ever remember watching, I was probably like 2 or 3, was Full Metal Jacket and Friday the 13th Part 7.
It's so weird. So weird.
Full Metal Jacket.
Like that movie you shouldn't be watching as a young kid. That's just not good.
Why though? I'm totally fine. That's what people say. That
it's a
people
lot of yelling and then a lot of war and stuff. It's just like not for kids.
I know, but it's not for kids. It doesn't affect it. Like people always say, like you shouldn't show your kids this. You shouldn't show your kids that. All of us watched horror movies at young ages, and I
want to ask you, Moots.
Everybody watched messed up stuff.
What's the most messed up movie you showed your kids so far?
I've showed them pretty much, things that would be logical to show a kid. A lot of, PG type films. I think the one that actually did scare the shit out of him though was Poltergeist. That one actually kind of affected him a little bit.
That one scared the shit out of me too, growing up.
Poltergeist is scarier than a Friday the 13th.
I haven't really showed him anything crazy. Like he's watched The Lost Boys. I watched Fright Night with him and forgot there was tits in that movie. I was like, shit.
So Ghoulies too?
I made the mistake of that. No, not Ghoulies.
You gotta show him Ghoulies too.
He loves The Hole. He loves the movie The Hole. Like
You showed him The Gate?
Yep, I've shown him The Gate 1 and 2. He's actually watched quite a bit, man, with me.
If you're gonna show if once you start introducing them into slashers, if you do the Friday the 13th TV edits, they're completely fine. That's how a lot of kids got into it, was because there's no nudity and the kills are very minor. Mm-hmm. They usually cut away.
Yeah, but why ruin them?
The kid don't
they
know
weren't
better.
ruined when I was a kid. Like I saw a lot of the Friday the 13th for the first time on TV, and it still ended up being my favorite.
Okay, so Rob, getting back to it, like, when did you fully get like embraced in the culture and stuff, and just become that fan? Like, not just when you've watched the first films and stuff. Like, when was that moment where you're like, "Hey, this I don't want to say dedicate my life to this or whatever, but just you became like a full-fledged fan, and it was something that was always on your mind, and you always had to seek out the new films and stuff, or read the new Fangorias or whatever it was, Gore Zones."
Yeah. Okay. Well, so when I'm about, I would say probably 14 to my late teens. Since I was born in '70, as soon as '80 hit, I was 10. But growing into the '80s, Fangorias started coming out. And by the time 15, whatever, I had a copy, the latest copy of Fango in my hand, and of course the video stores started popping up. So I would say probably somewhere mid-teen, late teens. I used to go to this one video store called Movie World, and they had this castle like in the back, made up to be a castle in the back of the store. You walked up these little steps, and there's cobwebs and everything everywhere, and it was just like shelf after shelf after shelf of all these video cassettes, and that's where I got introduced to Italian horror. And I can't remember the first one I took home, but it was probably Suspira. It was maybe Creepers. Of course, that's how we saw it, right? Creepers,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Early on. But, I would start, because I didn't know what it was, or I might have read something small in Fangoria, and I started bringing these stuff home. And so probably right there at the height, because that particular store had, they sold movie posters too. And they were they were legitimate, the theatrical posters, and they were only like $3.50 a piece, and so I was buying those things up all the time, covered my walls, and my room, it was a horror room.
Do you ever think back on having all those posters, and if you want to mention some of the ones you had, you can too, but do you ever think back on the posters that you had that were just tacked up and then eventually probably just got turfed and shit? Like, I literally have memories of posters that I had that I wish I had to this day, because they were original one sheets and shit, and I'm just like, oh my god,
money
so amazing to have. Like, I honestly, the one that really kind of pisses me off I still don't have is the Split Second, the Rutger Hauer film.
Yeah.
I used to have one of those original run sheets in my room, and I love the poster art, that dark blue with the alien creature behind him and Rugger in the front there, and it's just such an amazing poster. But man, that thing got turfed. I think I moved out of the house when I was like 18, 19 down to Vancouver, and my parents like fucking turfed everything. Like my room used to be.
What is turf?
Is that a Canadian thing, like phoning in?
That's a Canadian thing.
Or like a flat of beer.
Garbage. They threw it in the garbage.
Trashed it.
Actually, phoning is not. And I still have like hundreds of clips from fucking Americans saying that shit. Anyways, my whole room used to be like one big collage of posters.
Yeah.
And I swear, the week after I moved out, they tore out everything and fucking threw that shit in the garbage, and that was it. And I was like, oh man, and got rid of like my rolls of posters and shit too. Because I mean, I wasn't gonna take it because I was going to school and shit like that, right? But it hurts my feelings.
Well, that was
even
pretty
thinking
much
about
me
it.
when I went off. That was pretty much me when I went off into the army. Everything came down. But I'll tell you, if there's one, there was a couple I remember that you can bring it up. One in particular that I just kicked myself. I used to have, and now I would give anything to have it back, and that was an original stage fright from '87.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
That was the most beautiful poster I had, and it was tacked. I mean, I know any better. I was a kid, but I also had a like an 8-foot Jason Takes Manhattan poster. That was freaking awesome.
That would have been worth a lot now, I bet.
Yeah.
I know. And two posters I remember really liking the art of it was. And I remember the summers. I remember the advertisements and how they built it up for it. But like Phantasm 2, and that tag, the summer the ball is back.
They fucked up the CUDA. Joe Bob Briggs.
This is not so much for the movie in of itself. Although I remember there was a lot of hype for this movie when it was first coming out that summer, or maybe it was the fall when it came out. But Halloween 4, I love that poster. Just something about the mask and everything. Although obviously the mask isn't near as good in the movie. But I had a handful, but I was also that kid as I was like covering up my room. A lot of it was like the old Scream Greats posters that you would take out of your Fango.
Yep, and
for sure.
And pin them up. So I had a ton of those up, but probably that stage right, man, it was. And I do look occasionally, and every once in a while I'll see one on eBay, but I just never pulled.
How much are they?
I've seen them as cheap from time to time. In the 20s, folded up. They come to you probably folded up or whatever. But
gotta go for it.
God, but yeah, it was that was an amazing time as a kid. Just having video stores like Movie World and just bringing 3-4 video cassettes home for the weekend and.
Hell yeah, man!
I'd give anything to have a weekend like that.
We were just talking about that, weren't we, Dave?
Were. Those are my happiest moments in life, and that's pathetic.
And you know what made that video store even really good?
You gotta bring it down.
They made popcorn. It was free, and so you walked into this place. It was like two smells. I remember the popcorn smell, and I remember the smell of the hard white video cases.
Well, I still remember the guy's name at the fucking my video store. His name was Jack. He was this old fucking guy.
Took you in the back room.
Was he in a box?
Jerked me off. It's like, man, that's why I remember.
I remember having a mom and pop store that made popcorn too. It was like amazing. I always remember going in there playing fucking Double Dragon on the big standy game.
Yep.
And
they had King of Fighters in ours.
And they were the best because they were like this older couple, but they didn't care. They would always rent to me. I was like 9, 10 years old or whatever, 8, 9, 10, going in there, and they would rent me anything. It didn't matter. It was amazing. So I'd do the 5 for 5 or whatever the hell it was and watch all the movies in like 2 days, bring them back, get another 5, and they were awesome because they didn't care about the rated R movies and you got free popcorn.
We used to go and rent, like, this was after DVD came out, but we would all the VHS that they still had were like 29 cents each and there was no limit. So we would literally go get like probably 20-25 movies for a weekend and just go to town and we'd take $20 for movies and like 20 for like snacks and food and stuff like that, and we would just like get everything and we would just set up for a whole weekend.
Dude, we
Friday
should make
Sunday.
a party, dude. We should do a party where we all meet in one designated house that has like the best setup and just
we were
watch
trying
a bunch of movies.
We were gonna do that in New Orleans like 5 years ago.
Yeah, no, that would be fun to take a whole weekend and just do a weekend marathon.
Yeah.
at someone's house.
Everybody
That would be
picks one
amazing.
movie.
Yeah.
October.
We can
24-hour
live stream.
horror marathon.
Y'all can come to my house.
No,
Fuck
we all
that.
got to
It'll
get
take-
passports, bro.
It'll take like 10 hours to get there for all of us. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Dude, I've
Hey,
been
bro,
over
I
there.
say we
I've
meet-
been
I
over
say
there
we
many
meet at, like,
times.
James.
At where?
This is close to me.
Somewhere around me and JP's.
And
Yeah.
me, we're all fucking close
Yeah, we're all
enough.
vicinity.
You
Let's
guys,
Well, I
watch
think-
our
I
guys
think
are,
parents.
Dave
you guys
would
are
be
such
in the
pussies.
middle of
You
all
guys
of
need to
us, right?
explore, man. You guys need to explore a little bit more.
Dude, all the way to freaking
British Columbia.
British
You would-
Columbia.
One of the most
I'm not
beautiful
allowed
places
to
in
I
the
mean,
world.
I'm not saying I wouldn't
Like a
do
war
it,
criminal in Canada.
but it would take me a week to get there.
Dude, it
I'm a
doesn't,
war
man.
criminal
I've
in Canada.
been...
Move.
It doesn't
I'm
take
just
that
joking.
long, man. It doesn't... I've flown
How long
there.
did it take you to come to Chicago? It took you all fucking day.
You
It's
have to-
called
you have to,
traveling.
like,
That's
ride a
normal.
fucking
It's
Mountie,
fucking
like,
normal.
halfway through.
Dude, I'm flying. I ain't
Flying
driving
time?
again.
Flying time, I flew from where I am to Vancouver, which is like 45 minutes. Vancouver to, I think it
Minnesota.
was Minnesota, which is only a couple hours, and then Minnesota to Chicago, which was a couple. So, I don't know, 5.5 hours of flying or something like that. It was fuck all. But I mean, there's obviously...
I agree. You probably have the best setup for it. I agree with that.
Oh, he don't got 4K, bro.
Yeah.
That is true. Well,
Jeremy's
I doubt
probably got
any
the
of
best.
the movies.
Jeremy's
could
parents got
be
the
at
best
4K.
setup.
Oh, but I could have one. Actually, speaking of 4K,
He'll-
I actually got my first 4K today.
Rad.
So I'm sitting there fucking downstairs. I'm just getting ready to work out. And fucking door, someone's at my door. I'm like, what the fuck? It was fucking Godzilla. He showed up in my house and he brought me VFW on 4K. And I was like, dude,
Nice.
sweet, man. Because we can't, for some odd reason, it's not available
Too
on
bad it looks
Amazon
like
here.
shit.
And you can't fucking get... You can't even find it anywhere here. So my buddy Larry, who owns the shop and stuff, had brought in a couple copies and shit. It's shot on 16 millimeter.
I know it's shot on 16.
Right?
No, I don't think that's on 16. I think it's scratched up. Bliss is 16.
Did he
No, I
not
think
shoot
I made it something
VFW
like
on
that.
16?
I don't
swear
know.
He shot it on 16.
I
Are
think
you
he,
sure? He did Bliss, but I think
Oh,
he
I-
just made it look like that.
it's hard to say. I don't know. The first time I watched it, it's hard to say because I watched
Those
it
Blu-rays
on-
don't have HDR though.
I know.
From
But
image.
either
the
way,
4Ks.
but
don't?
either way,
Yeah.
Brawl,
I don't think
Brawl
so.
and Cell Block 99 looks fucking amazing, and that doesn't have
Does it?
HDR, so
Yeah, whatever. Either way, I
Let me,
saw the
I'm
movie,
finding
so-
out right now. Just give me a second.
they don't have
That's
HDR.
16 or HDR. They don't have HDR, but is it on 16 or not? I don't think it is. Bliss is.
I know
Yeah.
Bliss is.
Bliss is
Bliss is
definitely.
for sure. I don't think VFW is. I'll eat shit though. I've been wrong before.
Either way, I came to the conclusion I will be
It doesn't
buying.
say what they shot VFW on.
Internet Movie Database would say.
It doesn't. That's what.
Either
I just
way,
looked.
I did come to the conclusion that after many conversations recently on the show about not upgrading to 4K because I didn't need to, it turns out I actually have to now, and it's not because of that. It's I wasn't thinking about it, because the TV that I had in my kid's game room is the one from our motorhome. So I put that out there, and I was like, there's no TV in there to play his PlayStation 4 anymore. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to move my TV that I usually watch movies on upstairs, so you can play on that 55 Samsung, and I'll buy myself a new fucking TV for downstairs.
There you go.
There
Get
goes.
to the game.
Right. Yeah.
So
you know
it
what?
kinda
I have,
worked itself out.
Future deja vu. I feel like I just have a feeling we might talk about that again.
I know, and it worked itself out by chance. And even the wife was like, well, I kind of threw around the idea a little bit. And I'm like, well, I have my eyes set on this one. So it's gonna,
I want it.
It's going to happen.
You gotta
because
have it.
there was no way I was going to buy a new 4K TV when I didn't have to. But now
So
I'm
what are
forced
you
to.
looking at?
So now you justify
I was looking
it.
at like a 65 Samsung with HDR, and it's nice. Smart TV, obviously. It's fucking expensive because the TVs here are ridiculous. I'm more worried about the
Like
players.
a $600 TV.
Oh, I wish. But anyways, getting back to Rob, that's awesome. Tell everybody that's listening what your favorite horror film of all time is.
Boy, that's tough, boy. I go back and forth so often between one and the other. Since it was already brought up earlier, I'm just gonna, and it's played such an influence on my life, I'm just gonna have to anchor myself with Jaws from '75.
Okay, that is
I just
actually
picked
no,
up the 4K today.
I know.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
so
gonna have
bad.
to pick that thing up. Just at least I can play the blue for now, and then when I eventually do, I was.
It has
I'll
a booklet in it with the
Yeah.
storyboards.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure what you're going to say because I know you've said Jaws many, many times, and I know you kind of go back and forth with The Thing, right?
Yeah, I love that.
John
movie
Carpenter's
so
The Thing.
You like Alien a lot too, right?
I do love Alien.
Is
In fact,
Jaws? Do you think Jaws is your favorite film of all time because it is that nostalgic thing where it was the film that kind of introduced you to the genre and it obviously is completely burnt into your mind and scared the shit out of you for 45 years?
Yeah, I mean that, and just watching. I remember the good old days when you would watch things on TV and you knew the commercial breaks. I mean, even today I can put that thing on, my DVD or whatever, but I can put it on and I still know where those commercial breaks are. And they completely destroy those today when you see things on TV today.
Yeah.
But back in the day, man, you had maybe just a handful of commercial breaks, and you knew whether it was Jaws, Halloween, The Wizard of Oz that would play once a year or maybe once or twice a year. And the whole family would gather in front of the TV. It was such a big event,
I miss that.
You lived for those moments, man.
The television event is completely, utterly gone.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's why I think,
at all.
I think The Last Dance was kind of like a huge... That had that. The Last Dance, the ESPN documentary about the Bulls.
The documentary. I thought you were talking movies here.
No, but that kind of had that kind of feel that...
Of course,
I mean, it's a
Chicago.
different feel, though. We're talking about like the family hovering around the TV, not necessarily like the internet talking about something. Because that still happens. Yeah. Like Netflix, like it happens with Netflix a lot too. Like something new will drop. Tiger King, that was huge. Everybody was talking about it. I was even talking about it.
But like you were saying, like when you go back far enough where you were really limited on your choices of what you could watch, when you could watch. I mean, it's so weird and surreal to think that being, 50 now, looking back, there was that point where, man, that was such a big moment, big event, and really, if you did want, HBO was, I think, the first cable channel that really, you got the HBO book every month, and it was a big thing. And my mom used to, have fun at Thanksgiving. We'd go up to Grandma and Grandpa's, and she'd always break out the whole. Rob sucks at school, but he can memorize that whole HBO book and know it's playing, 3 weeks at 2 in the morning.
Right, yeah. And I remember running in. I would be like outside riding my bike and like running inside because it was like 8 p.m. and Child's Play was going to be on TV or something like that. I couldn't miss it. Remember like the feeling of like, I don't want to miss this.
Remember
the feeling of
TV
not wanting to miss something on TV.
You miss it, it's over forever. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
You didn't know when you had all the listings and it would fucking scroll up.
Oh yeah.
And you would have
look
to
at
wait.
that for like 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember running inside at like 10 p.m. because Pumpkinhead 2 was coming on HBO and I was so excited for it. Pumpkinhead 2 used to run on HBO so much when I was a kid.
Even though you could just rent it, probably.
Right, yeah. Yeah, but at the time,
that's 29 cents, bro.
Like, right now, like, we have trouble finding, like, something super obscure, right? But, like, any movie, any, like, regular movie, like, if any of us want to see it, like, we can see it. Whether we
Even
buy the
DVD,
now, we rent it, we find it online.
Just have it.
Well, that's the platform. That's the platform. I mean, that works best for indie directors and these low budget quality films and stuff. The internet's that's the way they can promote their film, right? So it makes it quite easy for us.
And both worlds are awesome. It was just, it's very nostalgic to think back of how important it was to see something when it was coming on, and the oversaturation of media and the amount of just options we have has really lost that aspect of it, which I miss.
Not only that JP, but I was sharing a pic with Jeremy the other day. That Wretched that broke that box office record, that 5-week record, because of the drive-in circuit that it's running on. And they had one of the posters that they put out. I'm telling you, it literally took me back to when I was a kid. And you would see posters like that. And because I remember as a kid, man, in the 70s, I don't have like really huge memories of mid-late 70s. I mean, I remember seeing Star Wars at the drive-in. That was pretty big. But I remember moments where my parents would be like, okay, our movie's coming on now. Go back, because we had one of those old Chevy vans, whatever, and we'd have to go back and crash in the back. Where there was we had a bed in the back of the van. And but I remember waking up, man, or not, being awake, and I would just, sneak peeks up over the seat. And I remember, I think they were watching It's Alive, and I remember that milk truck scene. Oh, that milk truck scene, man! All I just remember is hearing the screeching of that baby and the milk and the blood coming out of the back end, man. I was like, holy crap!
It's rated PG.
And that's something. But I know there was a lot of Grindhouse, a lot of just crazy stuff that parents would watch, because sometimes I would I'd try to get glimpses and I'd be like spellbound, and there's other times I'd be like, yeah, I don't need to see that. There's a lot of you guys. You guys just did. I Spit on Your Grave. In the '70s, man, at the drive-in, there was a lot of rape going on the drive-in screen.
Right. My drive-in used to play porn. Like I remember my great-grandparents telling me about how they used to play porn at the drive-in.
That's crazy.
It is weird. You can see that straight from the
houses.
What's better?
They used to go. My great-grandparents.
What's better than going to the drive-in and watching porn and fucking porking in your vehicle at the same time?
Right. Like
it's amazing.
My great-grandparents literally told me about this. They said they used to go.
and they probably fucked in their
Probably, man. You know what?
That's amazing.
More power to them.
It's dirty, but I mean, watching porn on the big screen is a little bit strange to me. I don't know about that, but
I heard a story about this guy who he worked in a movie theater in an IMAX, and he started getting strung out on meth, and he would be the guy that closed, and he would just started bringing his meth to the theater and just hang out all night. And then he figured out that he could attach his laptop and play porn on IMAX. So he started doing that.
And the sound would come through too?
Right, yeah. And then he was eventually like, but the thing that sucks is you throw on a porn and then you go down in the theater and then your laptop's up there. So he rigged up like these like 8 extension cords to bring his laptop down into the room so he could change the scene while he was watching it on IMAX, and then he would just lock up and do that and do his meth and stuff. But then he started bringing prostitutes with him because it got boring, and they would just get high on meth all night and watch porn and like fucking stuff in the theater. And then one time he just fell asleep too long, and the prostitute went to like leave because it was getting daylight, and if you walk out of the door the alarm goes off. So this dude got like 5 years in prison for this.
Dude, I think he should have got less because he's pretty damn clever to hook up the laptop.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Man, dude, that's a depraved story.
Like, man, that guy probably had a great time for those couple months watching porn and doing meth and hanging out with prostitutes in an IMAX.
Man. Okay, to end question 1, favorite director?
Yeah, I actually been thinking about this a little bit. Just because of the filmography and the influence over my life, the amount of movies that I absolutely adore from this guy, I'm just gonna run with John Carpenter.
It's the easy choice, man. He has such an extensive library, and his films are very his good ones are very good.
Every time I even think about John Carpenter and get in a conversation about John Carpenter with JP, I always think about how much of a moron JP is when it comes to Carpenter.
Wes Craven more?
Yeah, liking Wes Craven more. I mean, whatever, it's personal preference, but I mean, when you break it down,
wrong.
Carpenter, yeah, objectively, it's like it's very, very wrong. Carpenter's such a better filmmaker, but when it comes to The Fog,
Craven, though.
You don't like fucking The Fog, which is bizarre to me because
no. Let's not say I don't like The Fog. I just
doesn't
think
like Prince of Darkness because he's wrong.
I think Prince of Darkness is objectively not a good movie. It's not bad, but I think it's pretty. Well, I
think you're missing
The Fog. I actually think is a good movie. I just don't like it.
I think The Fog is brilliant.
I love it.
It's done so well. There's so many aspects that are amazing. It's
very boring at times.
No, it's not boring at all. That's the thing. It's so great. It's got great characters, great atmosphere, music's amazing. Everything keeps you intrigued in that film, man. It's great.
Fog's a solid.
I think the story just isn't good. Like, okay, the core
it's a
concept
revenge tale.
But there's lack of revenge. It's not enough.
The concept's good enough on The Fog. I like that idea that they let the boat of leopards just die.
Right. I like that. I like that concept. I just don't think they do enough with it. And I honestly love aspects of it. The radio DJ. I love the opening scene is so shot well and good and stuff like that. I like the little stuff with Jamie Lee and Tommy Atkins and stuff like that. But there's like a huge end chunk of the film that it just feels like nothing's damn happening.
I like The Fog too, but I'm not amazed. It's not one of my favorites. I like Prince of Darkness much.
Okay, you two stop 69 each other. Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Saying that mood, so I feel like I have to say this. Probably, I have to attribute to you my growing love and admiration for Lucio Fulci is. I mean, I don't know if I've ever.
Is it because I put it on 30 Italian Horror Month, right? That's why.
Shut up.
Fuck out of here.
This fucking guy. Your head is about to explode. His head is literally going to explode.
I'll say this, JB. I can't remember if it was the Phantasm show or the Gates of Hell trilogy show you guys did, but I really sort of really got that when you not introduced, but when you said that the phrase nightmare logic, that has been like ingrained in my mind for the longest time.
I did come up with that phrase. I hear it everywhere now.
Nightmare logic has been come up way before you ever said that. That term.
I think that was a normal term when it came to Italian cinema, and especially Fulci.
But I do. I mean, I'm going back a little bit further now. My collection of his is growing. I think the last film that I got that I was like really super impressed with, especially the end finale, is The Psychic. The end of that movie just blew me away. I love the ending of that movie.
Never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to return to Fulci soon.
It's a great movie. God have me on, please.
I mean, it's possible, right? I mean, we got the Last Argento coming up this year, and then we get to pick 4.
For now, Last Argento for now. I still have faith that he can crank out 2 more movies.
No way. Not going to happen.
No way.
Sandman's never dropping.
Out shit.
Dude, he's pushing
he's
death
working
right
on
now.
one right now. I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah, okay.
It ain't going to happen. It ain't happening. $5, you don't direct another feature-length film.
All right, get into the question.
Okay.
Yeah, he probably won't. I bet you this one doesn't come out. This one doesn't.
So what if he dies? Like when he dies, I owe you $5 if he doesn't make one.
Yeah,
pretty much.
But what if shouldn't we wait a couple years after he dies, like 5?
He has to 100% direct that movie. I don't want no Lamberto Bava coming in and finishing his dance.
Somehow Bruno Mattei's going to finish. Somehow Bruno Mattei's going to finish that movie, even though he's dead too.
I came back to the grave to finish Dario movie. I got rats and zombies. It's great. I steal everything from George Romero.
I think I pretty much like all of Fulci's movies that I've seen.
Yeah, Fulci doesn't usually. He has a couple turds, but moods will tell you different.
I mean, honestly, there is movies that are better than others, but I mean, there's some that, yeah. I mean,
Door in the Silence is awful.
I don't think it is. I think it's a TV film that makes sense because it does have the lack of gore and, the storyline's pretty basic and stuff. But I see where you're coming from. I don't think it's a horrible movie though.
3.5 out of 10.
Sodom's Ghost is the worst. That movie's terrible.
Found an Argento
I didn't even hate the
like.
Ghost movie. I watched that like 10 years ago and enjoyed it. I also had brain damage then.
It needs a release because the shitty ass kind of gray market DVD it has is horrible. It's not doing it any justice, man, at all. All right, so moving along here. Question
was not great.
No. Second question. Let's get into some media stuff. What are your thoughts on today's media outlets and companies and shit? And where do you think it's heading for collectors, especially with what's going on right now and stuff? Do you think this is going to affect companies? Because we were kind of talking about pre-game, even with some people kind of speculating that Scream Factory might even be suffering a little bit, just with the whole the whole COVID thing that's going on and stuff. But where do you think the future of collecting is going? Do you think it's in a good state or not in a good state?
I think for the moment it's fine because there's for every one of us here talking, think of how many others are out there, and the idea that we can be region free, that there's all these these companies like Arrow and Blue Underground and 88 Films and or going region free, and then I know Scream Factory, not a lot of people talk about Scream Factory a whole lot right now. But, there are distributors, Arrow and whatnot, that are putting stuff out. And, we're getting it. Plus, you do have a lot, around me, I can think of at least three sort of, I guess you would call them secondhand shops. There's a kind of a bigger one, a used trade, buy, sell kind of place. And they have a pretty good inventory of both DVD and Blue. There's another place I'm thinking of, CD Warehouse, where you can get they have a pretty good DVD selection. Vinyl, the resurgence of vinyl, of course, I think helps. 4K, I'm not a player yet, but 4K helps. It's physical. It's something that you can grab onto and buy, and so anything that helps out physical media is great. But I think there's enough of us. I think the problem is going to be when you get most of us who, are my age or, maybe 10 years behind, 10 years ahead, whatever, when we're finally off this stage, that's where I think you're going to have some real big concerns. Because there's still a lot of people like me that we have such entrenched memories of the Via stores and whatnot, and I hate the thought that we've been pretty much reduced to a freaking Redbox, but
Redbox sucks anymore too, man.
Oh, I mean,
never rented.
It used to be
Redbox
fun when it would get
life.
like the full moon stuff and like some of the more indie stuff, but now it's even lost those.
Yeah,
I think it's okay for them all. I think I think as long as we keep, I think, like I said, the problem is when you get our age bracket is finally off the stage.
He's right there. I never thought of that.
What? I didn't. What is what?
Yeah, but me and JP are still into it.
No. He says basically when we bite it, it's over, and he's probably right.
Well, me and JP's
we're the end of those generations, right? We are the end of those generations because anybody kind of post like the 2000 millennials, like they don't have that. They don't come from those eras, right? So the collecting, it eventually is going to die off.
Jeremy is right.
For the last.
Like me and him are like, I don't know anybody like really younger than me that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm
lot
saying
of younger
especially
people, like I talk to them, they don't even know who fucking like ran. I'm like Van Damme. They're like, who's that? I'm like,
oh, I know,
What?
absolutely. Fuck
you, JP.
I think there's probably a good maybe, who knows, 20 years left of it, and then it's done. I don't know.
Even think it would last.
But then again, who knows?
Well, but then again, I mean,
who
look
thought vinyl would like make a huge hipster comeback?
Yeah.
And wasn't there
in the mainstream? Yes, vinyl came back in the mainstream. In my world, it's never gone away. So like when people say,
but it's even. I'm not saying that it has ever gone away, but more people started putting out vinyl instead of just CDs or just digital.
CDs are junk. Nobody buys CDs anymore except Moods.
But no, what I'm saying in the hip hop world though, vinyl has always been pressed up, right? Like, I mean, because that's what real DJs use. They don't use CDs and digital stuff, right? But I'm saying vinyl in the mainstream came back, like, studio catalog, kind of albums and shit like that are being repressed on vinyl and shit, which is cool. I have no problem with that at all.
Yeah, but I'm saying even artists who.
I'm saying, JP, at a time, 10, 12 years ago when vinyl wasn't being repressed at all, there was still everything in hip hop for the most part was still coming out on vinyl.
Right. And you'll always have you'll always have,
because it's that media. Well, when you got DJs that are come from the old school and that's what they use and shit. I mean, I'm not saying that all those DJs still can, completely still use vinyl. I mean, most of them do, but it is pretty handy not to carry in fucking 6 crates of vinyl that weighs like 10,000 pounds into a show.
Yeah, it's actually completely not practical.
Yeah,
it isn't. But I mean, when you come from an era where that's how you DJ'd, it's still. I mean, you get some.
It's people stuck in their ways.
Hey, Rob, what were you going to ask about a company? You said there's a company that was.
Wasn't there a company before the whole COVID thing happened? Wasn't there a company in Carolina, I thought, that was looking at trying to bring back the old model idea of the VHS stores where you could go in and rent a video recorder and movies that were on VHS?
That will fail.
Yeah, that's a horrible idea.
That will fail, yeah.
The idea I had is if you did like a Netflix thing, but you had curators. You know how like today's attention
Shudder
span,
does it too.
Today's attention span where you don't like know what to watch, where even Netflix tells you what to watch, like you might be interested in this. Well, if there was like more of like you could actually ask somebody like, hey, what do you like? Okay, what
would be a great idea? If they had like a Netflix guest spot like they do like on Shudder a little bit, where they'd be like, we have Edgar Wright and he picks 7 movies and he's done an introduction for each one of these movies. Yeah. Here's his titles, and then you watch them and he gives a quick thing like Joe Bob does, but it's a director who just talks about 5 minutes before each movie and why he likes them and why he picked them maybe as a theme. And it's like, hopefully you can see my influences that I took from these movies.
I love that. Yeah.
And then the last one, they maybe show one of his movies. Like, let's say we had like John Carpenter, he picked 7 movies. Like he'll show Rio Bravo and then like something like that. And then he'll show one of his movies. And like, all these movies have affected me to make The Thing. So watch The Thing now. That would be badass.
No, that would be really cool.
Sounds cool.
But yeah, I think the little cure like if you could call because Shudder did that, I think, this past year,
like recreating a video store experience, right?
You could call in and be like, hey, they'll be like, what do you like? And you'll be like, well, I really like, The Thing is my favorite movie, and I really like, this, that, and that. And they're like, oh, well, why don't you try this movie? This sounds like
that sounds like the video store, recreating the video store experience and making you like, that's because that's what you like, talking with movies and getting recommendations. That's what people miss about the video store, right? Just wandering the aisles and talking and looking.
Yeah.
It's even the posters really though too. I mean, how many times did you walk into a movie store and you saw a poster for something, you're like, oh, I'm renting that shit right there?
No, I'm not sure if Rob's idea would... I only think it would fail, like he mentioned the video store, only because people are too lazy to go there and pick up a video recorder now. Like, they're too lazy to move out of their house.
This up? What is this red, blue, green?
Sounds like,
what is this
sounds
red,
like
yellow?
Video Man. Isn't Video Man kind of like that?
It only has a coaxial.
No, but I do think that the people... The longing's there. I just don't think that the physical motivation is, if that makes any sense. I'm saying we're lazy.
Well, everything is about convenience now, for sure. I mean, that's why digital works so well for people. They don't have to leave their house, especially when you're in quarantine.
Yeah. I mean, that's why there's all these people who are pushing for end of theaters, like, because there are a lot of people that I was in other groups with that were pushing for, like, the end of theaters. Like,
why? They don't gotta go. If they don't like it, they don't have to go.
See, they're saying that, like, they're saying that, like, if it allows us to get movies, they would be fine if they got movies the same time as theaters, digital. But they're saying if it's either or, push the theaters out. I'd rather have digital.
No, they can wait. They can. Wait.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Fuck those guys. They can wait.
Dude, if you don't, I don't even.
If that's
what
the reasons are, then
you should have to wait, dude. Because we're so spoiled now in this culture. We don't wait for a goddamn thing. We get everything at our fingertips, man. We don't even know what the excitement is. We miss that excitement, man. We get everything.
That's not true.
Unless you allow yourself to have it.
I've been dead for
Avenger
years.
movies and the Star Wars movies, those still create a level of excitement.
Yeah, and who would, like, seriously, why would you rather watch? Why would you rather watch the Avengers at home on your TV?
I wouldn't even watch that movie not in a theater. I only watch those movies in theater because I don't even look at them as films. I don't. Like, I watch them as entertainment pieces.
Okay, Scorsese.
Yeah. No, I'm not even trying to be a dick. They're fun. They're entertaining. Some of them surpass it for me. Like,
dude, listen, I'll tell you right now, don't diss comic book movies. You're gonna get a lot of hate.
I don't care. I like them.
No,
but
I diss them all the time, man.
Something like The Thing.
DC
I do
animated
too, but
movies.
I'm saying Dave's on thin ice right here. Thin Canadian ice.
DC animated movies is where it's at.
I like the movies, but if I'm not going to watch them at home, I want to see them in the theater. Those movies,
I'm exactly the same way. I tried to watch them at home. I was like, before the new Avengers film came out, I was like, hey, I watched the first couple of these things. Like, let me go through and watch the series. Then I realized there's like 30 of them, and I was like, fuck that. But I at least tried to watch Iron Man. I was like, this is
I think a
boring.
great platform for like new Adam Sandler movies, like Happy Madison films, is perfect for Netflix, because those are the type of movies I'm never going to the theater to pay money for. Right?
But just throw them on in the background. Why the fuck not?
There is a ton of movies. I'm
I'm
very specific when it comes to the theater. Like, if I'm going to see something I really want to see. Like, I'm not just going because I can go to the theater. You know, I'm just not going.
It's very important for some people. Why take that away from them? If you don't like it, don't fucking go. Just don't go.
It's one of the things that I miss the most. Like, me and Carly, like, that was our thing for the last couple years. Like, we would even go see the stuff that we didn't care about just because it was like something that we enjoyed doing together. Like how Jeremy goes and sees everything.
Because you're always cutting the bottom out of the popcorn.
Right. And, you know, once we figured out that, you know, we could get the movie pass or the AMC pass or whatever, which probably, who knows if that's even going to come back now. It was fun. We would just go see everything we could, pretty much.
What do you think about that, Rob? The theater?
Yeah. I'm big. I mean, I'm not as big on going anymore as I used to. I'm not sure why, but
probably like having family and stuff.
Well, because it's like $120 to take the family to freaking theater.
For sure, yeah.
But you know, so that does hurt. But you know, I mean, there's something about like, I mean, I'll tell you when I get most intrigued to go, and sometimes usually I have to go by myself. But like when Rob Zombie's Halloween movies had come out. I had never seen a Rob Zombie film on the big screen, so I had to be there for Halloween, and then I went to the theater to see H2. And, you know, so that was like, I had to see it on the big screen. I wanted to see it on the big screen. I love going to see, like, of late in the last 10 years, I would say, it's probably too long back, but the last 5 years or so, I've been very, very, very fortunate to, blessed to see, like, Phantasm remastered on the big screen.
One of my favorite experiences right there.
Yeah, I've seen Zombie on the big screen. That was amazing. I've seen Halloween. That was amazing. My first Fulci film on the big screen, though, was Cat in the Brain.
Wow.
And I had never
Who played that?
I'd never seen that movie before, and so my first time literally was on the big screen.
Flannel Fulci for the win.
What a crazy first experience for Fulci on the big screen, man.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And then, and of course, they did all the advertisements of the old movies like I Drink Your Blood or whatever. That was, so sort of the
If they did that in my area, I'd go for sure, but they don't play old movies like that. I'd go every day if they played an old movie like that.
Ohio actually has a high... I don't know if they're around you, but there's actually quite a few like marathons out that way that like 24-hour horror marathons and stuff of retro films. Me and Carly would be like eyeing up some.
So I would go there, but you wouldn't come fucking hang out with me and come to mine.
Jeremy, you can go other places too, right?
Do you know geography?
It's fucking like an hour and a half flight. Don't be a bitch.
Well, yeah, if I fly.
You were concerned about flying.
I want to go there. It just hasn't worked out schedule-wise.
Hey, JP.
Yeah?
Funny story, man. Funny story. When me and my son went to go see that remastered Phantasm, I kid you not, man. We go in this is like one of those old retro theaters or whatever. We go in there, and it's like a theater-style type, the old theater-style type thing. But anyways, we go in there, we're sitting down. This old couple, this old lady, I mean, they must have been on a date or something, which was really weird, but they must have been in their 80s or something. They were old. So I don't know what movie they had just watched, but they had decided that they were going to stay for the next movie that was rolling in. And I'm thinking to myself, do they have any clue that it's Phantasm? So like me and my son were just sitting there, we're kind of like watching this, and she's like, well, do you know what's coming on? What's coming on? And he's like, oh, it'll be okay, it'll be okay, it'll be okay. And this is kind of going on and on and on. I'm like, there's no way, man. And it sure enough, when that movie started, she started cramming on his shoulder, and all of a sudden he just kind of like, I don't know what this is, and shook his head and got up and walked out. And I'm like,
oh no, I was hoping they stayed.
I know. I wish they would.
I thought you were going to be like, it was Angus Scrim. His high school.
Yeah, he was still alive when I seen the remaster, because Phantasm 5, I saw the remaster, and then the next week I went and saw Phantasm 5 in the theater.
But there's something, man. There's something, and it's like us just here talking about this. I think we're that last group that really can appreciate this type of thing. But like when you go to the theater, I know when I saw Halloween 3: Season of the Witch on the big screen,
man, you saw some good ones.
God, that blew my mind away, man. I mean, I was already on the wagon of starting to this is I really do enjoy this. I like this movie. But when I saw it, cinched it, man. When I saw it on the big screen. That just cinched it for me. And there's something unique and different about seeing a movie that you've already seen a million times, but you're seeing it on the big screen for the first time. You're noticing and you're seeing things like when I saw Halloween, that epic staircase scene when he's coming down the staircase, that is so awesome on the big screen.
Yeah, killing kids on screen like that on the big screen is just so much better. It's so much better.
Seeing retro films on the big screen is probably literally one of my favorite activities in life. Like, I'm not joking. Me and Carly have seen over 100
I've seen none.
in a few short years. Dave, what are you doing,
This guy
bro?
just fucking bragging up a storm, man. I mean, JP, like, he kept bragging about it, and he still is, about all the retro films he's seen on the big screen and shit. Like, it was triggering me. I was like, dude, I need to open up my own fucking retro theater here and just bring in films all the time, because it actually started out as a joke. It literally started out as a joke, and me and Godzilla were sitting in the theater one time, and I was like, dude, like, I know I joke about this a lot, but like, would you be interested in doing this shit? Like, I fucking have always wanted
renting out the theater?
No, actually, because we only have the one cinema here, right? And it caters to
opening a theater?
Yeah,
let's go get a loan, boys. Let's do it.
But it would just be it would be it would be high, state type stuff.
Hey, can we loot a theater?
But the point of the theater would be not to bring in new stuff. It would be to watch retro films and stuff, right? That would be the whole point of it. And because we don't get things like that here, right? I mean, like I said, we have a small cinema, and it caters to a lot of kids movies, and we get the odd horror film, but there's just not a lot to see, right? There's no variety. We don't get those.
Kids suck. Fuck
those old,
movies.
the old theaters where they have the second run and they play like all these old films and shit. And I'm like, man, could you imagine? Like, I think there'd be a market for it too. Not just play straight horror films, but it would be exploitation and older action films and things like that.
Can you imagine seeing the Wild Bunch on the big screen?
Exactly. That's my point. And that's the type of shit that I would.
Boxes showed the Wild
Right,
Bunch.
you got to mix it up. You have to have a flavor for everybody too. But of course, like we were talking about this thing a few months back, and I'm glad that we didn't like consider it because COVID would have fucked us hardcore.
You'd be double broke with both businesses.
Oh yeah. Well, no, the business is fucking great right now, man. Since we're back
but
up,
you would have been
holy
fucked
shit.
right there.
Yeah, that would have been
Yeah,
put down.
It
But
would have been hard. It would have been hard.
It definitely would have been hard. Yeah, for sure. But all right. So yeah, you brought up your kid, Rob. So getting into question 3, how many kids do you have?
Oh my God. Let me think.
47.
4 at home right now, but I'm sorry, 3 boys and my daughter who's out of the house now. She's 25. My oldest boy is 13, 16. Yeah, something like that. He's 16 now. My youngest is 3 now. 3, Maximus.
So your kids range from 20.
I'm too old to have a 3-year-old.
So your kids range from 25 to 2.
Yes.
You know what's crazy about that? Like Jeremy is young enough to be your kid.
Yes, man. Yeah, well, you know his birthday's on him and my daughter's birthday same day, April 25th.
Crazy.
No, my birthday's November 16th.
So you
bro.
have 4 kids.
Yeah, 3 boys and 1 girl. Yeah.
Can you actually name them all?
Yeah, Becca, Sam, James, Max.
He sounded like he was like a little nervous about that.
Anyways, you brought up your son and stuff, and that was actually the question I was getting into was, since you have this, this big love for the genre of films and stuff like that, how has it affected your relationship with your son and like, and your family in general? Like, how do they see you? Did they perceive you?
Yeah, does your
different?
wife get into it at all?
I know that I've seen your kid on reviews with you and stuff, but I can tell that you have a relationship. But how does it affect like the whole family and specifically your son, who's obviously 16 or whatever? So,
well, he's the first one that I've been able to share going to see something retro. Like we saw Phantasm together and Zombie together. And my daughter, who I miss dearly, boy, we used to go out and see movies quite a bit. She never became a horror fan, but she would indulge me and she would go with me. And so I have some pretty fond memories on, seeing some movies. In fact, when she was just a little tiny thing, we caught the original Scream at the drive-in. But, and then, of course, as they get younger, with James and Max, they just, I've definitely done my, due diligence in, exposing them to, the old Universal films, black and white films, and too many kids today don't even know what a black and white film is. And
do you bring it to the table, or does like your kids bring it? They're like, Dad, like, let's watch a film. Do they get like, is it that type of role?
I would say I generally bring it.
Okay.
Usually I bring it to the table. Depends. Now, Sam will. He'll be more like, hey, can we watch this together? Can we see this together? Really, depending on what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still, that line is still somewhat blurred. But I mean, we saw Zombie together. I mean, I know, there's some scenes in that, but I thought, this is so epic. We'll maybe never have this chance again. I want him to have seen this on
hands
screen.
down.
James, he loves his Godzilla movies. He's more in line with the creature feature type.
Derek just screamed out, yes.
Have you tried to
I tell you what, man, I've made Derek's day sometimes by sending him a quick, just little video with my youngest Max. He'll do the tune to Godzilla, and I'll just message him and send it, and he'll just be like, and that just makes his day.
I love me some Godzilla films, man. Every time I throw one on, I'm always just enthralled in it, man. It's great.
Have you tried to show Troy any like black and white movies moods, like the Universal Monsters or anything?
No, I don't think I have. I don't
wonder if he would. You think he would be able to handle that?
I don't think so. I think the first thing he would know is like, where's the color? Like, this is old.
Even if
like,
he did
show him Phantom Carriage.
I've showed him certain things, right? I think the first time I showed him, like, Are You Afraid of the Dark? And I think things like that. He was like, why is there bars on the side of the screen? And he was like, he kept focusing and bringing up that, and I was like, oh my god, these kids just don't know anything but this, anamorphic widescreen. And he's like, it doesn't look good. And I'm like, yeah, because that's not in high def. It's like the things he notices, right? So I think black and white might just take him right out. He'd be like, no, this is not cool. So
You
that's
should-
probably a later thing.
You should watch a movie with him on tape. Be like, we're gonna watch this movie on VHS, and
It
you're gonna
could.
fucking watch.
I don't know what I
VHS.
would. I don't know what I have that he could actually probably watch because most of the stuff is. I don't know. It's not.
You don't have.
kid friendly.
I actually have some Universal Monsters on VHS. Speaking of which, I don't know if you guys knew, but Big Lots has a couple of the Universal Monsters Blu-ray sets for like $10.
Sets?
Yeah, like like Creature from the Black Lagoon,
Pick them up for me.
like
$10
the
a
Legacy,
piece? Those
the
are good
Legacy
prices, man.
collections.
All of them. Pick them up, all of them for me.
I only found the Creature from the Black Lagoon so far, and I bought it for myself.
I never bought the entire set on Blu-ray because I bought the DVD
Me neither.
set. 'Cause remember,
DVD set, and then like a month later they announced the Blu-ray.
no, because they put out the DVD set and they announced that they weren't going to do it on Blu-ray. So I was like, "Fuck, I'll just grab the DVD set." And yeah, then they announced the Blu-ray
Blu-ray.
set, and I was like, "Fuck's sakes, are you?"
I know
kidding?
some of them are $15 on Amazon right now.
Really, that's not bad. But Big Lots
Visible-
$10. You can't beat it.
For me,
Invisible
I would
Man is
rather just have
15.
the entire box set just because I'm a box set whore. And this is like the year of the box sets too, man. There's so many crazy box sets coming out. I feel like I've spent probably like $1,000 on box sets already with pre-orders, and this is crazy. Oh, to be a box set whore. Yeah. So Rob, with your kids and stuff, did you want to continue on that?
Well, I was just gonna say, my wife doesn't really. She indulges me more than she has a share in it. But she'll, from time to time, we'll watch something together. But usually, I have to do a trade off, right? We'll watch whatever I'm watching, then we'll have to put a chick flick in or something.
Oh no!
And but I'll tell you that
Put on Mischief Night. That's a fucking chick flick.
It is not.
I'll tell you the great exchange. One night she said she was really in the mood for a Matthew McConaughey film, and I was like really in the mood to see, not to see, a Matthew McConaughey film. But then it hit me. I'm like, wait a minute, I got an idea. Let me pick one Matthew McConaughey, and you pick one Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
Like, all right, yeah, you know where I went.
You're
Well,
getting right there. You're getting
Chainsaw,
you're getting two
Oh.
different. Well, you're getting two different careers. I mean, if you're taking Texas Chainsaw, but
I thought you went with Frailty.
Or Killer
didn't even
Joe.
think about that.
Killer Joe's
I was
pretty
gonna
good.
say either Killer Joe or Mud. Like honestly, Matthew McConaughey's done some atrociously bad movies, but he's also done some really amazing kind of indie great films like Mud and Killer Joe and shit. Like he's done some good shit, man. And I like Matthew McConaughey when he's in good films.
It's not his fault. He's not bad. The movie's
He's taken some bad roles. Like they just romantic comedies. He doesn't fit those roles. I like him better as more of a rugged type person. Like I know Jeremy's a fan of Mud. I think Mud's amazing. Killer Joe is fucking phenomenal.
I saw Mud in the theaters. I was like, this movie's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Such a good movie.
Killer Joe's amazing.
I saw
it's got
Killer
Gina
Joe,
Gershon.
too.
Gina Gershon's in that movie too, and stuff. It's always cool to see her and shit.
With an amazing muff.
Yeah, right.
Right in the middle of the shot.
I just saw her in a movie the other day, and she was naked again. I'm like, this is what the fuck is going on?
That was the first NC-17 movie I saw in the theaters. Killer Joe. Right when I turned 17.
Nice.
Hey Jeremy, I got a question.
Yeah.
Were you lucky enough to catch? I don't know. Were you old enough to see Rejects on the big screen?
Oh yeah, me and my grandma went and saw it.
Yeah, no, he's told that story on here before. Yeah.
Oh man, that must have been.
It's the most hardcore movie I've ever seen in the theaters, even to this day.
Oh, I know what I was watching the other night. I was watching Blockers or Cock Blockers
Oh, that's a
or whatever.
good movie. That movie's funny.
But Gina Gershon's in that movie, and that movie came out 2 years ago, and she's got to be 50, and she's fucking naked in that one too. It's like, I swear she doesn't age. That girl, man.
She looks great in Bound. She's great in Bound.
Oh yeah, she's awesome in Bound. I mean, yeah, you can't go wrong with her role in Bound. But I mean, like I said, this is 2 years ago, and Gina Gershon still looks good. I'm like, this is crazy. So, but yeah,
I was surprised
Blockers.
you liked that movie.
Dude, I was pissing my honestly,
It's
man.
funny.
Oh man, it was funny, man. Like,
That's a dead genre. The sex teen comedy.
It's got funny characters in it, man. I mean,
Yeah.
you really can't go wrong with what John Cena and shit. I think his acting is hilarious in the movie. He's just so funny in the movie. And I'm a big fan of Leslie, man. But again, why do we always end up talking about comedies on here? It's so strange. All right, moving along. Question 4. Do you have a modern day favorite director? Like someone that came out doing films like kind of 2000, post 2000.
Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie. Okay, cool.
Good choice.
Good choice. Yep.
That's a good choice.
There's I think, honestly, the modern day directors kind of overlooked a little bit as being, some of the greats and stuff, but there is a lot of great modern
James
directors,
Wan.
man. Bogolano is one of my favorites, man, the Spanish director. Adrian Garcia,
James
Bogolano.
Wan.
James Wan's good. There's just lots of great ones, but
I think it gets you know I mean I share it's funny Rob gets way too much hate and you know I mean I've listened to so many interviews with him. I've listened to all his commentaries, at least of those films that I have, and nothing nauseates me more when I hear him tell the story about just you know getting that initial pitch with the Weinsteins turned down for his initial Halloween pitch. I just I wish that could have gone the way he wanted that to go.
No, they were too busy raping people. Well, one of them was.
The Weinsteins are trash people.
Yeah, they don't know film. They're terrible, honestly.
Yeah, they're
money
literally
pieces
like
of shit.
sleazy.
Well, you know, he would have saved
businessmen.
him money. He would have saved him money by doing it. You know, 2 films for one, breaking the 2 things into 2 pieces. You know, releasing one year, the second one the next year.
Mm-hmm.
He would have had his complete and total contribution to the Halloween franchise. But then he would have had his, you know, well, here's John Carpenter's, you know, vision brought up to speed. You know, but then had he been asked after that point to give, you know, a third piece, how much more different would that have been than what ultimately we got with H2? It could have been a totally different vision. You know, and so I hate that stuff. So I mean, I listen to that, and I really kind of it grows on me, and I become a real big.
Well,
fan.
there is a script out there for Halloween 3, and it's not very good.
Yeah, well, that's the Todd Farmer Patrick
that's
Lucier
not-
script, though. That's
That's
not
not
the same thing.
the one
Rob
that
Zombie.
Tom Atkins was going to be the psychiatrist.
Yeah, Atkins
Yeah,
was
something
gonna be
like that. Yeah.
He tells that story. I've got the German tint release of Halloween 3, and Atkins is on the commentary, and he talks about that right at the tail end of the commentary. He talks about how that was developing, and how he was asked to be part of that, and then how it just sort of dropped out and wasn't a thing, and it was like, oh, that gets me. So
Isn't it surprising that Tarantino and Kevin Smith made all their fucking movies with the Weinsteins? It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
honestly,
why
I don't.
doesn't it make sense?
I think
Because
with
they're
Tarantino.
such shitty people. Why would Tarantino,
Maybe
probably the
because
greatest
shitty people
fucking
aren't
legitimately-
always shitty to every single person.
Well,
gotta
you got to remember though too. I don't know
People
what.
work with shitty people all the time. to get it
Yeah,
made.
but
I know, you gotta
Tarantino kind of lived in his world of his own. Like they kind of let him do what he wanted, right? So I don't think
'cause
I don't
he's
think
hot.
the Weinsteins even affected anything that he did, man. It didn't matter. He did films for their company, but his interactions with them, I think, was pretty minimal. They just let him do what he wanted. So
And Harvey was the rapist. Bob, we didn't hear any of that, but he definitely turned a naked eye. But so many people turned a naked eye to it; they didn't want to even think about it.
I mean,
Because they
Tarantino.
said-
even
Oh, it's a
came
sore-
out
it's a sore
and
spot
said
in Hollywood
that
for
he
sure,
should
yeah.
have been more
yeah,
vocal or aware or something.
yeah. But so, how many bad times have you noticed bad things happening and just really didn't want to get involved when you were younger and you
A lot.
you
There's a
regret
lot
it
of times.
happened? A lot
I
of
mean,
times.
especially in that
And I'm
world,
not-
there's
I'm not-
millions
I'm
and
not
millions of
defending
dollars
them.
at stake.
It's just a fucked up situation.
I mean, I'm not trying to condone it, but I mean, when you have millions and millions of dollars at stake, you know, with shit like this, and you know what's going on and stuff. I mean, I can see why people keep their mouth shut for sure. Like I said, I don't condone it at all, but I get why people kind of turn the.
I would let. I would
It's
let.
just there's a lot of lives
rapist
that are
produce-
affected. Yeah.
I would let a rapist produce my first movie. Honestly,
Well, I mean, it's you get a lot of people that are like, so like,
What the
there's such.
fuck are you
a lot of
talking
the-
about, JP? Jesus Christ!
That's going on your tombstone.
I
would
just-
let a rapist
I
produce
was
my
waiting
first
for
movie.
another
dude, if he's
punchline there.
gonna give me money, why do I like? I'm not
understand.
doing any. Like, I don't care.
That's what I like about JP because he's honest.
Yeah, no, I'm dead serious though. I mean, if like I'm not going to condone what he does, and one day I'm hoping that I could reveal it or whatever. But
Sell him down the river right after you get your
right,
movie.
exactly. Like what? Like
Maybe
People are like,
that's
"What'd you do?" I
where
was like,
Tarantino's character in From Dusk Till Dawn came from, because he was a little bit rapey in that film.
oh yeah, a little bit.
Well, I wouldn't say a little
He
bit.
raped an old lady.
He
He
raped an old
was he was
That
a
old lady
raper.
wouldn't
He was a
have said
raper.
shit if she had a mouth.
But maybe that's where the
That's
character
best
came
line.
from, was the fucking Weinstein. So who knows? But yeah, no,
like,
it's definitely.
I don't
it's
know.
tough.
I don't think any of those guys. I don't think like Tarantino or anybody like thought like Harvey Weinstein is raping girls. Like, did they probably think he was using his power for to seduce girls? Probably.
Yeah.
But
I don't think seduce is the word. Coerce girls into having sex with him. He wasn't sitting there in like a fucking bathrobe with roses on his bed. He was just like, give me a
Suck my
job and I'll give you a
Right,
role
yeah.
in this movie.
yeah.
Yeah, he was just a sick fat
He was
pig.
getting his drugs from Bill Cosby. Come on, let's face it. So
No, I think all those women said they were awake.
yeah, I know. But yeah, he was using strict force, right?
They
I
were
think he
awake,
was-
but
he was being
they
physical
were
with them.
awake. but we weren't woke, right?
Yeah, right.
We're woke to it. I'm glad it happened though, because fuck, I can't. You know what I mean? Like,
scandals are always good.
isn't it fucked up about scandals? Like, everybody's been saying Weinstein's a piece of shit for like 50 years, and Bill Cosby is a rapist for 50 years, and then it just takes one thing to trigger it, and then everybody's like, yeah, he is a piece of shit. Let's
50
take
years
him down.
too late, man.
Yeah, it's way too late.
It takes the official report. That's all it is.
Oh, it
No,
says
I mean,
pervert. I always knew that, but it says it on this piece of paper. We better
Right?
do
That's what I'm
something about
saying. Yeah, now it's
You're right.
public. Yeah,
I mean, think about it though. Like, people get shit for like buying a movie that was like a Victor Salva movie or whatever, right? So, but taking money from a convicted or a potential rapist, I think, like Tarantino did, is not as bad as directly buying something from them, right? Like, they're giving you something, you're taking from them.
Yeah, but you're technically giving them something in return. It's
Right,
a fat
because you made a
return.
good movie.
A
Yeah,
fat
I
return.
guess.
And especially
Well, maybe
how much
maybe
money?
the goal is to make a really shitty movie and lose them money.
How much money do you think Tarantino made fucking Weinstein's, man, in his career?
Let me find out.
Way too
Stand
much.
by.
Like, his movies always do exceptionally well. And he doesn't have like crazy budgets
Except
on his films.
Grindhouse.
He's not spending $100
Grindhouse
million
didn't do
on
very
his
well.
movies. I mean, I bet you
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was expensive.
yeah, it makes sense. It's also brand new, right? I mean, it's inflation. Things are more expensive and
No,
stuff.
his budgets are
He
pretty
recreated the 60s Hollywood. It was very expensive.
Yeah, the budgets are higher than you would think.
Yeah.
$40 million for Once Upon a Time.
Oh, that's it? Cheaper
Yeah.
than I
That's
thought.
a little, yeah. That's
40
a little
million
cheaper.
is today's standards is low budget. So
Yeah.
definitely low. And you think about some of the other films that he's done. I bet you Django's got to be more than that, though. It seems like it's a bigger film. But I mean, you also have Leo in there. Leo usually charges like 20 million for a fucking movie.
70
So
million for Inglourious Bastards.
and that
World
was
War
a
II.
lot of that was
And He
cast.
worked pretty well on a
Best
fucking
movie.
budget.
A
man.
lot of his
He worked-
budgets are cast related too. I mean, you have Brad Pitt in your film who's getting paid 15, 20 million probably. Yeah.
But good actors.
I
budget
want to
goes
say,
up.
I bet those budgets are pure price. I bet their contracts are.
All right, here we go.
No, the budgets.
Tarantino's top movie, Reservoir Dog. Well, his 10 movies that he made 2.8 million. Death Proof made 31 million. Jackie Brown made 39 million. Kill Bill Volume 2 made 153 million. Hateful Eight made 55 million. Kill Bill Volume 1 made 180 million. Pulp Fiction made 214 million. Inglourious Bastards made 321 million. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood made 371 million, and Django Unchained made 425 million.
Jesus Christ.
So,
This guy is a
asked how
cash
much money
crop. For his budgets, man, that is ridiculous, man.
Django had a $100 million budget.
Like I said, it was probably the highest budget, yeah. You could just tell the way the film is. Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I laughed so hard I was crying when I watched Once Upon a Time for the first time. There were
great
some
movie.
scenes in that thing, man, that made me laugh so freaking hard. I had tears coming down.
The ending, man.
So
I think
when
the
he
ending's
brought the
sad
flamethrower
because
out.
the ending's almost sad for me too because you're like, damn, man. You know, like that's the ending that you want in real life too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boots, what I was saying is, in a lot of those higher budgeted movies, the actors' pay is not included in the budget because they get a percentage of the film.
If they
Like
sign that.
DiCaprio's an
If they
example.
sign it,
If
that
they
way,
sign
Big
it that
guys
way.
like
but
Leo
like
do, though.
DiCaprio, yeah, like the DiCaprio's one that gets paid like that.
Okay.
That's
Leo's
why
like
we-
the last
Yeah,
movie
I know.
star.
I know.
like
There's
the
some
last
people
movie star,
isn't
yeah.
because I've heard of budgets that, like people have not been part of films because they couldn't afford to put them in there and stuff. They were asking for too much. and
Right,
shit like
yeah,
that.
obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, with those Tarantino movies, a lot of those guys get a percentage of the
But you have-
kickback, which is way more than the fucking.
But you
what
have
they
to
could
understand,
get.
it's a better deal for somebody like DiCaprio to do that than
Hell
take a
yeah,
50
it's
minute
a better
because
deal.
you know these movies are making
Movie made 300 and some million
exactly.
dollars.
He's making way more fucking money, right?
And it's Tarantino. Who doesn't want to work with Tarantino? You know.
Oh,
And you get
Tarantino
lined up with great actors
has
too,
the
like
best
Brad Pitt and
eye
shit.
for actors, resurrecting career, like music. He's such a great film fan that it shows on the screen, man. And
Well,
who
he can
wouldn't
also
want to be in
afford
this
to
movie?
get the needle drops. Other directors would want to do that, but others can afford to do the needle drops. And that's what's cool about Rob
He
Zombie
understands
too, is because he
that.
has that connection to music,
Yeah.
so he can get the needle drops too. Other directors who would like to can't, and I know he's great at it.
No,
but
you're
he can't.
100% right.
Well, I think
And
Tarantino
has the "fuck you" status, right? Where he can do whatever he wants. Like he can literally
Yeah.
make. Like a lot of directors think that they might be able to do a Tarantino movie if they simply were allowed to.
But Tarantino and Rob Zombie understand the importance of effective soundtracks, and that's something I always talk about in movies is the effectiveness of soundtracks and scores and things like that. It makes a lot of movies and breaks a lot of movies.
New movies don't have it as many,
right?
That new movies don't have it as much. That's why, and that directly connects to your memory. I think is the scores and stuff. Like Jaws, for example, like Rob brought up. Jaws' score is embedded in your fucking head. Dawn of the Dead, those scores are in your head. Name a new movies that score is embedded in your head. There isn't any. It might be the time frame, but it just doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me as much.
Kill Bill.
There's a couple indie films. Like I love the Taint sound.
Tom?
Like when I hear the Taint music, man, I fucking like anything synth based. Like I remember because I love synth soundtracks. Yeah,
Thanksgiving always gets stuck in my head.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few, man. I mean, a lot of people might even answer It Follows. I mean, that soundtrack is kind of memorable a little bit. And
what were you saying, Rob?
You know you've done your job when anytime you hear Freebird come on the radio and all you have is the end. That is amazing. That might be one of the most amazing.
It's like Stuck in the Middle,
already
right?
An iconic song.
It's the greatest ending ever.
It's like when you hear Stuck in the Middle. Like you think of Madison, cutting off ears and shit. Like you place these, right? And I mean, these movies are so like the Pulp Fiction soundtrack's amazing too. Like the placement of songs are just so amazing, and that's what I love about Tarantino. He doesn't just put the right music in the films. He cues it perfectly, man. Absolutely perfectly.
He picks some amazing songs too. Like
actually, one of the greatest modern day cues. Okay, sorry. One of my favorite modern day cues, and I know we've talked about this on the podcast before, is in Stitches with the clown. And I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight when he's scooping out the kid's fucking brain, and he dies, and oh my god, I think it's one of the greatest modern day cues for music like out there, man. It's amazing. Yeah. It gives me shivers even thinking about it.
TV shows like we were just talking about next week. On Tales from the Crypt, the dude
next
week. Is it wait,
last week.
It's last week now.
Last week.
We were just talking last week about on Tales from the Crypt with the stuck on You song with the Siamese twins, right?
That's right.
With that Joe Pesci one?
No, that's
Siamese. That's the one with Ernie Hudson. No.
Nope.
There's a lot of Siamese.
Michael Lerner, the one with Bill Paxton.
Nope.
That's one too.
Yeah, no, that with Bobcat Goldthwait.
That's
not that one. Nope, not that one either.
The one with Ernie Hudson as the Siamese twins or the conjoined twins bathing in the shower.
Nope.
They got the third. What is it?
It's the.
Is this the puppet one?
It's the one with Jessica Harper.
What happens in it?
It's called My Brother's Keeper. It's about the two conjoined twins that, one's kind of good and one's evil. One wants to get separated and shit like that.
I love that one. That's a great one.
It's the one with Timothy Stack in it. He plays Frank.
I remember the end of that one. That one's fantastic.
Yeah, it's got like two really good twists in it. But yeah, the cool thing about that episode is that Jessica Harper's in there as Marie. She plays like a kind of like a prostitute kind of thing. And
that she's about the most attractive woman that ever lived.
It's just interesting to see her in something like that because she like
was a classy actress.
Right, Suspiria, and like I always think of the Evictors.
Phantom of the Paradise.
Oh, Phantom of the Paradise. Shit, yeah.
Shock Treatment. She's in all them.
I've actually never seen Shock Treatment. I won't lie.
I like it better than Rocky Horror, but I'm crazy. So,
man, I really like. I really love to revisit those Tarantino movies. Every time a new one comes out, I just feel like watching.
I did this a few months ago. I started right at the bottom and rewatched them all like in about a week and. Like every movie is just every movie I love as much. I watch them all the time.
Dude, the Tarantino detractors make me sick, right? They just don't want to like something that's
popular. They're haters.
I love Tarantino movies, but I watch.
They're like, he's a hack. I'm like, dude, seriously, objectively look at any one of his films and be like, tell me how it's not well made, because I don't believe you.
See, one of my favorite Tarantino, like it's arguably probably even my favorite, which is on so many people's lists as being right at the bottom, is Death Proof. I love everything about Death Proof, man. I love the dialogue in that movie. I like how it's like two separate films on. Like, there's just so many things about that movie that it's so engaging to me, man.
The chicks are so badass.
Go, favorite Tarantino movie,
dude. Like
Reservoir Dogs is mine.
Reservoir Dogs mine too.
Yeah. Rob, what's yours?
I'll probably go with Reservoir Dogs.
Really?
Have we all seen it?
I'm usually in the minority with this.
No,
Reservoir Dogs is
100 fucking times.
I would see that. I bet you that's right at the top of most people's list, kind of thing.
I have asked so many people this. It's always Pulp Fiction.
Yeah,
Pulp Fiction.
Those are the two popular
to me.
Jeremy, what was yours?
Inglourious Bastards.
That's a great one too.
Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
Really?
I think that might be his most underrated.
As a Jew, I guess it makes sense, right? Because
no, it's fucking so well made. It's amazing.
Hugo Sticklets, dude. Hugo Sticklets for the win.
You know what I always hate when
good.
people talk about Inglourious Bastards and like, man, I hate the way or what they do. You know how they killed Hitler and stuff. I was like, that's fucking amazing.
That's what they did in.
It was
Not
meant to
Quite
look
or
ridiculous
fucking
because the whole narrative was ridiculous in itself, right? So it just added to it.
It's Tarantino. He did the same thing in Once Upon a Time. He just changed. He made the ending happier.
Exactly.
There's other movies like that. Though.
Exactly.
There's other movies that change history. I don't know why. Like Tombstone isn't accurate to the actual story. You print the legend in a lot of the westerns.
Forrest Gump, man. I was watching JFK's speeches and I never saw him one time.
Dude, Stuntman Mike is like one of my favorite all-time characters, man. Like the scene where he's eating his nachos, it always makes me laugh. It's so gross. They're just greasy and he's licking his fingers.
I need to rewatch that one.
It's got the greatest car.
I was harder on it than I should have been.
What?
Like, it was my least favorite. But I know I watched it once, and I only saw it when it came out. I liked it, but I just was not as. I know it's great. Like
it's way slower than Planet Terror.
I think the stuff with Jungle Julie and stuff, and like when they get to the bar and Tarantino's even in there, the music's great, but just the interactions with the characters and the dialogues and shit, it's just like there's not really a lot happening, but it's so entertaining.
Zoe Bell on the hood of that fucking car flying out.
But Tarantino's smart.
It is fucking intense, dude.
To get
Kurt's got the best line in that movie though when he says, "You really this car is 100% death proof, but to get the full benefit, honey, you really ought to be sitting on my side." That's all.
It is the greatest line. It is the greatest line.
Or when he's like, "Which way are you going?" or whatever, and he's like,
that part's
he's like, "Right," and he's like, "Well, that's unfortunate because you would have been a little bit cooler, but now you're gonna have to get scared now because I'm."
He says immediately. He's like, "You're gonna have to start getting scared immediately."
And
Kurt's the best ever. Kurt might be the coolest modern day actor that's still alive, like one of those classic guys.
He is.
Nobody cooler than Kurt Russell.
I actually just said that recently, man. He definitely fucking is. He still has that appeal, man. For sure.
I would totally do a Tarantino retrospect.
But that Zoe Bell shit though, like that's how brilliant Tarantino is, man. To grab somebody,
Patreon,
have
$75.
Have a beautiful stunt actress that can, hold her own, and you don't have to cut with that shit, man. That's really her doing that shit. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts.
Gotta have me on for the Tarantino. I'm a huge fan. I know all the actors. I watched those movies 100 times.
Right, yeah. If we I would totally.
I'm a Tarantino
we did publish
fan
it
freak.
as a possible episode one time.
Everything's in the Hall of Fame.
I'm not joking. Every one of his 9 films would be in the Hall of Fame for me.
I don't know about
Django. I love Django.
Django is phenomenal to me, man.
It's amazing.
Shot in the fucking eye in that shootout, and he's like, "Ow, ow, ow, ow!"
Dude, every character is so good, man. Like, Leo kills that fucking movie too. He's so good.
He should have got the Oscar.
Leo is the shit, man.
He honestly, I'm a big fan. I think he's great in so much.
If he didn't win for Gangs of New York, I don't understand how I didn't win for anything. So
I gave him a Revenant, but he's way better than Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and Django, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy was great in The Revenant.
I mean, Wolf of Wall Street, man. I mean, just the dialogue alone, like, I mean, he's so good. He's so fucking good, man.
I know. Critters 3, dude.
He's always been good. Basketball Diaries, he's fucking amazing in Basketball Diaries.
Is a great movie.
Yeah.
Quick and the
Remember
Dead,
when his dad was trying to sell the apartment complex and he's like, "No, Dad, these are my friends." And
Stop it. Remember when he's like, Dad, he's trying to open the door and his...
A young Mark Wahlberg in that movie, too. It's crazy.
Basketball Diaries, yeah.
I mean, that was Mark Wahlberg when he was still Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, man.
One more movie that has a great soundtrack that's kind of modern is one that just stands out big time is Drive.
Oh, Drive is good. Drive has a great
Why
score.
is that not on 4K? That movie should come out on 4K. That movie's fucking beautiful.
Should put his other one, too, Only God Forgives. I like that movie a lot, too. Everybody
loved that
hated
movie.
it,
I loved it. Absolutely
Want
loved
to fight? That movie's awesome.
Drive is so fucking good.
All right, well, getting back to 22 shots of tangents and horror, for sure.
That's my fault.
Second part of the question was, what are your thoughts on 2020? We've been bringing it up a lot lately, because 2020 is shaping up to be, man, one of the worst years in a long time, and it's just such a terrible start to a new decade, too. Obviously, because of, unfortunate circumstances that have plagued this world and stuff like that. But even with that said, I understand, the theatrical films not coming out and things like that. It completely makes sense, but I'm talking like even VOD films and indie films and stuff. It just hasn't been a solid year. But like, what are your thoughts on the year? Do you think it's going to get better, or like just what are your general thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, you can only hope. I mean, you know, it wasn't that long ago. We're just.
Well, what are your thoughts up to this point in the year? So we're 5 months into the year, and it's. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't feel comfortable even having a top 5.
No,
it's that unaffected. Like the films that have come out, there's been some decent things, but like I said, you know, on the indie and VOD, there's no reason why these films couldn't be dropping and good ones. I mean, in past years, that makes up the majority of our lists. You know, are not the big theatrical films. So I'm not really too concerned about theatrical films as much as I am about the lack of great Indian, you know, straight to VOD films that usually are great.
No, I couldn't give you a top 5 either. I 20 right now. It's just it's a wash with me.
I'm pissed I didn't get my Candyman.
Yeah,
what about fucking Spiral, bro?
I'm just not I'm not that enthralled in theatrical films this year. There was going to be some good.
Going to be the best movie of the year.
I was thinking Antlers was going to be decent and stuff, but like, where's the fucking indie good films, Dave? Like, where's all the good indie shit this year?
Did you watch Slaughterhouse Slumber Party? It's a lot of fun.
I need you to send me a copy.
I need to get you a copy. I need to try.
I know, because I really, obviously, I've supported Dustin Mills since like day one. I have like all his movies, you know, on media and stuff like that. But it's just, I would order it from Grindhouse, but I'm not paying $30 fucking shipping for one DVD. Not happening. It's affected us all. First world problems. But yeah, no, 2020 is, man, it's just, it's so depressing in so many different ways. But
that makes no sense. I sent you 2 Blu-rays and it was $5.32.
I know.
How the hell is it $30?
Exactly my point. Me and JP were just talking about this. He sent me a package I got today, and it cost like nothing to send it, like $7 or whatever, super cheap. And I go to order from some place, and they're charging me $30. And I'm like, what? Like, Lloyd just sent me a package too, and $5 from Texas. They're making money off us, man. They're taking advantage of the situation. It's unfortunate because sales are definitely lacking, but it is what it is, man. All right, let's get into the last question. If David Cronenberg was still making horror films like he was, you know, fuck, man, it's been a long time since he's dropped an actual horror film, almost 20-some years.
He hasn't dropped a movie in a while.
He hasn't actually dropped a movie in a long time, but do you think that he'd be mentioned more as, like, you know, a bona fide master of horror or as one of the best directors of all time in the horror genre? I think he's kind of faded out of people's minds a little bit, even though we've discussed on the show before, even recently, that David Cronenberg actually has probably one of the best runs of horror films of any genre director of all time. And I'm not just saying this because I'm Canadian. Insert Dave's hate comments right here.
I love Cronenberg.
Oh, he actually said love. Nice. Yeah, David Cronenberg, in my opinion, has always been kind of overlooked. And I'm not going to go the Canadian thing. I think it's just because, you know, he had this great run and then he just kind of got out of making the films and stuff. But I think he's kind of a long lost thought in the genre. And again, going back to his run that he had, I think it's arguably one of the best runs in horror films history. Not too many directors have put together that, you know, 8, 9, 10 films in a row that were arguably good. So
I think a lot of it, I think like he has the big film, The Fly, right? Mm-hmm. I think that just like a lot of his films, I don't know if they appeal to a wide mainstream audience as much as they appeal to cinema fans.
I think that
I'm talking about genre fans though too. When I say genre fans, I'm not talking about a wide range. I'm talking like, I mean, even within the genre, I mean, we consider, like I consider Fulci and, you know, Carpenter, and I guess Carpenter Craven a little bit more mainstream too with the names and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying though? I mean, if you just keep it on a genre level, I don't feel like his name gets brought up as enough as it should be. I'm talking about best. I'm not talking about favorites. I'm talking about actual best directors too. Like he's done some really, really good stuff, you know, and it's just kind of unfortunate.
He's worked on a budget too, and he worked in the independent circuit and worked his way up big time too, and made it high up there. And he never failed. Like he never had that crash and burn like a lot of the other guys.
That's what I'm saying.
It's kind of weird.
Do you think it might have something to do with like the fact that like a lot of them aren't traditional horror films, like they're not like zombies or something.
He's brought up when it comes to body horror only.
That's what makes
when people bring
so
up body
good.
horror, they bring him up. But he's known for that one genre, but nobody really brings him up when it comes to anything else, but he's clearly one of the top 5 best horror directors.
I'm starting to think that people don't even consider body horror to be a subgenre or something like that, because I mean, you know, the way we look at werewolves and vampires and zombies and stuff, like body horror definitely doesn't get brought up like that either. So maybe that's why his name gets kind of buried within the you know, under the blankets and shit in the genre, because I just don't understand it. Like, it got me thinking about it a couple days ago. That's actually why I wanted to ask this question, because you know, I saw someone's top lists and question or whatever, and Cronenberg's name got brought up once or twice, but there was a lot of people that answered on the question. I was like, this is crazy that it never gets brought up. And it was best directors. It wasn't even a favorite question.
Maybe it's because he doesn't have that like bona fide one like classic that everybody loves, like Halloween with John Carpenter or The Thing with John Carpenter. Wes Craven got Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream. Toby Hooper has Texas Chain, because you hear Hooper more than you hear Hooper more than Cronenberg.
Well, I don't consider Hooper to be a great director, though. He did.
I know that's my point. Yeah. I'm saying that he gets brought up because of Chainsaw, but and you have even Fulci with Zombie and you have Argento with Suspiria. Is it because the Cronenberg's big film is The Fly, and it's like a sci-fi film? Like, what is Cronenberg's big film?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it is for me. I mean, being, again, you know, going back and, you know, rolling into the 80s, I remember when Scanners was the cover of a Fangorian for a kid, seeing a cover of a head exploding. That, to me, now, as a young kid,
issue 11,
that's his signature film. That's his Texas movie for me as a kid. Seeing that cover and then finally, you know, being able to see the movie. And now, I'll say, I appreciate that film today way more than I ever did as a kid. I just got caught up on the special effects and, you know, but I can put that movie in today, and I don't know, that movie just absolutely works on me in ways that it never did as a kid. You know, but The Fly, I mean, is great, but I think, you know, I mean, I was just thinking to myself as we were talking about this, you know, every time I've been in, you know, Walmart of late, you know, and I've gone down the movie shop just to see if there's anything, you know, really worth picking up, I keep seeing the remake to his film Rabid on the shelf for like $10 or something, and I'm wondering to myself, does anyone who walks by who happens to be scanning the shelf even know that that's a Cronenberg film?
No way, not a remake.
Definitely not.
Only the movies aren't as approachable. They're not as approachable. They're psychological. They're body horror. They're weird as fuck to people. They're also intelligent. People don't like.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. And I think we brought that up before too. I think his movies are a lot smarter than people give him credit for too. And I think that might be one of the things that makes it unappealing to a lot of horror fans. They want that shit spoon fed to them. And when you have to think a little bit, sometimes I'm not saying this is about everybody and stuff, but you know, not with the subtitles thing. But I think it is a factor in his movies though, because they are so different. Right?
They're non-traditional when you think of like
they are non-traditional
horror films.
Well,
they resonate with fans.
He kind of created the
subgenre.
Yeah, he kind of created the subgenre, in my opinion, and at least made it good. There may have been body horror films before, I'm not sure, but
heavily influential to Japan.
I think there's a lack of fun in his filmography too. A little bit.
He doesn't like fun. There's no
because like I was thinking about it because like I do respect Cronenberg and I like his.
Well, he made serious films with kind of ridiculous ideas, right? Like he would incorporate these ideas, but they always played out serious. But I mean, like we said when we reviewed, you know, a couple of the Cronenberg films, like there's like Videodrome is full of it, man. Like it's just filled with social commentary.
That's probably one of his more fun ones.
I don't even think Videodrome's a fun film. It's psychologically exhausting watching it, but then if you really kind of break it down, it's full of the social commentary. It's really well done. It's interesting, and you can have different points of view on it and shit. And I think that's definitely a contributor to his films. I mean, even with like Rabid and The Brood and stuff, there's social commentary. Even in Shivers, there's commentary in that too. And like, you know, I mean, he has very similar themes in a lot of his films, you know.
Well, they're colder though. Romero does that too, but they're not as cold. Romero's movies are warm and they have like
100%
sense of humanity.
Are you saying cold because he made these in Canada?
No. Honestly, about Cronenberg as well.
It makes sense.
Said, why did you never make a movie about vampires? He says, because I don't believe in vampires. He believes in the stuff he's putting in his movies.
That's why Cronenberg is. Well, Cronenberg is.
I don't.
Honestly, so you're saying the Dead Zone, he believes in psychic ability?
I believe he does. Probably made the Dead Zone as a
absolutely
paycheck.
So he couldn't make a vampire film as a paycheck.
He might.
Well,
I don't think Dead Zone's 100% a paycheck movie. He believes in science and psychological and that kind of stuff. Dead Zone is a little bit different from him, but that's a Stephen King story.
See, Cronenberg made movies that he wanted to make.
Though I'm saying, I find the argument that you won't make movies about stuff you don't believe in bullshit, kind of.
No, I don't, because he believes in science.
I don't either.
He believes in science, and he thinks a lot of ways possible science could happen. He can justify it. Even if later on in his career he thinks it's nonsense. Like The Rabbit, he was like, man, this really doesn't work now. It doesn't really make any sense. I really didn't think that science through. Like, he's very critical of himself later on, too. I mean, he's a highly intelligent guy, and if you hear him in other things, he makes jokes in person. He's funny in person, but not so much with his movies. Like, I think these are movies that have to get out of him a lot of the time.
Because he wanted to tackle subjects that weren't being tackled.
My point with that is The Dead Zone is a great movie.
Yeah, I love it.
And he did go out of his comfort zone and do something that was completely supernatural.
Yeah, I don't think it's completely supernatural.
The Dead Zone?
But I think he also believes in it too. Cronenberg wasn't the type of person that wasn't going to take a movie for the sake of doing it.
Because it's like Scanners, isn't it, Moods?
Yeah.
I feel like Scanners is somewhat supernatural, but it's brought on by science.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a study there. There's a study there. I mean, those things are actually studied by scientists, right? So, yeah, I mean,
but you could do vampires in a scientific way too.
He could, but he would do it like that. Rabbit is kind of a vampire in a scientific way, to be honest.
Right.
It sucks the blood and turns them into zombies, makes them rabid.
Yeah, but back to my original thing that I was saying, like why Cronenberg isn't respected or talked about as much. He wasn't in Masters of Horror, the TV show. That's something to consider too, right?
That's probably because
I know not.
They tried to get Romero too. They just couldn't do it.
It's not everybody.
It's actually odd too because Mick Garris obviously produced the show, but it was all produced and it's from Canada
Canadian,
too. Yeah, it is Canadian, right? It was all pretty much all shot in Vancouver and so. So it is kind of interesting that Cronenberg wasn't. I mean, he might have been approached. I don't know. Who knows? But at this time, he wasn't doing horror films anymore, right?
He was doing bigger movies too at the time than Masters of Horror.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he kind of did his last shit.
It was hard for them to get budgets.
Yeah, I mean, his last kind of like psychological shit was in
Masters of Horror.
Yeah.
With like the new guys, right? Like the people from like the 2000s on.
Yeah, get Bogolano in there, man, and those type of guys. Like, there's so many great directors out there.
Takashi Miike will be the bridge, like because he's still doing shit, so he'll be like the new and the old. But no, yeah, the thing like with Cronenberg, to end on that, my point was, would you rather like? I think that what I was saying about him being like a fun filmmaker, would you rather watch something like The Thing or Halloween or something like The Brood? I mean, I think you got the mood for.
Okay, so I just had this conversation not too long ago with someone, and I, when someone asks you the question, would you rather watch this? What it comes down to for me is strictly my fucking name, what mood I'm into. I love Cronenberg films, but I don't want to watch a Cronenberg film when I'm like, I want to watch something fun. Like, if I want to watch something that gets me going, I'll watch Return of the Living Dead. But there is many times where I will watch Videodrome when I'm kind of in a down kind of like, I'm in a thinking mode and shit, and I want to watch something, focus on it, and kind of think about it and shit. There's different moods. That's why I always go back to Anthropophagus, where that is the biggest mood movie ever for me for some odd reason. I don't know what it is about that movie, but sometimes I watch it and like I'm just like, I guess I wasn't in the right mood. So that's kind of the deciding factor, and I choose movies based on my moods a lot.
Right, and to rephrase it a little bit, which mood are you more often in? The Brood mood or something like The Thing? I think that most people are in the Thing mood.
Things anytime.
Right, exactly. So, and all the other filmmakers have one of those.
Well, The Thing to me, The Thing is very much like, it's a mood piece for me too. Like, I love The Thing. Don't get me wrong. I think it's not only one of the best movies, it's actually one of my favorites too. I love The Thing, but it's not a film that I watch this time of year either. There's specific times because it's the middle of the summer. There's a time of the year, as soon as it gets cold and shit, I'm like, I want to watch the fucking Thing, especially where I live, because I actually have seasons. Unfortunately, you guys actually do too, because you guys live in cold areas too.
I have a lot of seasons.
Where
Ohio's known for
Rob down in Georgia,
I think I have 5.
I mean, Rob in Georgia doesn't really have a lot of seasons down there. It's pretty much warm all year. You might get a little bit colder.
New York.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying.
It
But
was different when I was Rob from New York. Yeah.
Exactly. And I was going to say that too. But
That
when
was
you're
a
in
long time
Georgia,
ago.
when you have like one kind of consistent, you're like when I talk about the guys like Venom and Mike from California and Zach and so these guys have like one fucking season all year. It's different. Their mentality is different when it comes to shit. But
I know
that's
that would
why
annoy me.
So
as much as they talk it up, I would be like, I don't know if I could take not having a winter at all.
I know.
I
Like,
would
we have
maybe at
bona fide
first.
4 different seasons here. Like there's a winter, there's a spring, there's a summer, there's a fall. It's really unique, and I love that shit. But you know, my first camping trip just happened a little while ago, and I was out there, and when I go to bed and stuff, I always pop in a film. But when I go out camping, I watch slasher films. Like first night I was out there, I had to watch Don't Go in the Woods Alone because it's one of my favorites. You know, I just love that fucking movie. You know, I got to watch these type of movies and shit because it's summer to me. Right, and that's the mood that I'm into. So to watch The Thing,
I do it a lot too.
like some people don't have a problem with watching, you know, out of season, you know, holiday films like Halloween films and Christmas films and shit. Like Dave, I saw you watched Silent Night, Deadly Night 5 the other day, and I was like, Jesus Christ,
1991.
I want to put this off as far as I can because like I can't even imagine watching a Christmas-based film this time of year. See, and I do.
No traditions like that.
I do too.
So I feel
People
awkward.
ask me, and I don't have any.
I feel
"You want
really
anything around
awkward.
Halloween?" Nope, don't give a fuck.
Dave, stop being a fucking Debbie Downer, dude.
I'm serious. Just the
I
way am.
honestly
I go
truly
to my
believe-
own pattern. I don't follow anything.
I truly
We're gonna
believe he's
change
not
that.
lying. I think he's truly like this, and I love that about
No, I
Dave,
do
that he's
too. I just
honest to
think
God.
it's
But
bad.
I'm ADHD. I don't think about anything. I don't think about what anybody else is doing. I just do it.
yeah, no, I mean, I don't think what other people are doing either. I just
No, I know. I'm not
that's
saying
my
that. But you
focus.
guys have like moods and connections. I just don't have it in certain things.
We
Like
can make you have it.
no.
Actually,
I
actually, if
occasionally
he's
will watch a
bona fide
Halloween movie
ADHD,
around
it's not going to happen.
I'll do that.
'cause
You
I have
just
a-
got to get into the season, Dave.
Gotta go to haunted houses and have fun.
Fun? What the fuck is that? Don't come at me with fun.
It's for friends
haven't
who
had
do stuff
fun.
together.
I get it. I get it.
Fun?
F is for friends who do stuff. Come on, SpongeBob reference.
I think
Aren't we supposed to be talking about Rob right now? Let's get back to Rob.
Rob's thoughts on David Cronenberg? Yes.
SpongeBob.
I love Cronenberg like I said, Scanners might have been the most impacting film on me, but that was the most relatable film until The Fly. Now looking back, I can dig into his filmography and have a much larger appreciation. But as a kid, it was tough. It was tough to connect to. I mean, as a kid, I could have watched. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I could have watched Last House on the Left, and I could have understood there's something really serious here going on. But with Cronenberg, man, he makes you think. I mean, it's always constantly you're thinking. And as a kid, man, it's tough to really sort of grasp onto that. I wonder what would have happened if he would have had a stretch like Romero in terms of with Romero we always look at his dead films. I mean, it's such a big thing. But with Cronenberg, it's sort of like here. I mean, if anything, maybe his few movies he had in the 70s that aren't that different than, the Crazies in terms of, the contained infection, that kind of thing. But he's just kind of a different guy. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I completely get it, man. I completely get it. I mean, his films. I always said that they're not for everybody. I mean. There's filmmakers out there like that. I mean, in terms of being objective when it comes to film and shit like that, even if you're not like the hugest fan of his movies, you should probably respect what he has done.
Absolutely.
Right? Because he has done some really good stuff. I mean, you look at this streak of films. I mean, starting with Rabbit in 77 to Fast Company, which, I mean, starting with Shivers in 75 and then going into Rabbit in 77. Then he did Fast Company, which was like a car film, which is still pretty good in itself. Then he goes on this tangent, like The Brood, Scanners, Videodrome, The Dead Zone, The Fly, into Dead Ringers. And like all these movies
Naked Lunch
are straight thinkers, man. And that's the thing. And then you get into Naked Lunch, which is like totally fucked up psychological and craziness, and Butterfly Crash, which is just probably one of the most bizarre films ever made.
just came out on 4K.
I can't even believe that Crash got a fucking 4K. Like, it's crazy. Like, that movie is so bizarre It's the weirdest shit I think I've ever seen. Existence, which is, I'm pronouncing that wrong. Existence, yeah. And then, of course, Spider did in 2002, and that's kind of like where it ends for me.
Alice is kind of...
even though he, some of his later films are okay, like History of Violence I thought was okay, Eastern Promises was okay, Dangerous Method, Cosmopolitan, I haven't seen Maps of the Stars, but I'm saying like his streak between, 75 and 2002 is pretty unique.
He might have the
17
quietest.
years.
He might have the quietest filmography of most directors out there that we don't talk about near as much as we ought to.
And that's what I've been saying, man. I don't want to like go out and champion what he's done, but he was very, very consistent in those years. I mean, they definitely got swept underneath the rug, but I think
never
Cronenberg
went below a 7, right?
No,
he never had under a 7, but he never had a 10. Maybe, arguably. I think he did, but some people would argue he never had a 10. I mean, Romero, Craven, Carpenter, they all had 10s.
Mm-hmm. But did they have as many good films as this?
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not, right?
I think Romero had like 8. Carpenter most definitely did. Craven most definitely did.
Carpenter had a really great stretch of films, too, at one point. And Fulci did, too. Like, there's some directors, and Argento.
Fulci might have that many.
Yeah,
or Argento.
Yeah, there's some really good streaks out there, but man, there's some real sloppy ones too. That and those names that are attached to those kind of sloppy discographies are a little bit more prevalent in conversations than guys like Cronenberg, who, quite honestly, objectively, are a lot better. And it kind of saddens me.
Craven had to eat, man. Craven had to eat.
Moods, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Since for me personally, Fulci has taken on such a place in my life right now. I've gotten, more and more comfortable with knowing in that stretch run that he made, the people that he fortunately was blessed to have around him, whether it was Sacchetti, writing, Savati, De Rossi, and just that group of people that were with him for that stretch. Did Cronenberg enjoy the same for that stretch? I mean, did he have a consistent writer? Did he have a consistent
I don't think so.
Cinematographer?
I don't think so.
He started in Canada, so I don't think he did.
Well, the thing is with Cronenberg movies is that he actually wrote a lot of his movies himself. So he was kind of a one-man gang, to be honest. Like,
if you look at their movies, they change. Like Romero's movies change dramatically when he's out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Right.
Craven's movies never look the same.
Cronenberg, these ideas were all written by him, and too. Like, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit different when you have different writers and stuff like that. But yeah, no, his films very much feel the same because of that reason. I think one man gang. So
moods and themes for him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not the quality of the film.
I mean, honestly, I can't even think of any Cronenberg film that he wasn't a part of writing. I mean, these are Cronenberg ideas, and the way they're shot and stuff. I mean, all his films kind of feel the same too, and stuff like that. I'm sure he might have used different DPs and shit, but I don't know. They have definitely the same feel.
Well, Carpenters have a lot of the same look when you got Dean Cundey there.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, Carpenter has. I think out of everybody, Carpenter has the most visual, recognizable style. For me,
the other guys have time frames. Like Fulci and Romero have frames like at a point in their career where they all have the same visual style. Like from There's Always Vanilla all the way up till Dawn of the Night Riders. Even Romero's movies all look the same. But then and then Fulci has his big thing when he had Savati, his cinematographer. They all look the same. Yeah. But then after they start to switch up, and same thing with Dario. He had some best cinematographers on his crew, and then they were gone. His movies suffered immensely.
Exactly.
The budget,
Big time.
the budget also. The budget.
When you look at Tenebrae and how that film shot, and then you watch I don't know,
Phantom of the Opera.
Like, it's just like night and day. It's like insane. It might be the biggest decline out of anybody.
Money, man. Money talks.
It's true.
I think it's the biggest decline out of anybody in terms of
you lose your crew, man. You lose the guys you can trust and the people you can trust, and you suffer for it.
I mean, I think in Argento's case too, I think a lot of people died. I mean, he's like the Energizer Bunny at this point.
He could have brought them back.
That's true.
He just didn't want to. He's being selfish, like full
Five questions.
I just think honestly that Argento's just a little bit out of touch with things too. You know, I think later in his career that he was just trying to be something else that he wasn't. I think if he had stuck to doing what he did best, even with different cinematographers and things like that, I think they might have turned out a little bit
in my
better.
movies. You want to see Aja's tits? I want to see.
But it's even soundtracks too. I mean, you could possibly get. I mean, if you wanted to get Claudio Simonetti, even in those early 2000s and films and shit, and I'm sure he probably could have. I think he would have been fine with doing, you know, the scores and the soundtracks for him and stuff, but we just opted out of not doing that, and so downplayed his shit, and it got bad.
Yep.
All right. Think that's going to do it for 5 questions. We got one little last thing.
I got a question, Moods.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say, is that the longest 5-question segment you've ever had?
2 hours.
Man, it might be. It might be. It might be.
That's awesome.
Okay, so this is like a thing. I think I might have started this with Venom or something like that. This only takes 1 minute, like literally. So this will be the end of it. I call it 10 and 1. So it's 10 little questions. You answer, move on. Don't think about it. Question 1. Argento or Fulci?
Fulci.
70s or 80s horror films?
80s.
Scream or The Frighteners?
You're thinking.
Scream.
Oh! Black and white or color?
Black and white.
Nice. Westerns or action films?
Ooh. Westerns.
Body horror or slashers?
Slashers.
Carpenter or Craven?
Oh. Carpenter.
Italian horror or American horror?
Italian.
The Twilight Zone or Tales from the Crypt?
Tales from the Crypt.
Your Family or horror movies?
He's thinking about it.
Family.
You're just saying that because they're.
That's probably the correct answer. Bonus question: Exploding heads or 22 shots?
22 shots.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice,
exploding head.
nice. Okay, so yeah, that's quick little 10 and 1. It's always fun. The reason why I asked the Scream vs. The Frighteners was because I think I was like the only one that had Scream as the non-number 1 in '96, so I was curious, but
It wouldn't have been on my number 1 moods.
that's right. We did talk about this, right? Yes.
Just till dawn.
Okay, so that's going to do it for 5 questions with Rob. Let's move this along.
Kick the shit about the mail, man.
You've got mail.
Trust the mail, man. Now his ass is trash like a garbage can. Caught up in some shit with the mailman.
All right, so moving along. Jeremy, are you resurrecting dead mail this week?
I mean, I was gone for 6 months. I really not resurrecting it. I just wasn't here to do it. But let's do Dead Mail issue number 13. With
Bullshit, you are resurrecting it because you didn't do it when you were here for
Fuck
the
you.
past couple episodes.
It's true.
So
All right.
No.
With Dragon Slayer on the front cover, we have the George Romero interview on the set of The Beast Within, and John Landon's on An American Werewolf in London. This issue is from June of 1981. All right. This one comes from... Which one?
Tick tock, tick
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
What are you
Now I'm
doing?
just gonna keep waiting.
What? Okay, so you're not concerned about the enjoyment of our listeners.
Hey, man, I can always throw in some great fucking samples in there. Don't worry about it.
True.
Got any fart noises?
Dude, every show, I end it with a good fart
All right.
noise.
I'm writing to you after having just seen, finally, William Lustig's Maniac. I underestimated the film. I thought it was going to be another average, underrated, hack-up gore film, but I was wrong. Maniac scared the hell out of me. Not only was it graphically gory and scary, but Spinell's use of black humor as a schizophrenic killer who talks to his collection of trophies was way too much. Why no Fangoria coverage on Humanoids from the Deep and Mad Max? I thought at least Humanoids would somehow make it into your magazine.
Did you guys see any humor in Maniac? I haven't.
When he's
Really?
dressed like a little Boy Scout and he's eating like the things and loading his gun and he's eating like popcorn or something. He's eating like what's that, poppycock or whatever the fuck he's eating. Cracker Jack.
Cracker Jacks.
And he's loading shotgun at the same time. That's kind of humorous.
Really?
To show his childlike. It's creepy as fuck, but I guess it'd be.
It's not.
I
funny
guess it is,
so
and how you
serious of a
approach it. I mean, you really have. I mean, Dave, you always talk about how demented and black-sided your comedy is. I mean, it comes down to how you look at it, I guess. I never looked at Maniac as being remotely funny at all.
Right, same.
That's the only scene that comes
and I
to mind
usually
for
have a
me.
dark-minded, like, I love dark humor too, but I just never
too.
see that character as. I only see Spinell as just really fucking, like, mentally fucked up. Like, I just don't find it funny.
Like, that scene's the only scene that could be portrayed to me as comedy. Like, it's like this faux weird that you have this cold-blooded killer in one hand and this childlike behavior in the other, and he's loading a shotgun and he's eating like that
Cracker
little
Jacks?
popcorn. Yeah, Cracker Jacks.
Yeah.
And he's loading a shotgun simultaneously.
See, what
that just shows you how fucked up he is.
What would have been funny if he was doing that and then he kind of paused to find the prize inside the Cracker Jacks? Now that would have been funny as hell.
That's outwardly humor. The
That
other
would have
one's
been
like,
awesome.
Cracker Jacks are
dark.
terrible, by the way.
Yeah, they're stupid.
I haven't eaten them in probably 30 years.
Yeah, that can't be good for you either. There's nothing in there, just sugar.
Caramel popcorn. Yep.
And
All
nuts.
right. Well, this guy's a little bit of a dick. He says, "Dear Bob, one favor. I really enjoy seeing my name in Fangoria, but would really appreciate it if my last name could be spelled correctly. It is Klemensen, not Klemenson. A small quibble, but one does not like to see it done right. Also, one small
That's
gripe.
Jeremy.
Also, one small gripe with some researchers and their studies of Hammer. There's a bad habit they have of attributing far too many films as the work of Hammer. On page 38 of Fangoria number 10, for instance, Jack the Ripper, while made in Britain, was not a Hammer film. All British horror films are not necessarily Hammer films." Well, that guy's a bit of a douchebag.
I feel like
He's right about the Jack the Ripper movie.
Yeah, he sounds exactly like you.
Jeremy, I feel like you jumped in a
Or Jeremy.
DeLorean, went back to 1981, wrote this for the Fangoria.
That's what he
That's
gets for
what
having
it
a
is,
stupid
Jeremy,
fucking
because-
last name. What was his last name again? Say that out loud. No one can even pronounce that. It's like
Clemenson.
The spelling
Yeah, fuck that
Nazi.
name.
Yeah, fuck that name.
I wouldn't even
Look,
republish
the thing
that.
about
I'd have
Jeremy
like, no.
that's weird is the people he don't like are him. So you would think he would just change who he is.
No,
He fucking
Right?
hates
He's like,
Richie. He
I
fucking hates
fucking
Richie.
hated Richie. All he
Fuck
did was
Richie.
fucking cuss the whole fucking time.
It's
and I'm like,
literally, he even fucking looks like you. He fucking looks like you too.
Hey,
Well, sometimes people don't like themselves. Give the kid a break.
like
Yeah.
this guy's sitting here criticizing this guy for correcting people's grammar. Like, do you know who you are?
This dude wrote a note to Fangoria.
Jeremy
though. He wrote
doesn't
a note
have
all the way
one-
to Fangoria and made him publish him complaining.
Jeremy doesn't have one mirror in his house, apparently.
nope.
Not
He's
one.
like the video dead moods.
Right?
All right.
Yeah.
This one comes from Brian.
Do you not like virgins too?
All right. He writes,
I'm called for.
"Dear Fangoria."
Moods laughing.
Oh my god, that might be the funniest thing I've ever heard on this show. That caught me off guard. I got tears in my eyes.
Brian writes, "Dear Fangoria, I have brought several of your magazines to school recently, and my friends enjoyed them. During a study period, my friends passed them around. They were talking about the Maniac pictures. Didn't this guy just say they didn't write about Maniac? We were talking about the Maniac pictures when the teacher heard them. He said, 'Okay, bring up the magazine.' When he saw the cover of issue number 9, he said, 'Whose trashy magazine is this?' I said, 'Mine. Your mother buys you this trash? You could pick it up after class.' I was so mad at him that at the end of the class, I grabbed this so-called trash from the desk and went home. I don't think there's anything wrong with your magazine, and I wanted to tell you I'll keep on buying Fangoria." Well, fuck that guy.
God bless
Yeah,
America.
I mean, that is like I was hoping it was going to be a twist and the dude would be like, "Oh, sweet, I didn't get this issue yet," or something. But no, of course, it's just what you expect. Where teachers like, I like how they criticize the parents with it too, right? Like your parents buys you this trash. And it's
Imagine
like,
that would
well, maybe
happen
my
with
parents
ARS.
doesn't think it's trash.
With all
You
the
know
shit
what's
on the
weird?
internet.
You know what's weird about that? I had a magazine. I had a Fango taken up by a teacher when I was a kid. I'm
And-
pretty
and
sure.
Teachers couldn't take things.
And you know what he
I'm
did,
pretty
Rob? He took it home and he hung up the posters.
Probably, yeah. And you know what? You know what gets me mad about that? I'm pretty sure it was the Motel Hell cover.
Ooh, that's number 9. That's the
That's a
rare
good one to give away.
Yeah,
I'd be
that's
like, here,
something.
take it.
Jeremy's obsessed with Fangoria. He
Motel
knows
Hell's
what.
excellent.
Wow, he knows the magazine numbers and the cover.
That's one of the more, because that's the first issue that the magazine changed from a sci-fi base to a horror base, was issue number 9.
Teachers actually
good
can't
knowledge.
take anything from you. I don't know if you guys know that.
They have to make you give it back, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah, or you can just say no.
Dude, I got
What?
fucking sent home.
Not back in the 80s.
I got sent home. I think it was in the 8th or
What are they going to
grade.
do, Dave?
I can't remember what grade it was, but I got sent home for I was wearing a Dr. Dre shirt, and it basically had a skull on the front, and he was smoking a joint, and I didn't get sent home for that. It was the back of the shirt that said Helter Skelter. The principal saw my shirt, and he thought I was like supporting and something to do with Manson and shit. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, this is like anti-Manson shit.
Old.
It was crazy.
The fucking 80s, dude.
Actually sent me fucking home for this. It was crazy.
Yeah, you can get sent home, but they ain't gonna take shit from you.
Well, he gave me the option. Okay, I kind of left out one of the parts of the story. So he did give me the option of changing my shirt, and I literally said, fuck you, I'm not changing my shirt.
Right.
So I'm not sure if I got sent home for saying fuck you or the shirt. But
wrong.
then he's like, you can't wear that shirt in school because it's promoting, satanic shit. And I was like, oh my God, this is not happening. So
the Beatles song, bro.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I've had many instances where people try to take my phones or my headphones or something. I'm like, nope. And they'll send you to the office. And if I was kind of a little bit of a smooth talker, and I could just be like, honestly, I don't want to give my personal property to somebody where they could damage it, and I'll put it away.
Man,
but
it just
I don't
sounds so
wanna give it
young.
away.
You're talking about, they were going to take my cell phone away and shit. I'm like, cell phones in high school? What the fuck?
Yeah. But no, I
put my Dunkaroos away.
I don't play
don't
that
want
shit.
the teacher to eat them.
My fucking
how
Reebok
I know
pumps.
he ain't going to rub his balls on my headphones because he doesn't like me.
Oh, man.
Why do you got headphones in school? You should get balls rubbed on them.
Well, you were allowed to have headphones in high school.
I was the kid known as the kid that never took his headphones off. I had
headphones
single day.
every single day in high school.
Backpack full of tapes, and I used to sell shit mixes out of my locker and shit, man. It was
I had
amazing.
tapes still back then sometimes.
Yeah.
In high school, because I was like, the CDs skip, man.
Shit.
All right. Just says, Dear Fangoria, how many horror movies would it take to turn a 13-year-old into a drooling, slobbering idiot? And Fangoria writes, just one if it's any good. All right.
Yeah. That's a dumb fucking letter. You wasted your fucking time.
All right. This one comes from Frank, and he writes, Dear Fangoria, I've been following the debate concerning Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel, and I believe the following list of films which they have liked will prove that they're just film fans at heart. Though
Get the fuck out of here.
Let me finish.
Let the man finish.
No.
Though they sometimes go overboard. Siskel likes
Sometimes?
Siskel liked Scanners, The Stuntman, The Elephant Man. Ebert liked Altered States, Flash Gordon, Motel Hell, Fade to Black, The Haunting of M. Both liked The Brood, Halloween, Dress to Kill, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, and Popeye. See, they're not so bad after all.
Half those aren't even horror movies.
Right. No, they
Where
are
the
bad.
fuck does Popeye come into that mix?
Nobody thinks that they're not bad. That it's their inconsistency. God damn it, that's what bothers me more than anything. It's like they just choose what they don't want.
I think that
is
just
bad.
proves that they're very hypocritical when it comes to what they're rating and how they're talking about films on the air and shit like that. That doesn't make sense to like some of those films and hate on other ones when they're very, very similar.
Right.
I mean, they created an entire movement, I mean, the Silent Night, Deadly Night shit, man, is just... it's outrageous, man. It's outrageous. But you're going to like shit like Motel Hell and stuff? Like, I mean, what? Like, what the fuck are you... Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So...
They hated Motel Hell? Was it on there?
No, they liked it.
Yeah, Motel Hell's a comedy, though.
True.
Wish it was funny.
True.
Yeah, no, it honestly doesn't make much sense. You're right. How are you going to like Reanimator and then hate Friday 13th? I don't know.
Yeah,
different
or
moods,
how are
different
you
tones,
gonna-
but judge Friday 13th for being violent.
Love Last House on the Left. Bash I Spit on Your Grave.
That's closer. That's more ridiculous. Like I said, it was his theater experience. The crowd ruined that movie for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like Candyman, hate Hellraiser.
That's so dumb. That's the dumbest thing I heard.
Like the theater almost helped ruin my Halloween experience, Rob Zombie's Halloween. These people today don't know how to react to film.
They just laugh when they feel uncomfortable.
I mean,
freaking, it's horrible.
You're gonna hate Halloween, but hate on, you're gonna like one, themed fucking film versus another one like Silent Night and Deadly Night. Like, come on, man, give me a fucking break. It's
the women in danger film.
Honestly, though, as like a serious film critic,
holiday films.
I can see you giving Silent Night, Deadly Night a bad review because it's not really a well-made movie.
I can see that.
But it wasn't even about the
personal
film.
Vendetta.
Yeah, it wasn't about the film itself. It was about it was about.
They're placating to their audience.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that they also just genuinely wanted the people. They wanted to control the type of people that the type of movies they deemed to be worthy, and didn't want trash. Like they didn't want society to like trash like that.
But we are trash. We love trash.
Well, it's when you put a
McDonald's.
fun-loving character like Santa Claus into a horror film. I mean, obviously, they're not taking it as.
Santa Claus is an asshole.
It's a horror film.
He's an asshole.
Yeah.
They're pussies, man.
It's stupid.
They're dorks.
It's stupid.
All right. Next up, we have Steve from California. And he writes, Dear Fangoria, Bob Martin stated that Tobe Hooper showed a greater understanding of Stephen King and the horror genre than Stanley Kubrick. I would like to point out that repeating tired cliches is no more of a sign of understanding the genre than breaking new ground is a sign of not understanding a genre. Thank goodness that Kubrick did not repeat everything which has gone before, and that he created a work of art which was unified whole and not a string of occasionally horrifying set pieces. If anything, Hooper's treatment of Salem's Lot showed a total disinterest in a supernatural horror. Obviously, his realm of expertise is the psychotic, not the vampire.
What the hell is this guy talking about?
Which may explain why James Mason Stakers understages Reggie Nadler's Barrow as far as television restrictions go. All I can say is that I saw the theatrical version prepared for European screens, and if anything, it's worse than the TV version.
Did
Salem's Lot?
Did this guy honestly have like 3 strokes writing that?
I don't know.
What's his point?
I don't know.
His point is that he doesn't like that Tobe Hooper followed directly the novelization. He thinks that going different made The Shining a better movie.
Okay.
Who gives a fuck?
Like what? That's supposed to be the point, though.
The guy, I don't know what the fuck he's talking.
But that's
about.
what I'm saying. I'm like
Kubrick's version of The Shining turned out good because Kubrick made a good movie, not because
Kubrick never makes a bad movie, right?
Like, I mean, there's tons of Stephen King films that follow the story and are good. There's other ones that don't follow and are good. That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
All right. This one's kind of relevant. This one comes from Morbid Melanie from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Hi, Melanie.
And they write, Dear Fangoria, Wayne Madlin badly embarrassed me when I read his comment on black neighborhoods. I happened to be on a crowded city bus when my hysterical laughter caused all eyes to focus on me. But I could understand his point. Us black people always attack anything that has white skins, straight, or curly hair, and is 18 that steps 1 foot in our battle zone. Seriously, though, I doubt if anyone would have bothered him if he did what he came to do, and that's all. Okay, I guess that. I just thought it was interesting.
What the fuck's going on?
Say that again?
30 yards, man. 30 yards from me. What?
Wayne Madlin badly embarrassed me when I read his comment on black neighborhoods in Polster Zone issue 11.
What's that comment? We don't know that comment.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what was he referring to?
Did you proofread these?
No. All right.
We need what he's referring to understand this whole response.
Yeah, dude, how the hell are we going to know what the hell he's talking about?
How do we respond to his response if we don't know what the hell he's responding to?
If Texas Chainsaw Massacre was rated R in the first place, why cut out the violence? There was supposed to be a scene where the killer cuts a girl's heart out in a gory close-up. Another missing scene showed the killer cut out his victim's tongue, and another showed the killer rip off a girl's leg with his bare hands while she was taking a bath. If the gore had been in the movie, it would have been more enjoyable for me and my friends. I love gore.
Which chainsaw is that?
Everybody loves that movie.
Chainsaw 1.
Dude,
that was never real. That guy's got.
I know. I think this guy printed something that his friend told him. While they were smoking joints.
Isn't it funny how that could happen so easy back then?
Yeah.
Where it's just like no fact checking.
Right? You couldn't just quickly Google it and you're like, are you fucking serious? They were going to rip out a tongue and a heart? Oh, man, that movie would have been so much better. Fuck TCM.
I've never seen a film rip out a tongue correct, like to where it actually looks like a real tongue.
Have you ever seen Herschel Gordon Lewis movies?
None of that shit looks real.
Gordon Lewis movies are awful.
Man, I think Dave hates Herschel Gordon Lewis movies as much as he hates Canadians. It's crazy.
I'll tell you what, Troma's War was fucking horribly boring.
I haven't watched Troma's War in 20 years.
Don't.
All right, I like 50.
Dude, it's not boring. What did you watch?
Dude,
like
listen, I've come around so heavy on Troma to where I like mostly everything that I've watched from them. Hell, I like To Kill a Nerd. But, dude, Troma's War is fucking painfully long.
Well, you watched it with the 45-minute added commentary by
That
Joe
was
Bob.
the best part. Dude, I love Lloyd Kaufman. Like, Lloyd Kaufman is
so
a
funny in
non-renewable resource of horror. He's a national treasure. We need to protect him because he is fucking hilarious. That
New York,
interview was
Charlie
so
Band.
Lloyd is such an interesting person, man. Like, for somebody that can travel.
Trolling. He trolls nonstop. I'm like,
He trolls
God.
everyone, too. He doesn't care if it's the most respected person in the world or just you.
No,
He'll
because
troll everyone when you meet him.
that's Lloyd. That's
Right.
Lloyd. He's always going to speak his mind. But one thing I respect about him is that he's going to fly from all the way from like New Jersey to fucking Calgary for HorrorCon and not charge for autographs and sign like multiple things for everybody. This guy is like ridiculous.
Dude,
You
you
so
guys have
respectable.
to see this video.
It's crazy.
This video is at Cinema Wasteland, and it's the funniest fucking thing I ever seen in my life. If you know the history, like these guys don't like each other, and Charles Band's doing a big
the Charles Band one, yeah.
The Charles Band Lloyd Kaufman video is so funny because Lloyd keeps trolling him and then pawns him off on somebody else, and Charlie Band's clearly getting frustrated. He's like, "This is ridiculous." he's trying to be all like fake and like professional, and Lloyd's like, "Yeah, that's cost you $600 from butt crack."
I'm surprised that Charlie Band didn't like film that and make a movie out of that.
No, it did turn into a Video Zone, I think.
Yeah. It was on
not a
YouTube.
Video Zone.
I could market this and sell this, man. Yeah.
Video blog.
Yeah,
right.
but they had a name for it. It was like Vidcast or something.
Yeah.
The Vidcast.
Larry Cohen was annoyed with him too. You could tell.
No, but Lloyd Kaufman. If you guys haven't seen Joe Bob's Troma's War showing, like, dude, Lloyd is on there. They talk a lot, and it's just he's just so fun to listen to, and I have a new respect for Lloyd Kaufman.
He was fucking with Joe Bob too. It was so funny.
Did you watch it?
Yeah. I watched just them talk because I seen Troma's War.
And he's still sharp too. Like, he's getting older, but he's still super sharp.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I was
His
like,
wife's
wow.
great too.
She's awesome. Yeah, she is awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, shout out to the homie. I think Luke. Is it Luke? Can't remember. Fractured Listens, that podcast. He just interviewed Lloyd Kaufman.
Really?
So check that out. A long time listener of our show.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Mike writes,
Yeah, Luke.
I must say that after seeing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre several weeks ago, I've been staying away from most of the low-budget exploitation flicks currently being churned out, in fear of paying another $4 to perpetrate something as truly as sick as the above-mentioned film. I like intelligent gore films as much as the next Fangoria reader, but what Tobe Hooper did take the cake for repulsive, sadistic filmmaking. Simply, I've come to the conclusion that Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a film that should never have been made. On the other hand, My Bloody Valentine is a surprisingly good little horror film, give or take an ambiguous ending.
Oh
Let's
my God,
face
so
it,
funny.
the last 20 minutes in the mine shafts are alone worth the price of admission.
You know,
that guy.
you know what's
Hold on.
ironic about this?
Remember,
Were
this is
people actually
1981.
dumber as
Okay.
fuck back in the 80s?
Hold on.
I thought we were dumb as
Hold
ever
on.
now, but I guess not.
What's ironic here a little bit is that he's talking
All the
about
gore was cut
how gory and TCM is repulsive and shit like that. And I'm like, that movie really doesn't even have any blood and it's kind of fucked. And then he's talking about My Bloody Valentine, where, I mean, he obviously probably saw the cut version of it too, which is like the shitty version of the movie.
There's no gore in the cut version.
So I'm thinking if he had saw the uncut version of My Bloody Valentine back, he would have had the same reaction to it. So this guy likes
Worse.
non-bloody films. Like,
Dude,
well, no,
we
you're
track
right,
this
Dave.
guy
I
down?
thought the world got dumber too, but I feel really smart.
we've always been dumb. My whole
It's
life
a
I was
stupid
told I was an
thing to
idiot.
say.
And then I grew up and I realized 90% of the people were dumber than I was, and we were all fucking idiots. Dude, can we track this guy down?
we
Set him in a chair.
plan on doing that one
I-
time.
Let's see.
We gotta track this dude down.
I agree.
I gotta open my butt cheeks right in his face, tie him down, and just open butt cheek fart right in his face.
His address is 2801 North Bristol Street, apartment 89, Santa Ana, California, 92806.
He's too dumb to live in California. He doesn't have enough money to live there anymore.
This is also 39 years ago, so chances are.
Fine
he
is
doesn't
that
live
dude.
there
What's his
anymore.
name?
His name is
Fart face, apparently.
Mike Linden.
Mike Linden, I owe you a fart right in your face.
Right in his face.
All right. Here's another My Bloody Valentine letter from Don Hicks. And he writes, to the editor, I just got back from wasting more money on another cheap Halloween ripoff. My Bloody Valentine, I would say that this one is the absolute worst. The acting was terrible, the gore depressing, and the ending was one of the most asinine things I've ever seen. Thank God we have directors like Cronenberg and Carpenter who know how to create true horror. Here's to abolishing the slasher image forever.
Well,
while I'm writing, I'm afraid I have to add on some comments about this Gene Siskel controversy. I'm sure anybody that watches sneak previews saw the so-called Attack on Women program in which Siskel and pal Ebert tore apart all the horror films which they felt were made against women's lib. Included in their list were Friday the 13th, which sparked a whole controversy, Motel Hell, which Ebert praised 2 weeks later in his review, and I Spit on Your Grave, which may actually deserve the honor they gave it. What these Nathandrals did is take scenes totally out of context from the rest of the film. They took 3 scenes from Friday the 13th, which showed women being attacked, and failed to mention that Friday the 13th and similar movies do not only show women being mutilated. In fact, Friday the 13th was nicely balanced between both sexes. But anyone who hasn't seen it would have thought that it was against women because of the scene they chose to show. If Siskel and Ebert don't want to see such movies, fine and dandy, but I wish they allow us the right to see them if we chose so. How horror forever.
God damn.
Hey, can I say something?
Really?
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I'm just glad when I was a kid in the 80s, reading these magazines, I was probably skipping over all the dead mail and just going right to the article, but I'm so glad I wasn't near as analytical as some of these people, because I probably would not have enjoyed most of everything that I watched.
I don't understand why people have to be that nitpicky. Like, I mean, against women in Friday the 13th. Do they not realize who
most of the fucking people are final girls?
Well, exactly. Usually the person that survives is always woman, and in this case, in Friday the 13th, the killer literally is a woman. So how's it against fucking women?
Hey, if the slashers don't kill him, who's gonna kill him?
Right? Like,
somebody's
it's a woman killer.
These women.
In that specific case, if the killer's a woman, for fuck's sake, I don't even get that. Like, did they not see the end of the movie?
These
like, it's not misogynist.
They didn't even watch the movies.
It's not that at all. I mean, fuck, man. It's nothing against. It's not women on women crimes. I mean, give me a fucking break. It's a slasher film.
We have seen movies like that, though, where they're clearly just like perverts, like fucking drooling over women and cutting them up. But
of course, but we've seen more films the other way around. And in the majority, there's a reason why there's a final girl in films, because the woman always fucking survives. There's always the strong female that prevails, but no one seems to remember that, which is odd because it's the last fucking thing you see in a movie. You're remembering the first 86 minutes of random people, and the thing is, there's more guys that get killed in horror films, in slasher films, than they do girls. But people remember. It's
usually a couple.
It's honestly, I actually looked up stats on it one time. There's actually in the 80s slasher films between 1980 and 1989, there's actually more males that get hacked up than females, and usually the female survives unless it's fucking Freddy the fucking part 2.
Like think about Elm Street, right? Think about Halloween.
Yeah.
The lead female is the strong character. She's the one that is more observant. She's aware. Johnny Depp's like not paying attention and just thinking that it's all in her and his head. They're all having the dreams. Why is Nancy the one to be able to put it all together? Same thing. And John Carpenter's talked about that. He said, if you watch Halloween, right, the reason Jamie Lee survives is because she's the only one that's observing the things around her. She's the one that's seeing Michael Myers at the bushes. She's the one that's seeing him outside.
Exactly.
But everybody's there. They're just worried about like school and dances and other stuff, while Jamie Lee's the one that's grounded in reality and aware of her surroundings.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fuck you.
All right, last one from Michael. What's the heavy sigh about, motherfucker?
What?
Who heavy sighed? Somebody heavy sighed.
You probably.
Not me.
Just do it on accident, not even knowing it.
Wait, so you're saying you hate people that heavy sigh?
He does this 30 times a show.
Right.
Like, I swear to God, Jeremy hates himself so much.
I know.
Like,
I know.
It's so obvious, man.
I'm in therapy. I'm trying to get better, all right?
Leave the boy alone.
Those two infamous film critics have finally brought out what I've been trying to say for the last 2 years. Gore movies are giving horror movies a bad name. I was once a gore movie alum, but soon stepped out. When I finished watching Mother's Day, I said to myself, boy, this is a great comic satire on the gore trend. Until that is, I found out that it wasn't a satire, but it was supposed to be played out seriously. Mr. Kaufman, I must say that you did scare me into thinking that it was a satire. That was to be the first and last scare of the movie. See, he was even trolling people back in 1981.
Right.
That's his brother, though. That's his brother.
That's his brother, Charlie.
That's his brother.
Right, but he was still doing the same shit.
Yeah.
Nah, his movies were really straightforward. They weren't like Mother's Day where it was hidden. I don't even know if it is hidden. I don't think Mother's Day is very good, but that's me.
I like Mother's Day.
I like the original Mother's Day. I actually really like the remake too. It's kind of fucked. But
What a bunch of sensitive little pussies lived in the 80s. You guys suck.
I don't mind the remake.
Hey, they're calling us. They're calling millennials babies. They're like, oh, these millennial babies. You motherfuckers can't even take a slasher movie, motherfucker.
You guys couldn't handle slasher movies in the 80s.
Yeah, my Bloody Valentine hurt my feelings. The guy had a pickaxe and my pussy hurts.
I mean, in the dude's defense with My Bloody Valentine, they did see a fucking shitty ass. He even mentioned no gore. And I was like,
no,
okay.
He said there was gore. He said the gore was disgusting.
No, he said there was a lack of gore. He said there was a lack of gore.
He said the gore was disgusting.
He said depressing. He said it was depressing. He said it hurt his feelings, and that in the future there's going to be people who are even bigger.
Oh yeah, the gore was depressing. I thought the gore, when you said the gore was depressing, it was because there was a lack of gore. It was depressing that there was no gore.
Because he was bitching about gore because he was a baby.
Oh my god! If you had seen the uncut, all the gore's cut out of the movie for fuck's sakes.
Right.
I don't know if I have this many farts for all these people.
Dude, you're gonna have to fucking beam yourself out, man, for show.
You guys
just
gotta
need some
help
Taco
me.
Bell.
Who's coming with me?
Right.
I can help.
I mean, I can't believe that this. My whole world has shifted tonight because, like,
we believe
since when are we gonna start respecting millennials now?
Right.
This is crazy talk.
Technically, I'm a millennial. I think Foods might be.
Nobody's talking.
I'm actually
about
not. I'm actually not. We worked this out. I'm actually not. I'm part of that just before 19. I was born in 1980, and it's changed in 81, I think. So, yeah.
Still sucks for you.
All right, is that it for those?
That's it. Because there was no VHS or anything back then, so there was nothing in there.
Oh yeah, 81, I guess. Yeah. All right.
So they have VHS. They complain about that too.
Fuck VHS, man. The Beta Vision's gonna win, man. The Beta.
I don't understand why Friday the 13th Part 2 has the same cover as Friday the 13th Part 1. I get mixed up sometimes, and then sometimes I lose. Who am I? How come Steve Miner directed Part 2 and 3, but the guy who did 1 is not the same guy?
Why are these tapes different sizes? Fuckers.
Who's Paramount? Why is he on the side of the box?
Fuck. All right. So that is dead mail. All right. So moving along into some knowledge. JP, do you want to do the honors of knowledge this week?
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
Yeah, just similar to what we normally do with stuff like this. I had a few different ways that I could go. I was gonna look up top 10 remakes, or like top 10 remakes that are better than the original, or something along that line. But instead I was like, you know what, let's focus more on George Romero. So I looked up a list of all of George Romero's films ranked from worst to best.
You know, he's my favorite director of all time, and I'm madly in love with his filmography. Not all of them, but most of them. So this is going to be really
So this could be a 2-hour review on every movie, Dave?
Yeah. No, I'm just going to be like, no, yes.
All right,
no.
So if you were going to choose your least favorite, what would it be?
Survival of the Dead or Bruiser?
Okay. Well, they chose number 16. There's Always Vanilla.
That's a good choice.
I can see that. I can see that, yeah.
Not going to argue with that.
All right, so tied at number 15 and 14, because for some reason they couldn't distinguish them apart in a fucking ranking. We have number 14, which I haven't actually seen this, but The Dark Half.
It's okay. It's not a bad movie.
Okay.
I honestly think, I mean, in terms of like adaptation, it's not the greatest. I think the book is better, but it's actually it's not one of my favorite Stephen King stories anyways. So
But it's not a bad movie, is it? I don't think so.
No, the movie's not bad. I mean, I think the book, I remember the book being better than the movie though, but that's just,
but that's with like that.
No, not necessarily.
That applies.
Not with Christine.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Christine's better. So is The
Not
Shining,
necessarily, but like 90% of necessarily.
90% of the serially.
Not with King.
Are you just making some shit?
Movies better than the stories.
Well, I mean, I just like movies.
I mean,
so.
you look at The Mist, and I like Stephen King's remarks on The Mist. It's like, I wish I'd have wrote that ending. So, yeah.
Number 14 again.
What?
Survival of the Dead. Yeah, I told you they tied.
Okay, seriously,
16,
going back to
14,
Dead Mail.
14.
Yeah.
Survival of the Dead.
Well, that was for one of those guys. That was for Fartface.
That was Survival.
If Survival of the Dead is one of his worst films, like I'm okay with that because I actually don't mind it.
I don't hate it. I have problems with it. It makes me sad because the other ones are so good.
So that was Survival of the Dead number 14. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 13, which I disagree with this. Monkey Shines.
I like Monkey Shines.
I need to rewatch Bruiser, man. I haven't seen that in so long. I remember not liking it, but that was so long ago. I'd probably like it now.
I actually like Bruiser. I've talked about that one a few times.
I think I'm wrong, but
I like Monkey Shines.
I think I like Monkey Shines more than Bruiser, though.
I do like Monkey Shines. I don't think anything wrong with it. Some of the science shit is kind of stupid, but all those movies are like that.
Yeah.
Number 12.
Wasn't Monkey Shines the one that Romero decided to stay on project rather than do Pet Sematary?
Probably because it's 88. Pet Sematary was 89.
Yeah.
He missed out on a
I think we talked about that before, actually. Yeah.
See, that was a huge heartbreak for me as a kid because I remember when, it must have been Fango. There was no other real outlet, but I remember when the news was breaking that it was being suggested that Romero was first in line for Pet Sematary. I just remember me and my friends who had read the book, we were just absolutely psyched out of our minds. And
we
then when
definitely
the news broke
talked about that on the show at one point. Definitely. Yeah.
You could do a top 10 list of Romero films that he didn't make that he was supposed to, like Resident Evil, It. He was
The Mummy,
It
The
at
Stand.
one point. The Stand, It. Yeah, The Mummy.
All these Stephen King. I guess stemming from Creepshow, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and The Dark Half.
Well, I mean, yeah, Creepshow is the start.
And then number 12 here, Two Evil Eyes.
I like it.
It's disappointing. Do you think if they had a third director in there, it would have flowed better?
I don't consider Two Evil Eyes to be an anthology. I've mentioned this many, many times. It's a collabo of two films. I mean, an anthology to me is like, 3 or 4 with wraparound and stuff. And it just seems weird when you watch Two Evil Eyes. I mean, I get it. They're Poe stories kind of thing. And I don't know. I just don't think they're great. It's never been one of my favorites, man, to be honest. This would be very, very low on my list, to be honest.
I think Dario's story's better.
I do too. Actually, I do too. Yeah.
All right. Number 11, before we break into the top 10 here, Diary of the Dead.
Not going to argue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably put it around there.
I mean, just looking at the film. Yeah.
All right. So, top 10 here. Number 10, Season of the Witch.
It's a good movie.
It is.
Yeah, I like it.
I like
Season too.
I think it's very, very underrated for sure. Yeah.
That's the movie he said the only movie he'd remake if he had a chance because he felt like he didn't have enough money to do it.
I can see it. Yep.
Number 9, Night Riders.
Oh, Night Riders
it's great.
Is pretty good, man.
It's a great movie.
Definitely underrated, man. Tom Savini in that film. Ed Harris. It's fucking good stuff.
Definitely a carryover from the 70s with that ending.
Oh, yeah.
Number 8 here is probably the film that I think has grown on horror fans the most in his filmography, and that's Land of the Dead from 2005.
Love it.
It's decent.
I found a new love for it. I remember when it came out, I found it really disappointing, but over the years, it's grown on me a lot, and I appreciate it.
I always liked it. I always thought it was
too.
pretty. I think I actually started liking it more as the years went on, to be honest.
I bet it gets better with age.
Yeah, it does.
I bought the UK release of that just for the cover art because that was so freaking epic.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7 here, 2000, Bruiser.
It's interesting that Bruiser's
lower, like I said,
Bruiser's higher than Land of the Dead. I wouldn't put it lower, or higher. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know.
Lower than Knight Riders. It's got to be below Knight Riders and Land of the Dead.
the way I see it though, Bruiser is going to be one of those films that like everyone doesn't like right now because it's only on DVD, and as soon as it hits Blu-ray or 4K, everyone's going to love it. So
if Bruiser hits 4K before other George Romero movies, I'm going to be pissed the fuck off.
Who actually owns the? I can't remember who even.
Is that a Lionsgate?
Lionsgate.
Is it Lionsgate who did Bruiser? Okay, yeah, because I have the DVD. I just couldn't remember who put it out, but okay, so that's pretty much never coming to Blu-ray then.
Don't hold your breath.
Yeah. After that, number 6 here, I highly disagree with this, but it's Day of the Dead.
Yeah, that's my favorite movie
at number 6.
That's crazy.
Oh my god, that's absolutely. So I can think of already
7 great movies though. We know what they are.
Day of the Dead, absolutely not.
No, that's my number 1. So what the fuck?
Number 5 here, Creep Show.
Figured so.
Love Creep Show. This dude's got Crazies high up on his fucking list, way too high. I love the Crazies, but not above Creep Show, not above Day of the Dead.
He's got Martin fucking higher than. Wow, this is crazy.
Number 4, arguable. The Crazies.
Okay.
Which is crazy.
Number 3. Number 3, Martin.
Yeah, figured so.
Number 2, Night of the Living Dead.
Okay.
And number 1, Dawn of the Dead. I think that guy's. This was from Movie Phone, by the way. I think that guy's list is all sorts of fucked.
Well, Day of the Dead's fucked, Spot. Anything else but that, I won't get very mad about. I'd switch Day of the Dead probably with, but I like Day of the Dead more than 99% of the people. But still, Day of the Dead should be objectively higher than that.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, Day of the Dead's in my top 5 favorite horror films ever.
It is me too. Dawn of the Dead is my favorite. Day of the Dead is like number 3.
Day of the Dead's my all-time
Night
favorite
of the Living
movie.
Dead is high on there too. So I mean, that right there. I love Martin. I love Martin too.
It's got to be Day, Dawn, Night, then probably Creep Show.
Creep Show and Martin.
Crazies, they're all up there.
I'd probably put Creep Show, then Martin, probably the Crazies kind of thing, and then we get into some of his later stuff. Yeah.
Then Land of the Dead.
Land of the Dead super high for me.
The thing I love about Creep Show is everyone has different favorite segments. Like what? Let's just try it real quick. Dave, what's your favorite segment in Creep Show?
Something that tied you over.
Jeremy.
Probably the same.
Fuck. Rob.
The Crate.
Moods.
I was gonna say his definitely probably the Crate. Something to tide you over. I love that one too.
Okay, well then, fuck. It doesn't work. But mine's the Jordy Verrill one.
I love all of them.
Though. Oh really? The Jordy Verrill.
Like any of them.
I actually don't love all of them. I actually dislike Mother's Day or Father's Day. I actually don't like that segment.
I thought you said you didn't like Something to Tide You Over. Something to Tide You Over used to kind of bug you.
Yeah, I don't really. I like it.
So basically,
I like Leslie Nielsen.
Me too, man. I like it. I think it's
I'm not a big fan of Leslie Nielsen. I don't really. He always just annoyed me.
Oh, he's great in that segment, though.
Yeah, he is.
Him and Ted
I love their Creeping Up on You and Jordy Verrill. Those are my two. I like the Crate a lot as well.
Dude, I can watch Creep Show all the time too. The Creeping Up on You, I grew up like more like love for that one later on. I was like, how's it going, Mr. Pratt?
Dude, they're Creeping Up on You. It's so good. Dude, what about Creep Show 2
It's got to be The Raft. The Raft's the best one.
Yeah, The Raft is my favorite one.
But you know what? The first time I actually saw that, I had read the short story of that, and I was so upset when I saw that.
See,
the short story is great.
Mine is Old Chief Woodenhead.
Short story's good. I like Old Chief Woodenhead. People hate it, but I like it.
Dude, I used to actually loathe that one, and then I think it's because it's so long, and then the other ones feel so short or something like that. I don't know what it is, but
that's how the Crate felt for me.
Yeah, and I always felt like it was super unbalanced in the anthology because I think there's only 3 in the second one.
Yeah.
So there's less stories, and then that one right there is like super long and shit. It used to bug the shit out of me, but I actually became a fan of it. Rewatched Creep Show 2 a little while ago, and really enjoyed it again. So
it's my third favorite segment of the 8 segments in both Creep Shows.
You got George Kennedy in it.
What about the third one?
We ain't talking about that third one.
Yeah, Creep Show.
Nobody counts that one as the real Creep Show.
You talking about Tales of the Dark Side?
that's
Creepshow 3, man.
That's Creepshow 3, Jeremy.
I'm telling you, man. If
what
that
about
shit,
Creepshow 3?
If that shit was not
3.
called,
what about Creepshow 4?
What the fuck's Creepshow 4?
Well, he said
not real.
I'm confused.
I'm telling you, man. If Creepshow 3 didn't have that title, people wouldn't hate it as much because it's not. It doesn't have the worst segments ever in it.
Really?
I didn't even finish. I didn't even watch it. I just saw the haunted hot dog segment and I was like, oh, like 5 minutes. Not even the whole thing. I just saw a guy holding up a hot dog and I was like, it ain't Creepshow. That's a hot dog.
Oh, come on. You can't just judge it on a hot dog, man.
I'm not watching. I saw that other guy's movie. They produced that Day of the Dead 2 Contagium. They can fucking lick my dick.
Oh, yeah. They can definitely lick some shit off the dick on that one.
That company got the
that is
rights
horrible.
to Day of the Dead and Creepshow.
Isn't that fucked up that Anchor Bay actually released that Day of the Dead Contagion fucking
that shit's probably mad out of print
it must be one of the worst releases they ever did, man. It's crazy.
I don't even remember it. I watched it. I don't remember a goddamn thing.
Nah, either do I, man. It's not
great. What about Day of the Dead Bloodline? You like that one, Dave?
I forgot about that.
The Day of the Dead remakes are the 2 worst remakes ever because they're lazy and they're shitty and they didn't do it. They're just garbage
that
movies.
One. Never seen that.
They're turd bombs. Half stars.
Got it.
Because they disrespect George Romero and it upsets me.
Yeah, that shit's $22 now.
Day of the Dead 2?
Yeah.
Contagion?
You spent.
Yeah.
It's a better deal than
you could get it used for $2.39.
Or you can still buy them new. I guess they probably never sold out of them, did
You should download it.
All these conditions are acceptable.
Patreon.
I mean, if you collect original Anchor Bay, actually, I don't even think that one is original. Oh, maybe it is.
Don't give them none of your money. Just download it.
I'm about to buy
it. George didn't get no money.
That's right. That's right.
Maybe he did. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, that's the knowledge segment.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey yo, it's about that time for the 22 Shots crew to get buck wild and do what we do. You got that fatty in hand, so throw us a few, and we gon' hit your ass up with a bonus review. Yeah.
Alright, so moving into the bonus review here on episode 187. This is a Patreon pick coming from our boy James Cox. And it is a film from 2006 called Right at Your Door, which actually
wish my last name was Cox.
Yeah, man.
Well, you are one for not making me an admin. So.
I did.
Yeah.
Right at your door.
Yeah, Right at Your Door actually fits.
Wonder why he picked this.
No, you made me a moderator, bitch.
I mean, it made sense. I mean, we had other bonus reviews to choose from, but this one fits in perfect with the theme of the show. Really can't deny that, right? But yeah, directed by Chris Gorak, who actually directed the Darkest Hour, which I have seen before. I think this is his first feature film. Like I said, from 2006. Darkest Hour came in 2011. Has anyone else seen that movie here?
Darkest Hour. Sounds familiar.
I did see it. I actually did see it when it came out, and I can't remember.
It's a theatrical movie, isn't it?
Might have been. I think it might have been, yeah. I can't remember it that well, but which is probably not a good thing, but who knows. This one is starring Rory Cochrane. Of course, his fame is probably playing Slater in Dazed and Confused, to be honest. And, of course, he was on, CSI also?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of hard. I can always, every time I see him, I always think of Dazed and Confused, like the stoner type character. It's just, it's always awkward to take him serious in anything. But so yeah, Right at Your Door. Quick synopsis.
And Mary McCormick.
Oh yeah, Mary McCormick's in this film also. Yep, she's awesome.
What's she famous for?
I don't know.
Better say the right answer.
Being Australian.
Private Parts.
From Private Parts, yeah. Yeah. Okay, quick synopsis. A dirty bomb goes off in Los Angeles, jamming freeways and spreading a toxic cloud. Well, that's pretty basic. Yeah, thoughts?
I wish they would make more movies like this. Not maybe so much, it's not the best movie to be honest, but I like the idea and the way that it goes and plays out. There's not enough dirty bomb kind of movies out there. It's kind of a cool story idea that I don't think they achieve very often. There's not too many dirty bomb films out there.
I mean, it's essentially just a terrorist movie kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but there's not like, I
never heard the term dirty bomb before this movie.
Or like, there's really?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
who
a
the hell
common.
says dirty bomb?
That's a common term.
That's a common term.
Really?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know. It's just a common term.
Yeah.
Dirty bomb just mean it's like a terrorist thing, right? So
I think all bombs are dirty.
But I can't think of like many films that play out in this way where we follow the characters who are stuck in a place because of a dirty bomb going off and the fucking atmosphere and they can't go anywhere.
yeah, I mean, this movie has a good setup to it. The
The
execution.
acting's not that good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. The acting isn't.
Yeah,
actually-
I think the acting's pretty good.
I think
like,
I think honestly that Rory Cochrane, there's times where it's decent, but man, his character, he's just a bitch made character. His crying is driving me nuts in this, man. He's almost too soft for the situation. I understand some of the things that are happening and what he can and can't do and stuff like that, but at times his character does kind of annoy me. But my biggest problem with this movie is that I feel like the director, Chris Gorak, he wasn't trying to make a straight up like terrorist type film. He was more or less making a film about characters and what they're going to do in these type of crisis situations and things like that. It's it's almost like a romance story. It's like a love story in a sense. I mean, you
like
put your,
Mischief Night, but just better.
but my main problem is with this movie is that when you're trying to accomplish something like this, you have this big disaster out there, but your main focus is these two protagonists and their love for each other and blah, blah, blah. And it's turned into a survival film, right? I mean, it's essentially what it is. And my biggest problem with this movie is that it doesn't set up the relationship properly in the beginning of the film. I feel like the relationship between Mary McCormick and Rory Cochrane is almost awkward. Like, you don't even understand in the beginning of the film, at least I didn't, if they were engaged in their marriage, or if they were on the outskirts, or if they were breaking up and things like that. I felt like in the beginning of the film when Rory's making her coffee and he's doing all these things, he's like, I feel like he's trying to save the relationship, and her reaction to it is kind of like, yep, I'm going into the city, I'm doing this and stuff like that. I don't think it established the relationship as being a strong one, which I think is trying to be implied in the film later to come, because he's trying to make these tough decisions whether to let her in the house or not and stuff like that. I think the setup is just, it fails itself a little bit with establishing the relationship when the whole film is about that. And it's kind of a big miss for me, honestly.
I just don't understand why he didn't let her into the house to begin with. If fucking let her stay outside the whole night. Why the fuck didn't you just put up the fucking plastic wrap and shit and let her in?
Because sometimes it takes a little bit to think of.
Well,
ideas.
that's a process. That's a process. I mean, obviously, the reason why he leaves her outside is because of what he's hearing on the radio. Like, if you come into contact with someone, this could be viral. They didn't know what was going on. If it was, how it could be spread and stuff. So you had to take those precautions. I get that, but when you're put in that situation, yeah, you got to think things through. And eventually, it does come to that where he does kind of think of this idea where I can mask up and put this plastic inside the room, and where she can come into the house, kind of thing, right? Into the
Which I don't
doorway and stuff.
how that technically works.
Well, because the main problem
you have in life, you don't always think of it right away.
The main problem is with doing what he was doing is that
I just don't think how it would work.
The more and more that he does that in the house, he's eliminating that. He's essentially eliminating that part of the house for himself, right? Because he's trying to not be contaminated, and eventually you're kind of coercing yourself right into a fucking corner. It's kind of brutal in that sense, but I mean, I get what he's doing.
You know what I was waiting for to happen? I was just waiting for the "but I'm pregnant" moment. Thank God it never happened. I was just waiting for it to fucking happen. Just like Rec 3. I thought they were going to pull that bullshit.
Oh, fuck Rec 3.
Why is it bullshit, though?
It's just a cop-out all the time. It
just heightens the situation.
No, but it adds in a little bit of a variable that doesn't really need to. I mean, honestly, in this film, it would have been because the relationship was already kind of like questionable. Like, it's implied that he lives off her, and I think the relationship is a little bit strained from that, but I think it's also implied that it is a little bit strong too, but it's not really shown in the beginning of the film. That's the problem. So when it comes down to letting...
you don't know anything about them and you learn it as the film goes. I kind of like that.
No, but I think this film would have worked a lot better. The fact that, like, when she comes to the house and, he has to make the decision to block out the house, whether to let her in or not. I think it would have worked a lot better if it was established at that point, though, because now when you see her on the outside and him on the inside, and then that fucking connection, it just hits so much harder, the emotion so much harder. It's
it probably would have.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I think that her acting lets you know that how strong it was. So
she's also in dire straits, though, dude. She knows that she's infected. She wants to get in the house. Like, I mean, anybody's going to react like that, man. When you're in dire straits, like, I mean, you don't know what's happening really. Like, you're fucking scared for your life. Like, this isn't about the relationship at this point. She doesn't give a fuck about him in this situation. She wants to get the fuck in the house because she
some stuff. She says some stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, she wants
stuff like that.
She wants to be inside because that's where she feels safe, right? I mean,
right? She's scared.
Exactly. And so, I mean, that doesn't really play into the core of the relationship. But
before that, you even see him go look for her and stuff, which shows how strong the relationship is. That it's more than just this, this thing that's going to end soon or something.
If you're with somebody, regardless of what your relationship status is, you're still probably going to do that. That's the right thing to do.
I know, but I'm just saying that you're saying that there wasn't stuff building up, and I'm saying that there was. There was some stuff.
I'm talking about in the first 15 minutes of the film, like when he's making a coffee, like that whole thing just feels like you don't know where the relationship stands. Like if they're on the outskirts and stuff like that.
You're learning as you're watching.
I know, I get that, and that's what I don't like about the film. I wish they had established right away and kind of hit you with that full emotion right away, and I think it would have made the rest of the film play out a lot better. To be honest, honestly, that's just the way I see it. Rob, what are your thoughts on the film?
I think this is, I watched it twice. I had to watch it on Tubi, which meant I had to deal with the stupid commercials. And, of course, on top of the commercials, the fade in and out, over the course of the film. Yeah, that's the only way I could have seen it. But I think, to jump on the relationship thing real quick, I think you're right. It's not established right off in the beginning, but it is implied and becomes a little bit more clear throughout the film, because you also have the dynamic of the relationship between them and the in-laws for him, or her parents, and that whole dynamic as it plays out. But there, it's implied, of course, you're right, he's a failed musician, not failed, but he's a struggling musician. He's home, he's the stay-at-home dad, she works, and so I guess if you look at it from dynamics, you could say maybe she's the stronger half of the relationship.
They're definitely trying to play that.
Yeah, and I think he struggles. I think he's unsure of himself and lacks the confidence, and that's where you have that guy Avardo, whatever his name is. He comes in, and he's the one who initiates.
He's the most interesting character.
Yeah, he wants that house, sealed up. Quick.
I just get the impression that she resents him a lot because she has this remark like, "Hey, are you practicing today?" And just kind of took that like, "This is what you do with your time," right? And I feel like that's how I'm like, man, like you can just feel the tension there. Like you're gonna sit at home and you're not practicing. Like, what the fuck you doing today? I'm going to the city to go shopping, kind of thing, right? So I feel like there's something wrong with the relationship there. There's tension. There's definitely fucking big tension.
There's gonna be, if you're the breadwinner, if you're doing all the stuff and you feel like the other partner isn't pulling their weight, and it can definitely lead to some tension. I think that I actually really liked this movie. I thought the thing that I liked most about it was it's just simple. It's most of the time you spend in this little tiny section, but they set decorate good with the ash on the outside, so you believe that and you have that early scene where you see the city burning and stuff like that, pretty much, and so you have enough there to let you believe in that world, and then the rest of the time we're just set in this. Almost like kind of like with a lot of movies and like disaster films, you're always like in the heart of the disaster. But realistically, most of us are going to be in that situation where we're on the outside of the disaster and we're just kind of waiting around to see what's going to happen and where do you go from here. And you're kind of trying to listen to the government and it makes it more realistic too that we're kind of going through this pandemic thing where we are listening to the government, and because all the time in movies you're like, oh, don't listen to the government, like don't trust them. But in reality, that's literally what we're all doing right now. We're trusting the government, we're trusting the CDC, we're trusting all these places that are telling us what to do. And if this was some type of a different situation, like in this one, a lot of the same things could probably happen, and I thought it was super interesting. I dig the relationship dynamic because I do think that it's kind of complex where it's not this standard like, oh, we're deeply in love or oh, we're not deeply in love. It seems like there's a mix of like we have this tension with us, but we care about each other. It feels more, like Moods was saying, like regardless of the situation, you're still going to go out and look for somebody that you've been with that long. So I think that's all really cool. I the whole time I was watching it, I was like, oh, if this is actually serious, this guy's fucked. Like this stuff is not working. Like, he made the bad decisions realistic.
I mean, he was already outside when shit hit the fan, so he was fucked either way.
Right. Yeah.
Because he was already outside.
I think for me, when I watched it the second time, I did it with the subtitles on, and I found myself really immersing myself in this radio world of all the information that we're getting.
Right. There's so much that's done through the radio.
Yeah, there is.
That's right.
I think the strength of the film, especially if you read the subtitles and really immerse yourself in what's coming through the radio, the strength of the film, I think, is the images that it creates in your mind. Like, even from the beginning, as it's starting to get set up, they're giving you, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We're hearing about the tractor trailer that's stopping traffic, the guy that traps himself in his own cab, and they're not knowing what's going on there, but it's a dirty bomb. And the idea that they're targeting the heaviest point of traffic on the highways, to me, I don't know if I've ever really heard that in a film before, but that's kind of scary, that whoever the perpetrators, the attackers are, which, by the way, in the end, we're never told if this is a domestic or foreign attack. And I was like hanging on every single piece of subtitle and waiting for that to drop. And the closest thing you get is that announcement that somewhere in the middle where the president makes the announcement that he's, the investigation's well underway into who are the evildoers, which invokes 9/11, right?
And that's what I even thought about that too, Rob. And that's where it comes back to me being, this is about this relationship, right? It's not exactly about it's not about the actual dirty bomb and the attack that's going on, because without the reveal, it just kind of, it makes you kind of take a step back and go, yeah, this movie is strictly about the relationship and stuff. And that's where I feel like the establishment of it was a little bit misdone, in my opinion, because the rest of the movie just wasn't effective for myself anyways. And then when you don't get that reveal too, it just kind of solidifies it for myself in what we were just watching. This is not about the terrorism. This is not about that. This is about, being in a relationship. This is about what you would do in dire straits and stuff, and how you would react to things. And, I mean, I think there's a lot of decisions that are a little bit questionable. But it comes down to being very personal in these situations. Like, what would you do? If you loved her so much, I think a lot of people would just have the mentality is like, in your heart, letting her in might lead to your death too. But I think some people would let them in just because it's the right thing to do.
A lot of people would.
Exactly. And that's why I question it too. And I'm like, I don't think that they were, their relationship was damaged. It was really, he thought about it. He was, at this point, he was about saving himself, even though he's there for her, but at the end of the day, I mean, he understands what the situation is too. And it's, if he's inside, he has a better chance of surviving, which is the irony of the whole fucking movie. Right? Because what it eventually becomes is insane.
Right.
The irony is too fucking thick.
It's always an interesting moral dilemma of the viewer watching it. What would you do? Me, I wouldn't let anybody in. Like, that's just how I am.
It comes down to personal situation.
I think that it's going to benefit me and
even in that situation.
In that situation, given if in my relationship right now with me and my wife, I would let her in a second.
Yeah,
I would.
Right.
Without a question, I wouldn't even think about it. I would not let her suffer outside. If she's going to die, she's going to do it with me inside. And that's just the way it's going to go down. Like, there's not a question in my fucking mind. I would never even have to think twice about it.
Right. I struggled with that, thinking the same thing, that I did not like the decision making that was.
No, see, I thought decision making was really, it was almost dishonorable. It's like, dude.
And, I faced that earlier this week.
It is dishonorable, but it's also the intelligent decision.
Okay.
If you're into it for yourself and nobody else.
No. There's what is her inside affecting her, helping her in the situation? You know what I mean? She's already come in contact with
somebody could come across her and fucking kill her.
Right, but somebody could come across her inside and kill her as well.
No, how would they know that she was infected at that point?
Listening to what the people are saying on the radio, her best bet for survival and yours is probably to stay not in contact. And that's why he thought of the way to do it with the thing, which was cool. But I'm saying in that moment, just chill out, wait, let's figure this thing out. Give me a minute here.
Yeah, but because of that, you know what part I think I might have hated the most? When Rick shows up and takes her and Timmy, that young boy, and they go off looking for the hospital. And just the idea of letting my wife go off with, they might not have been strangers or anything, because later on it's implied in a voicemail on the phone that he said he left a message he was coming on his way over there. But still, the idea, there's no way I would have let my wife just go off with someone.
I just feel like I feel like there's a bigger vision here. Like there is a moral to this tale a little bit. It's like, like sometimes when you do nothing, like, I mean, I'm not saying he's not doing nothing. He's still there for her. I meant about letting her in the house. I mean, that can be, that can
he
actually
made the
lead
bad call by letting her
that
in.
That can be the worst decision. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It can lead to death,
so
kind of thing.
If she kind of hung out on the porch and stuff, then they would both be alive at the end of the movie.
I just feel like doing nothing really is probably the worst thing you can possibly do too. And like I said, it's ironic though, man, because him not letting her in and really not doing anything about her situation outside actually came back to haunt him, Yeah. I think there's a moral there. I think there's a moral in that story, and I think that's pretty much what the director was trying to tell. That's what I took from it anyways, because I mean, honestly, I didn't see that shit coming. None of us probably did. I can't imagine anyone seeing that coming, because really when you start throwing in incubation and shit like that, I'm like, I mean, it's very relevant to what we're going through today and stuff like that, but it's just, I think there's a bigger thing there, so it's pretty ironic.
I really thought that, I knew letting her in was the bad idea. Like movie terms,
of course,
terms. I understand that when you're a wife and you're married for a longer time, you're gonna have a stronger bond than maybe say, a girlfriend boyfriend situation that have been together for a couple years. But also, if it was my there are certain people that it would be really hard not to let them in. Like somebody like my grandmother would probably be the hardest. But the way that I justify it is I'm doing it for the best situation. Like I know that it sucks right now, but I think that it will benefit both of us and possibly our kid or our nephew or our other family if we do it this way. So try not to be impulsive is my thing. Like at the moment you just want to grab and hug them, but realistically you have to look at the long-term situation.
I think the most interesting thing about the movie though, it's one of those situational things where it does get every individual viewer thinking differently, and it creates conversation too, right? Because you're different because you're not married. Right. I mean, it would take someone very, very special for you to be like, fuck this, man. Like, I know they're going to die outside, so why not die inside with me kind of thing. And like with me and Rob, like we're married.
But
we
I
got
also
kids.
didn't think that she was dying outside. Like in my own head, in that situation, and while watching the movie, I didn't think that her life was necessarily in danger at that moment. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, like why can't she hang out on the back porch? Like,
well, they did say. I mean, it was hard not to figure that she wasn't, because they said it was an airborne thing and that she was actually in the drop zone, right? Like she was in the explosion zone. So, and they said pretty much everybody that was there was infected and it's not good. I mean, that's when you hear that type of shit, I mean, you have to assume that like, fuck man, like I mean, what is this, 2006? I mean, it's still hard, biological weapons and stuff like that. I mean, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. The consequences of what's going to happen here. We've lived through this before. And you would have to assume that she's probably fucking dying, man. Like,
I think,
like on her way out. I mean, she starts coughing. Like she's not doing good throughout the film and shit like that. It's just where it goes is kind of interesting. But I mean,
for me watching, I mean, I think the radio stuff was really fun. What Rob said, it was fun to listen to. It made the world feel real. Like the whole situation. Like this movie seems really low budget, And normally when you get this type of lower budget things, they don't do a good job creating the world. But I really believed that what was happening. They did a really good job with all the broadcasts sounded all real and stuff like that. And it really flashed me back to Night of the Living Dead 1968, which one of my favorite scenes, if not my favorite scene in the movie, is when they turn on the TV and listen to the broadcast.
Yeah. Well, it puts it's because it puts the realism into it, right? Because what people, when you think about radio, it's realistic. It's the realism of reality, right? Because when you listen to radio, that's our reality. And what they're saying on there is they're supposed to be giving you the correct information and stuff, as long as it's not coming from like fucking Fox News or some shit.
Yeah, Fox.
But, I mean, this is local radio and shit. I mean, they're probably giving you what they know.
But remember the mother said that they were saying, the mother was saying, go to these stations. And she's like, your news is different than mine. That isn't happening here. That's scary.
And you know what's weird about too? His mom said that that the word
that's
going
a play on
around
the
was
media.
that she was afraid that they were next.
Right.
Which I thought was interesting because the expansion of the story is much greater than what's being.
Well,
seen
that's exactly what they were
there.
implying too. That this was a bigger thing than just a kind of local type Los Angeles thing, right?
Well, that shit would go in the air anyway and fuck up everybody.
Yeah. So that's the fear that they put into the viewers' minds too. Is that this is not just, you know, a local situation. This is going to be a nationwide thing.
It did give me flashbacks to 9/11, and remember the feeling of not, because you know you didn't know what was going on for a while. Like while it was happening, you were so confused.
Except for the fact I literally watched the second plane hit the towers live. That was probably one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen.
You don't know, like in your own head, you like I didn't instantly think terrorist attack. Like I'm like, did what the fuck was that? Our plane? Was that what was it? A spaceship?
Well, I did though because there was already
terrorists.
Well, because another plane had already hit, and I'm like, what are the chances of two fucking planes hitting? And that doesn't make sense. It really does not make sense.
That's why everything was so confusing.
Isn't it crazy that there's like a whole nother generation that didn't live through 9/11? That's just like mind-boggling.
Doesn't remember it really.
That's like mind-boggling to me to think about.
Yeah, it was. Those are crazy fucking times, man.
I know.
Right.
How did the end work on you guys? Because I thought, you know, once I had immersed myself with the subtitles and everything, I thought the end really was pretty effective in the sense that it did make me pretty mad as the end was unfolding. I like when the guy said when the guy asked him the corporal or whatever outside, when he asked him if he had a gun, I thought, oh, you're done right now. The fact they're even asking you that, they're prepping for something.
I knew he was done the minute that the wife broke the fucking window.
Right. Yeah. No. I thought the ending was really good.
It was all right.
I really liked the whole movie. Honestly, I think I'm higher than all of you guys on it.
Yeah, I thought it was an okay watch. I was never bored or anything. I mean, I did have issues spec wise. I mean, narrative wise, I'm okay. I think execution narrative could have been a little bit better and stuff, but I know something that Rob had actually mentioned to me earlier, that this movie was actually shot by Tom Richmond.
Yeah.
Who actually was responsible for shooting House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think the cinematography in House of a Thousand Corpses is actually a lot better than this movie. Some of the handheld was a little bit much. I mean, I get what they're trying to do with it. You know, it's the realism of, you know, trying to capture that realistic vibe to, you know, a terrorist attack or whatever type of attack it really is, because we're not really fully engaged in what that actually is. But cinematography at times was good, but it was also not. It left a little bit to be desired for myself. And I think honestly, dude, like I was getting frustrated with decision making in this too. Like I was just getting overwhelmed with it. I'm like, fuck, man. But that's also coming from, you know, my personality too, because I would probably do different things. And I think everyone's different in that type of situation, right? Like you might be different. You might do something. So everything is going to play out
definitely
different.
Established that, right?
Yeah. And so for me, I was getting frustrated with it. And I was actually fucking starting to get really pissed off because I'm not much of a crier. Like I don't cry unless like it has to really fucking go down for myself. And like I get it, people are emotional and stuff like that. I don't, you know, harp on people for, you know, crying in situations and stuff, but man, his character is just being such a fucking pussy. I get it, man, but like just man the fuck up, dude. You're in a situation you have to keep your own. The best way to survive this is to keep your head on straight.
Show exactly who he is that exemplifies the
honestly,
failure
dude,
in his life?
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is that if he loses his wife, he loses his income. That's how I'm seeing this right now. And I'm like, it's kind of a selfish thing too, right? And I'm like, because he has
I don't know if he was necessarily thinking about that.
No, but that's the way I see it, because the way the characters are established, I can tell that they're not that good, right? She is established. She's established that she's the bread maker. He has
no confidence.
Yeah,
he has no drive. He has no motivation. He has no balls.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that when he's crying, because like if he loses her, he loses his existence too, because like he has no income at this point. Like he literally has nothing without her, right? So, I don't know. I kind of see it like that a little bit. I don't think the acting is overly that great.
I see it like that too.
Yeah,
makes you wonder what his decision making would have been had it not been for the intrusion of the other guy.
Oh, he wouldn't have done anything. He would have just been sitting there in a house with no setup.
It's kind of funny that the whole point of that Mexican dude in the film, or whatever he was,
just because he's a landscaper that makes him Mexican.
I think he is Mexican, yes. Right? Because obviously when he tunes into the Spanish network, which I could actually understand some of the Spanish, but I think his whole purpose of being there was to set him up and get, just to have him move his, Rory's character a little bit further and get something done inside the house and stuff like that. Because realistically, that's all he's there for. Like he helps, plastic up the windows and stuff like that. And he eventually just leaves on his own kind of thing. And it's like, well, I got to go visit my wife. I can't be here without her kind of thing. And I felt like his relationship with his wife was more established than it was with our two main characters, just based off of what he was saying. Like, I got to do this, but she told me, like, don't leave without, just the certain dialogue that was given to us. His relationship was stronger than Brad and Lexi's, and which is kind of a sad thing because he's not the main character by any means in this.
But I think he's the best character.
Yeah, and
he's the realest character. Too. He's the realest character. That's what he is. He's the realest character because he was also the smartest character. He knew right away. He was willing to listen to this. I mean, let's face it, man. Brad was willing to like just sit there and fucking cry.
Yeah,
like that's just.
I thought it was pretty effective when he turned the radio dial to the Spanish station. You could see he was starting to exhibit his emotional reaction, as much as we got to what he was hearing, it was shaking him up, but yet that put him into action.
Yeah.
Which put Brad into action, right. I mean, I think, and maybe he's a lost character right from the start, and the only one that gives him even a chance is this other character.
It's funny. He's a total
that aren't afraid to make your character weak, your lead character, like, because it's anti-Hollywood. It's anti what you expect.
I know, but given this narrative, though, I think it works against itself, too, when he's being such a fucking pussy, too.
For this story, though.
Yeah, no.
If the story is about this, then it works perfect.
Mm.
Moots, you brought up, you were talking about the cinematographer. I was just curious, this movie was shot in 16 millimeter, but then it was blown up 35 millimeter. How do you think this film would have looked if they just kept it at the 16?
I think it would have actually been even more effective, like, visually, to have that kind of real dirty look to it and shit like that. I mean, especially with all the, kind of the fallout happening around it and stuff like that. I think it actually would have made it look a little bit better. But it does look pretty polished, with the 35 blow up. So I don't know. I mean, the look, I never really had a problem with the look at all. Like I said, the cinematography at times was a little bit. It was a little frantic, if I could say, But again, it's understandable what they're doing. They're trying to capture that realism in it, right? So, but yeah, I mean, those are just minor gripes, man. Minor stuff. Otherwise, I don't think it looks that bad at all.
Want to get into ratings?
Sure,
why not? Rob, why don't you go first?
Oh boy. I think, like I said, I think the strength of this film, it is low budget. What it really relies on the imagery it creates through the radio, and that it helps enhance by just building up this world pretty effectively. I mean, the acting, the decision making, I think is kind of spotty, brings it down. But I think overall, it's a pretty I mean, it was good. I think for me, the hardest point was just watching it on Tubi. I wish I would have had it on DVD at least, and I could have just watched it straight through without the break up on the film. But I think it worked enough for me that it. This is 7. I'll give it 7.
All right,
I'll go next. I really liked this movie. I thought it was great. I was down for the ride, man. So I honestly don't have that much problem with it. Thought it was cool. I like contained movies anyway. It's one of my favorite types of movies is these little containment type things. I gave it an 8.
Shit. Jeremy.
I didn't like this movie as much as I did the first time I watched it. I watched it, I don't know, 5 years ago maybe, and I liked it a whole much more than I did now. But I still give it a 7. It's all right, totally watchable, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm definitely the lowest on this one. I thought it was okay. I was just not engrossed in it, man. I think right from the start, I think the first 15 minutes kind of hurt it for myself, but I just think there's a little bit of filler in here too. I mean, I get it with the little kid and stuff like that, but I mean,
I'll agree with that.
The narrative.
I didn't actually like the little kid shit at all.
No,
I forgot about that.
I feel like it's kind of it took me out of it again, and I was like, because I was already having
changed my mind. 7.5.
It's like, yeah, I was already having issues with it, and then I felt like they were just kind of throwing in stuff to kind of extend the runtime a little bit because it didn't really do much.
Forgot about that.
Didn't add to it, right? And I'm just like, oh, okay, I don't really understand this too much, but I don't think it's horrible by any means, but it's something that I'm probably gonna forget, and I'm coming in at 6. Definitely, I'm the lowest on this one.
Yeah, I'll go 7.5 on that. I changed my rating because you brought up something that I didn't like. No, seriously, I didn't like this stuff with the little kid, and I felt like it slowed down the movie.
Yeah. When I was coming to my ratings, I forgot.
I just totally forgot about
kids. Yeah.
I watched this like a while ago.
Okay, so that is
Hey Moods.
Yep.
Hey Moods. Did you know the director actually was in Blade Trinity?
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, he played the Doctor. I can't remember that him as well, but yeah.
Shit, I haven't seen that movie in years.
Interesting. Yeah, it's the one with Ryan Reynolds is in that one.
Yeah.
You guys can ask me what I thought?
Oh, Dave,
did you mention that he didn't watch it with us?
What? I watched it.
Yo, do you want to get a word in now? Like, sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
Like,
I liked it when they were right at the door.
That was awesome. Okay. With that said, that is Right at Your Door from 2006.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moods, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. All right, so moving into the featured reviews here on episode 187, which is an OG versus remake show of the Crazies. Starting with the 1973 George A. Romero directed film titled The Crazies.
AKA Codename Trixie.
Codename Trixie. It's a good name. That's a good name.
I love
That's
this
a good
movie.
name.
It came up. It came up titled as Codename Trixie on Prime.
Amazon. Yep.
Oh, really?
There's a couple other titles too. I think
I couldn't find it.
Didn't
Like,
do
took
very
me a
well
while
at
to
first.
find it.
Yeah,
They
I
kept
have the
always changing
Blu-ray,
the
but
name.
I have the box set, the Between Night and Dawn box set, but I was too lazy to fish it out and put it in.
That's
And
disgusting.
I saw it was on Prime.
Fuck, are you serious right now?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It probably wasn't even the same.
And here's
Because you probably
why,
got that box
because-
set for free, so he was like, I don't need to watch it.
No,
man.
I
Fuck.
paid for that box set. But here's the reason why is because I just watched this movie like a month ago, and after I've been moving my collection to where after I watch stuff, I'm putting it not with my collection because I'm trying to reorganize eventually, and I didn't fit, so it's not like readily easily accessible.
So you had to walk 3 steps instead of 4.
It was like 5 instead of 3.
Like, seriously, JP. Fuck.
Dude, why would it? Okay,
Are you trying to lose weight, or are you just trying to diet before?
there's
40?
there's a HD version on Prime.
It's probably
I'm watching something that's in the Blu-ray player. It ends. I'm like, okay, I'll watch the Crazies now.
Yeah.
What sense would it make to go get the DVD instead of just
Blu-ray.
pressing play?
Talking Blu-ray. If it's the DVD, you don't watch it. You watch the HD print streaming. But if you're going to put in that era Blu-ray, you want the quality.
Yeah, you don't want the bit rate and all that bullshit. And you have shit internet, so it probably looks like
bit
shit.
rate bullshit?
It doesn't really matter.
Bit rate bullshit, JP.
I just watched.
Dude, if you have an opportunity to watch the Arrow release, you put the Arrow release Blu-ray in.
Nah, man. It was like late at night. It was like 5. It was like 4 a.m.
Prices of these discs, and then don't even watch them. He just watches.
It was like 4 a.m. I was laying down. I'm not getting up and hunting 5 steps for the Bluray and
Do you ever
changing.
stop breathing because you're so lazy? You ever just like stop breathing because it's just
But
too much?
I'm just saying, like, I already watched it on Blu. It ain't like now let me put it this way: if I hadn't watched this Blu-ray, of course I would check out the Blu-ray. But I just watched the Blu-ray.
It makes sense just to play it. If you might not even finish it, just start it. You just watched it last week. I
didn't finish.
Okay. Anyways, on that note, let's do a quick little synopsis for the fine folks listening that don't know what this one's about. The military attempts to contain a man-made combat virus that causes death and permanent insanity in those affected as it overtakes a small Pennsylvania town.
See, now I think that's the biggest difference between this movie and the remake is that this one focuses more on the military aspect and the remake focuses more on the character aspect.
Well, yeah, because
I feel like this
Crazies does all of it.
This film is more interesting in the fact that it focuses more on the military aspect, but I think the characters are weaker, where the remake has more interesting characters, but they don't focus on the military action, and I think
it's because
I think the characters in the original are interesting too. At least a couple.
I don't think so. Not that.
I think they're okay. I think the difference is, George A. Romero is, making this Crazies movie, and it's obviously a commentary on certain things, government and military control and things like that, right? Miscommunication within the government and the military, and military misconception of emergency situations. Like they just, there's a commentary there where the remake is solely, it's a horror film.
Yeah, it's a horror film big
So
time,
they
and the military are the villains in the remake.
Right, 100% they're the villains, especially by the final act. I actually forgot about that aspect. I'm like, oh, so they're literally the villains.
Dude, it's so crazy where they take that too. Like they make the military like hard motherfucking core, man. Like that's okay. We'll get to the remake anyways.
We'll get to it.
But yeah. So thoughts on the Crazies, 1973.
Dude, I actually like how you said the military is definitely being made fun of, because you see the military in this one. You see how dumb they are and how young they are and how they keep screwing up. And every time you hear them, you almost hear like a satirical when Johnny comes marching home playing. Mm-hmm. And they also play that later for the, Vietnam vet. They play it too during his demise, the friend. They play it for him, kind of like this fucking fake satirical patriotism.
Well, I just love the setup of it too, man, because, they call in the military to take control of the situation, and it's so fucking unorganized, and that's what Romero's saying. And it
just
starts
like Day of the Dead and
it starts
Dead.
It starts right from the top, man, with the colonel or whatever. Like I mean, the dude he even mentions it in the film, like he's a combat guy. He's like, why the fuck am I here? Like he's even confused himself. Like I shouldn't be running this operation. I shouldn't be here. And that just goes to show how.
Are we talking about the black guy, or are we talking about the other guy?
Yeah, the black guy.
The guy that's running the black guy. The major's the other guy.
Yeah, the colonel's the black guy. So he's there. He's
Major Ryder Peckman.
So he's like controlling the situation. And he's like, why the fuck am I here? This is like ridiculous, man. Like I'm a combat guy. And it just goes to show the incompetence of the government and the military. And so they're just willing to just, put some people in there, do what you need to do kind of thing. It doesn't matter how it goes down or who's involved and who's running the charge and stuff. Like just do it. And like, it just becomes fucking chaos, man.
But there you go. But there's George. But there's George once again putting, at the time, not too many black characters in a main role. There he is again.
Yeah.
Also,
I think at this
level of
point,
power.
after Night of Living Dead, it was, I mean, like you said, he always said it was not. He didn't mean to do that. It was the dude was the best actor kind of thing, right? But I think at this point, I mean, it could have been the same reason. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't watch commentaries on this and stuff, but I mean, honestly, it kind of made sense. I mean, he was always that progressive type person though, too, right? So it made sense. It made sense what he was doing, but I honestly, man, going into the whole scientific element to this and stuff with Dr. Watts, played by Richard Franz, who of course is the guy from Dawn of the Dead. I honestly, I think that, man, I don't know whatever happened with this dude, but he's a fantastic actor. I really like him. He's got a great voice. He's got a great appearance and stuff. Why the fuck wasn't this guy in more films besides like George A. Romero's films? Because is it just because these are low budget films that were kind of contained to this area and stuff? But
probably,
man,
because he dies
Richard
when he falls down the stairs,
Well, I mean, again, it goes to the incompetence of the military and how ridiculous they are in situations and stuff, right? It goes to show like how erratic they can be, even though that he had the cure, he had solved the problem, but they didn't give a fuck because they didn't take the time to figure it out. But Richard Franz is a fantastic actor, and if you don't know who he is, he's the guy from the guy from the TV on Dawn of the Dead. The talk show. Yeah, he's the guy with the talk show, and I just love this guy. Like, he, honestly, every scene in this movie with him is so fantastic, man. He just kills it, man. He just really puts it in full effort, and it's big highlight for the movie for myself.
This movie also has little moments that the remake, it's good, it's well acted, doesn't have. Like the moment where he says, "Do you want to get married?" That little moment there, and the moment in the original here, they have a lot of moments between the friends that seem more real, and the wife and the husband seem more real. This movie slows down. And it takes moments. It has transition scenes, while the remake has zero transitions. It's set piece to set piece.
Actually, it's funny that you bring up the transitions, Dave.
The interactions between the sheriffs in the remake, I think, are stronger than anything in this film.
Well, it's funny you bring up the transitions, Dave, because the transitions in the remake
there is none. There's no transmission. No, set piece to set piece.
No, well, I know what you're saying, but I meant the act where they show the compass and the map, kind of military.
That's
those transitions. Those things are so cheesy, and it even ends on that.
That's the only knock on the movie.
Yeah, those are bad transitions. That's actually one of mine too. Like, I was like, holy fuck, man. I saw that in the theater when it came out, and I was like, dude, those are so cheesy, man. It's so cheesy. But
I just think the original breathes. There's room to breathe in the original, even as chaotic and action-packed.
It's slow. I
don't think it's slow. I think those are called character developments, and they let the movie breathe. If the movie's just one set piece to set piece, it's not as effective.
Yeah, but
there is a lot of character development in
characters that you want them to breathe.
I think they're two totally different movies, and this is what I like about when we do OG versus remakes, is because recently we've had some bad examples of remakes.
Same fucking movie
with this, and they're like they're trash bags. I Spit in Your Bag. Dave was on that. We fucking hated that.
I don't like it, but it's not a bad movie.
No,
it just doesn't work for me. The remake of the Crazies works for me.
It has a lot of flaws and stuff, but I think with Wreck and Quarantine, man, oh my god, there's just not enough there. But when you compare the Crazies, they're totally two different films with the same narrative, but two totally different films, and I respect that in the remake a lot. When I first seen it, when it came out in the theaters in 10, I wasn't the hugest fan of it, but over time it grew. I've watched it 2 or 3 times since, and I think it's actually a pretty well made film. I mean, they definitely focus on the obvious, which is the horror elements of the disaster and stuff which is fine because as a remake, that's kind of what you want to do, because Romero was
of its time too.
Exactly. Romero was all about doing social commentary and making these commentaries on government and military mistakes and things like that. And this director wasn't doing that. He was making a fucking horror film. Again, a product of its time. 2010 is what you were fucking doing. So, I mean, honestly, this is a great example of a good OG versus remake type thing, because I think they have a lot of good pros and cons themselves. So, yeah.
This one, the Crazies here, 1970. What is this? 73.
73.
Yeah. It's early, man. It really is. Like, again, Romero with the, commentary of the military and stuff, like that's early. Like, now it's so common, right? Like, you see it all the time. Hell, we see it in Day of the Dead too.
I can see why Dave.
To Quarantine.
Like, I mean, honestly, the commentary here is the exact same commentary that he's showing in Day of the Dead. It literally is the same thing. So he kind of stuck with
the miscommunication at night. It's like night and day mixed.
Exactly. That's what I love about Romero, man.
It's very ahead of its time. It
looks like Dawn of the Dead. It looks like Dawn of the Dead and Martin.
It looks a lot like Dawn of the Dead.
Well, if you take it, and this is actually, it's not in narrative, it's not a prequel to Dawn of the Dead at all, but I mean, in style and editing, this is a prequel to Dawn of the Dead completely. It's that fast-paced, high-intensity editing where there's never a down moment with the whole military things. It cuts back and forth, and it's just like Dawn of the Dead in the beginning of the film. Even Romero and himself in the control room and stuff. It's that high-paced.
Fast pace.
The editing is.
I'm talking about the editing. I'm talking about the editing.
No master shots.
I got you. Don't get mad.
Yeah, if you watch that, he
doesn't use any.
Yeah, man. Oh, dude, it's just fucking nuts, dude. It's just like scene to scene. It's crazy, but that's the signature Romero, and that's what I love about Giorgio Romero is that he would edit his films and they had that signature on it, and this just feels Romero. He's getting his point across at this fast pace.
It really does.
And even if the acting was shitty, it's still so intense because of the way it's put together and stuff. And I love it.
For the most part.
I do too. I think this movie is actually really good. I have no problem with it being slow. I like the military stuff where it focuses a lot on the military, but that's the point of the movie. The other characters are more or less secondary.
All arguing too. It's much like that.
For me, I would have enjoyed a little bit more horror in this one. I feel like we spent and
it's actually not supposed to be this.
Movie.
Yeah,
more action.
Right.
Yeah.
But there are some horrific moments, like the scene at the the is very scary.
Yeah. And the knitting scene too.
The knitting scene. Yeah.
That's like a rabbit scene.
To the grandma.
Right. Like, what the fuck? Now, I just watched this I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and I really, really liked it. Watching it in such close proximity, I did like it less, which is unfortunate. That's why I was a little bummed that it got picked, because I just watched it, for the first time too. And I think that watching it so close in proximity, it really did, like the military stuff. The first time I didn't watch it, it didn't seem like it drug or anything. But this time, I feel like we spent a lot of damn time with them talking about the situation, and it's just not as effective on rewatch. And also, I can't stand the marching band, drum, the snare drum score. It really bothers me. It's too much. It's just happens too long.
I think it's it adds to the commentary. It adds
House.
Yeah, no,
it's different for me.
I think this adds to the commentary too, because this is very, very military
driven. Like I said,
driven.
it's satirical on military.
Yeah, it's definitely satirical. I see
satirical on TV.
I don't think so.
No,
I think that's kind of a horseshit answer. It doesn't work.
I actually agree with that. Yeah,
but I like that movie a lot.
I mean, I don't. I'm not saying that this doesn't work at all. I'm just saying that it doesn't.
It annoys
it's too much. They do it too long. It's just that score never ends.
I adore the actual soundtrack though. The Heaven Help Us by Beverly Bemmers. That song is like one of the best things about the movie. Actually, I'm going to tell you this. It's the best thing about the movie.
I love the end credits.
The folk stuff, that music, when they use folk stuff in the 70s, that basically was made for the movie. When they do that in like Chino, I use their Soldier Blue. That stuff's so effective and it's just so emotional. And they don't do that anymore. They don't make songs for movies. And I think that song, although maybe Romero thought it was out of place or just way too big for the movie.
Cop 2 rap.
It works really well, and I think it's very sad. The lyrics and stuff like "Heaven help us," I can't find the morning. Feel so helpless. It just works really well for me.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, and one more thing about the editing. While Moods is talking about it, he does a brilliant moment with Lynn Lowry where it goes from like a close to a wide, extreme close to wide. It's like something that Sergio Leone would do. But it just works really well with his editing style. That's just really effective when she does the O and it cuts real close and it cuts real wide and you see her go down. That part's probably one of the craziest, most effective too.
Isn't that weird to see Richard Liberty in this type of role? Right? I mean, I see him as Logan. Dr.
Richard Liberty?
He's Dr. Frankenstein. He's Logan.
What's he in this one name? Artie? Or something?
Yeah, his name is Artie. He's the father of Lynn Lowry.
Oh, yeah, that is the same guy.
Which would lead into what you would probably remember, the obvious incest.
Oh, I want to talk about it.
So
let's hear Rob talk about
But it's just weird to me to see him in that role, because I always see Richard Liberty as Logan, Dr. Frankenstein, like from Day of the Dead, right? And to see it and just kind of rekindle, I always knew he was there, but watching this time, I'm just like, damn, dude, that's fucked. He looks a lot younger. It's only 12 years difference too, and he just looks a lot younger. But yes, Rob.
All right. So, this movie's really, really grown on me. I don't know how many times I've actually seen it now, but it just seems like everything works more effectively with each watch. And, you think about Romero, and we all know his stance on government and the
unless it's your second watch.
Yeah, the social commentary.
My fifth watch.
This film, Dawn and Day would not be the films they are if it was not for this film. This film literally lays the foundation.
That's a great observation because, that plays into what you were saying before. Yep.
And what makes this film absolutely superior in every way, I think, is to the remake, is the context, of course, the Vietnam War, but there are certain things that he does that had to have pissed people off big time. You just think about, the government, it's because of the government, right, that this plane crashes down there and this chemical gets into the water supply. And so, the government, has literally done something that will cause this town to effectively implode in on itself. And as a result of that, you get this incest scene, and that's just one piece. You get this incest scene that is absolutely such a horrible thing. You have the father who he does say,
just kidding.
He does call her May. He refers to her as his wife.
Yeah.
And he says, "Darling, you're safe now," which is just so blood curdling when you think about his response to what he had done and her response, because they're two totally different responses.
Yeah.
Which just shows how freaking screwed up what this chemical is doing to these people. You got the scene when David, and it just seems, I love the subtlety of Romero because, even, I wasn't going to mention this, but, when you get that collage of scenes where the troops are just going into the houses and they're grabbing the people out of their beds and they're taking up the fishing pole off the wall. They're just, if that's not enough, these guys are looting, after burning the bodies, they're going through and looting just their wallets and everything. But when the troops come into the one house, there's one scene that is so, I think, and it might have been accidentally done, but you get the scene where they show the dog. And that dog has this expression of just just being intimidated. There's no reaction from the dog.
Well, it's actually in the same scene.
It's definitely on purpose because he said he had him shoot all those little inserts when they did have the house, so it wasn't pick up.
I mean, what about the kid's reaction when they take his mom or whatever? That kid is terrified. Like that's a real terrified look because they roam in there with those fucking the gas masks and the hazmat suits and shit, and they're just like. No, that kid is fucking freaked out for real, man.
Those little moments like that too, like when the guy grabs the kid and he goes back for the kid to grab his doll. The remake is good, but it would never do a little detail like that. No little weird subtleties, no quirks.
Yeah, exactly.
And this one has it, like the lady with the fucking
that's Romero
sweeping up after the fucking shooting and stuff. That part's also fucking batshit.
Yeah,
because some go crazy.
That's Romero paying attention to detail, though, too. Right? Yeah. He understands.
You got two pivotal scenes that are drawn right out of that context of time. You got when David says if they can turn a campus protest into a shooting war, well, that's a direct nod to Kent State and those 13 students that were shot by the Ohio National Guard in 70.
Just what's a couple that sound, years, right?
Huh?
Song. Spring. Buffalo's.
What's that sound? Everybody look what's
going down. Yeah, that's the shooting.
So you got that. It's a subtle. I mean, it's just a subtle sentence that most people probably just whiz right by and not even think about it. But then there's that clearing out of the church sanctuary, and you get the priest or the pastor who goes out and ends up pouring gas over himself and burning himself, and that was a direct nod on that Buddhist monk.
Yeah. And Romero has respect for religion. Dawn of the Dead, they were like. He's like, well, we're going to shoot the nun, the zombie? And he's like, oh, you can't shoot a nun. Like, as much as judgmental he was on stuff like that, he still had respect for religion. So that was obviously a scene that was probably important to him.
That's actually one thing I love about this movie, though, is that, the Crazies, quote unquote, they all acted differently. And I like that because it seemed a little bit more realistic because generally in these type of films, these infection films, like, I mean, you take 28 Days Later and stuff, and I'm not knocking the film or anything. It does what it does. But, I mean, it's like a rage virus and everyone just like fucking, rages. But that kind of makes sense. But in other films where this one, everyone kind of acts different when they're infected and stuff, and it takes longer for other people to fully be affected, and others seem to be affected. Which is true
of a virus.
Exactly.
Right. That's
it's realistic of the virus.
It's more common. Yeah. Is like, I agree with you. Like most infected films, even the remake is a lot of like just, they're all the same. It's like every
in the remake,
the same thing.
It's played off as a virus, but at the end of the day, they turn into almost zombie-looking, like vampire like creatures. Like they're really affected by this, man. They almost look dead. They look dead,
like,
but they're
not. The one
not.
I always think of is I Am Legend, the Will Smith one. It's like, it's just a massive, or World War Z, right? There's like no uniqueness to them. It's just a mass of the same thing.
But I mean, in the remake's defense, though, I mean, it's meant to be a horror film. It's meant to have that type of look and stuff. So I can respect what they're doing. But I mean, in this one, it just seems like everything's a lot different. It seems a little bit more realistic. It seems more realistic than. I mean, we're kind of going through the same thing. I mean, we're not dealing with martial law and shit like that. I mean, to a point. I mean, some people think we are because hence the crazy protests and shit. But I mean, we're not in martial law, so. Yeah.
My favorite thing about this movie is legitimately the 70s nihilistic ending. Because the whole movie you're going through, they mention he could be immune. And he gets there and he finally makes it to the end and they say, you want to run an immunity check on him? And we fucking know he's immune, but he has combat shock. He's all fucked up from the situation. They say, look at him. No way. And he just stares at him and him and the colonel make that eye contact and they just leave right there knowing and they mention the monkey. They found a monkey. He's fucking immune. But the miscommunication and the insanity of that situation has completely clouded everything. And now we don't know. And there's going to be thousands more deaths because they didn't bother to do it. It's just so cruel. It's so fucked up.
I always used to think when I see him,
it's like the Night of Living Dead ending.
It's exactly.
It kind of is actually. I mean,
he gives the greatest face. He looks at him and he's like just dumbwitted. He looks like Bub almost too.
It kind of is though. With like when Judy gets shot and stuff, right? It kind of plays into that too. Like she's, I mean, whatever, but she was infected and stuff. But with David, like I always used to take it with. In that scene when he looks at the colonel or looks at the military officer and he kind of sees him and it's like they have a history together too and they're like, fuck it, take him away. Like
no, he doesn't know.
I know that's the way I used to see it though. Because I'm like, because David obviously came from Nam and stuff like that. He technically could have known this officer because he obviously fought in Nam and stuff like that too, right?
I think it was just a nod out that they see each other and he's just fake, you know what I mean? It's just a little cruel point. But that part's fucked up too when she's in the like pillars and she starts to repeat what the friend said. We'll meet you at the drinker's place, and he's like, no. Like that's fucking sad.
I love the look of the military in the white with the gas mask. That aspect actually is like just creepy looking to me,
dude. Hey, JP.
Yeah.
When Clank is holding them off to give David and Judy a chance to get away from there, did you not think that one right towards the end of that scene when that one guy, contrasting in his white suit against the green, all the green around him, that might have been one of the creepier moments.
Right. Yeah. That's the scene that I think of when I think of the white masks or the white jumpsuits and stuff like that.
That's actually the contrast between this film and the remake is that, in this film, the military, I mean, they're trying to do their jobs, right? I mean, with the martial law, with the force and stuff like that. In the remake, they're not wearing these white, kind of hazmat suits and shit like that. They're in full camo for a reason because they're actually depicted as being the bad people too, right? So it's kind of interesting when you contrast that too.
Plus, just times have changed. And
of course,
upgraded.
No, of course.
Everyone in this film is using M1 carbines, right?
Yeah.
And in the modern film, it's like M4s.
But I mean, at the same time, I mean, if they're just to contain, in quarantine a certain area, like, do you need to be fucking camoed? Like, you couldn't just be in white hazmat suits when you're just doing a job, kind of thing, right? I mean,
I think they made the right call on the remake. I mean, to be realistic, if they're going for a realistic look, not I like the look of the
I
guys.
think the white
hazmat suit.
Oh no, I look at it as a realistic look too,
unrealistic.
but I also look at it as it makes sense that they're in
But
camo
at
too
that
because they're
Yeah,
not
at
trying
the
to be
time.
seen. Because they're actually it becomes down to they were literally hunting. You know, they just fucking, you know. I mean, you could look at it both ways, but for sure, yeah, both ways work.
I like the male lead. I like the character. I think that he is masculine without being like, hey, I'm a John Wayne type. He feels realistic. He feels like a sensitive masculine lead, and
talking about
it's
the
kind of a
remake?
little bit different. You know what I mean?
I like David. I like David and Clank
yeah.
because, you know, obviously Clank has got a little bit of fucking, you know, he's been shell shocked from Nom and stuff. But David's, you know, the one they both came from
He's
Nom.
got some resentment towards David too, deep down inside.
I think
Comes
it's
out
like-
when he gets infected.
Well, they both share that resentment because
Well, I think David's,
Sorry,
you know,
sorry.
Clank
Yeah,
has a
you
resentment
don't-
toward David because David
That's
isn't
what I mean.
as shell
He
shocked.
does.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
not as
he
shell
does.
shocked, and he's a little bit more, you know, head kind of strong and shit like that. And that's a narrative that plays out too because
And the
Clank
fight
is the
with the
one that.
wife.
Yeah, exactly. And Clank is the one that, you know, eventually gets affected by it too. And I think there's a little bit of commentary there also, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, so Rob,
I think a real important point too that hasn't been mentioned is that that conflict when the mayor, you know, because you know Romero's drawing some interesting lines in as far as government and what he's not okay with and what he seems to be maybe okay with, and that is, you know, you've got the doctor, you've got the mayor, and you've got the sheriff, all seem to have the town's best interests at heart. But then you have that pivotal moment when the sheriff is killed in the doorway there, and the mayor, you know, goes from, you know, just having been extremely strong towards Peckman, now is suddenly lost all of that, you know, wind in his sails, you know. And I think that there is that point where, you know, the local government aspect was suddenly pushed aside.
Got a guy killed.
Yeah, and I thought that was a really pivotal moment.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And then you see the mayor in the lobby too. The mayor in the lobby is one of
he's
the
lost.
crazies at the end. He's just walking. No, he's at the end. He's in the lobby too. You can spot him, which is crazy.
That's funny.
But he's like, he's
no
not
pun
the
intended.
man-
It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's funny.
He's not the man he was when he's going, you know, head to head with Peckman. He changes when the sheriff is killed.
He realizes he's out of his league too.
Of course he
Yeah.
does. Yeah.
And that, I think that was
It's
a
all
really
done. Yeah.
strong moment. I you know, and these are a lot of moments that are not in, you know, the remake. But you know, there's another scene towards the end when after that that one questionable scene with Kathy, when she wanders out and you got the imagery of the sheep running by. I just think there's got to be something really important there that Romero was suggesting, you know, in terms of just not following the sheep, not being part of the sheep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think that's a really strong piece of imagery right there. And, of course, you know, her last final words, you know, before she's gunned down. I think it was father doesn't.
Yeah, and it's weird when she registers. Like after she gets shot, she's just like, oh. Like, that's how we're doing it. Oh, you know, she kind of somewhat recognized what the hell was happening, maybe, possibly, or just completely out of it. You never know.
Yeah. I think one of the most important scenes to me and most effective things in the film for myself is going back to Richard Francis' character, Dr. Watts, when, you know, the military just totally mishandles his situation and stuff, and he ends up falling down the stairs and dying and shit, and it's just like... I think that really it just kind of sums up the entire movie and what Romero was doing in that one scene right there. It's like, you know, he figured out he figured out the, you know, the vaccine for it and stuff, and he kind of solved the issue, and they just just kind of overlooked
not to
it.
sound shitty, but isn't that kind of what's going on now with the cops fucking pushing down black people and all the other
old
crazy
people?
shit?
I mean, the
And old
commentary is
people.
very similar. I mean, this isn't a racial thing.
That was different, though. That was just miscommunication. Them like, and he was tired of the stupid voice command where he kept having to hold him up.
No,
and do that,
I
and
think
he was
he's
just
talking
so frustrated.
I think he's just talking about just the lack of empathy and just the
the
control,
lack of empathy
just
and that
the
they don't
control,
care about
just
anybody,
being out of
you know?
control
Yeah,
and stuff.
but those people at that point were all they figured crazy, but they're so dumb. The soldiers are actually very dumb in this. Like the guys on the ground are morons. Like you kill 20, 30 of them, they can't see in the mask. They can't see fucking thing in the mask. I think they're all young. They don't know what's going on. They're misinformed. Everybody's misinformed. So it's a bloodbath, you know?
Yeah, the difference is it's not a racial thing in this. It's just the
They should have gave.
I just meant like the
Dr. Watson
it's just a lack of military
guard
control.
all the
It's
time.
just a military
He should have had a
control.
military guard all the time.
Exactly, right? Of course, right? I mean, it's so stupid too because like he literally comes out of that room, right? And these guys are treating him like he's been in the fucking mob for like, the whole time. It's like, are you kidding me, dude?
But they've been hearing crazy shit all day. People are like, just saying dumb shit.
I guess emotions run high, but at the end of the day, it's not what he's trying to say. It's
it's obvious.
A little bit out of control. But
did you guys notice Vince from Night of the Living Dead was in here as one of the firemen who shot Dwayne Jones at the end, and also Bill Heinzman, of course, is one of the guys. He's the cinematographer of the movie. So,
and you know what else Heinzman was in, or did? He was the intruder in Season of the Witch.
Was he?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I think they used the same guys back when he was in Pittsburgh. All the same guys until pretty much Dawn, and that kind of changed. They had a falling out, I think. Image 10. Yeah. When did that break up?
Oh, really?
I don't know, but this location is only like an hour and some away from me.
Evansville had some terrible times with Night of the Living Dead and the Crazies. It just does not seem like a good place. Evans City does not seem like a good place to live.
Yeah, but it's pretty close. I was looking at that the other day because Rob, didn't you go there?
Yeah.
I was thinking about. I was thinking about driving up.
Yeah, I saw the set. Yeah, I know. I tried to get you there to. Oh no, actually, I'm sorry. Later on, when I thought I was going to be down there, I was trying to get that to work out. Mm-hmm. We're gonna have to do that sometime if I ever get back up to visit my family.
For sure.
But that is kind of cool, though. I love it that I've actually been there. So to actually visit there, not to the extent I wish I had now, but I've been in the cemetery and I've been in that museum, and But I think thinking about the town and being there, I think one of the most gorgeous scenes that he, not just the sunset that he got caught on camera, which I thought was really something, but when the town is all misty, there's that one scene where the guy's trying to run away and they shoot him near the bridge, I think. It's just a lot of strong moments. And I think Romero was really, really, really trying to say some very strong things.
One thing I really like about this movie, though, is that they imply that, the biochemical was, when the plane crashed, it got into the water system and it was basically ingested by people and stuff, and certain people were immune to it and things like that.
Only one out of 3,000.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? And
coincidence.
It is kind of strange. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that. I mean, when the water's when it's in the water system, I mean, really everybody probably should have been affected by that, because it wasn't until like a week later kind of thing, right? So everyone had probably drank something out of the water system, especially back in those days. There was really no bottled water and stuff, but whatever. I digress.
Well, they all were affected. It just took a while. It probably was trailing through the system for like a week, but they fucked up. They should have been there immediately.
Oh, of course.
Well,
For the military not being there.
He was there.
Is it in this one or the remake where they say the incubation period is? I think it's in the remake where they say it's actually 48 hours. They actually specify that it's 48 hours before you start being affected. So in this one, I guess it kind of makes more sense because they don't give you exactly how long it takes to affect you because they didn't really know. They specify that too. But I do think it's interesting. They never really show anybody. I don't think there's one scene in this film where they ever show somebody actually drinking water, which I think is quite interesting, right? Because he didn't try to focus on that. They just implied
the little kid drinks a glass of water after his dad's nuts.
Okay,
right when he's going nuts. That's the only time.
So one scene, yeah.
Which is weird because it's not really focused on either.
Exactly, right? And so it's never a focus point. He just kind of implies it that it's in the water system and this is the result of it kind of thing. And I think that's interesting filmmaking. They don't try to make a point of, kind of slowing down the film by people, like, drinking water. Yeah, drinking
Showing
water.
Showing fucking 45 minutes of water footage. Great movie.
JP's got to jump in now and defend this.
No, it does, but it works too. Both of them work.
Yeah. I just think, in the remake for what they do, I mean, they explain that, it's like 48 hours and stuff like that. It's just kind of interesting that they, I guess, the whole science aspect of this, they were trying to figure it out too, right? So it works well. But I just thought it was interesting to note that they actually don't really show anybody drinking the water, considering it was really put out there that it was in the water system right away. So.
Hey, Moods, did you pick up on when Peckman gets reassigned at the end to Louisville? Louisville's the source or place, Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what. Yep. Yeah.
That's something.
Did you guys listen to the commentary with Romero and Bill Lustig doing the moderator?
No, I didn't.
That's
listen
a
to
good one.
commentaries.
That's a good one. It was very fun.
Damn it, Rob! You beat me to the fucking Louisville thing. I had it in my notes.
I thought about that when I think it was mentioned on the commentary, but on the Arrow,
I picked up on it.
It's not Romero.
That commentary sucks. I think we're doing a better job, to be honest.
you know what I liked about it, Dave? Though was towards the end when the commentator started bringing in the remake into the mix and started talking about. I thought that was interesting.
That one. But I did listen to it originally. I just didn't re-listen to it for this. But I remember being a little disappointed because I was like, man, I'd really rather listen to George Romero than other people.
Oh yeah. Well, his commentary he does the same commentary for the Arrow Season of the Witch, and that's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be a dick, but I just can't you get somebody like Kat Ellinger to do the commentary? She's so fucking good, and I gotta listen to these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Ratings.
Yeah,
Jeremy's first thing he said all review was rating.
No, he got cut off a couple times. I know he doesn't like the acting in the movie.
Jeremy, what are your thoughts on the film?
I don't know. I just think it's a bit. I said some things in the beginning about this one's about the military. I just think it's a bit too slow. I really don't think the characters are all that interesting. I mean, I think they're fine, but I think the remake has a little bit better of the character development than this film does. And I could see how it could be a little slow leading up to the climax of the movie, but it's okay to me. It's not my favorite Romero film. I know you guys clearly liked it more than I did, but it was all right for what it is.
Who's going first? Is it JP?
I think it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I like this film. I think that it's a pretty good movie, and I think that it is actually really ahead of its time because how early it came out. You just know these type of movies like even infection films. It's a pretty early one.
It's so relevant, man. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
like to what we're going.
Romero always had, binoculars into the future.
Yeah.
Just a great.
Is that a crack on?
I really appreciate. What's that?
Is that a crack on his Coke bottle glasses that he wears? Binoculars.
But yeah, I mean, I don't have much of a problem with anything in this movie. I would have liked a little bit more horror. It really is about a lot about the military just screwing things up and just being kind of poorly led and poorly organized and stuff like that, which is cool commentary, but it works best, I think, if you watch it once and not again right after. For me personally, so I do think that. But I'm not gonna hold that against it because I don't think that that's the movie's
I'm
fault,
thinking you're downplaying it because you didn't want to watch it again so close. I know how you are with rewatches and stuff.
That is.
I don't blame.
But did you actually affect?
Yeah,
I mean, I
no,
get
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
I get it.
I'm not letting it actually affect my feelings.
I just always, if I really like a film and I have to watch it again or whatever, like I said, I always watch Don't Go in the Woods Alone probably 3-4 times a year kind of thing because it's just something I enjoy watching.
That movie's so ridiculous too.
That's my favorite thing. It's like it
never stops.
It really doesn't. It doesn't stop. But I get where you're coming from, JP. I do.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm gonna say that I'll stick with my original rating of an 8.
That's a respectable rating.
Cool. Who's after JP?
I have no idea what the order was.
Me?
Oh, I guess I got fucked up because Dave wasn't there.
Me?
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy.
So like I said, it's not my favorite Romero. It is what it is. I think it does get boring at some points, but I give it a 7.5.
Decent.
It's me.
I guess.
Moods now.
I guess I'll go. Yeah. I said what I had to say on it, man. I'm a big fan of, I mean, this one just feels to me like a prelude in style to Dawn of the Dead. And Dawn of the Dead, of course, being my favorite film, Day of the Dead being like my 3rd favorite film of all time, kind of thing, right? So I love this commentary. I love the editing. I honestly disagree. I think the characters are actually quite interesting here. You know, I mean, I slightly agree with JP. It could have been a little bit more horror. I think there's elements here. I don't think it was meant to be a horror film, and I'm actually kind of glad that it wasn't, because then it spawned the remake, which was like full blown fucking horror, which is a great contrast. There's definitely moments of Romero's kills and shit, like, you know, when fucking Clank gets shot in the head and stuff.
The moments are good. That's why I just wanted more of them.
Yeah.
Like, good. All the horror stuff is good.
I love that scene where Clank gets shot in the head. Like, I just love the way it's filmed. Like, he just kind of throws his gun down. He's kind of like looking around, and all of a sudden, boom! It just kind of catches you off.
He says, "We're going to do some serious drinking." That's his line.
Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah, and it's almost like a really good almost jump scare at that point, right? Without the fucking, you know, all the jump scares that actually happen in the remake, to be honest. But it's that moment where you're like, holy shit, that just happened. But I think it's really good. I think Romero accomplishes quite well what he's trying to do. Again, you mentioned ahead of his time. Of course he is, man. Romero was always ahead of the curve, which is what separates Romero from so many directors, you know, in the industry. You know, I don't think he ever got the respect that he truly deserved until recently. But I'm in at a 9 out of 10. I think this movie is fantastic. I've always loved this movie. I've never had an issue with it. It's been a few years since I've seen this. And I really, really enjoyed my time with this one. I just was engaged from start to finish. Again, you know, it's like Dawn of the Dead, you know, that rapid editing. I can watch this shit all day long. And I would love to have seen a whole movie with just Dr. Watts, you know, Richard Franz, man. It's too bad he wasn't utilized more. Such a fantastic actor.
Am I next?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. You know, I think this movie is damn near perfect, but I do think the actual budget holds this one back. I think it's a little too cheap to be
I forgot to mention that.
a masterpiece. And usually budgets don't. I think that if they could have, you know, maybe done. Romero thought the sound editing wasn't great. You know, they didn't have enough time with it. The ending really gets to me. I think it's super effective. I think it's like really gut wrenching. And that with that song too, after the whole thing, after they went through just to have nothing, like it's almost just as cruel as Night of the Living Dead, to be honest. So last time I watched this was when Arrow put out the Blu-ray, and I rewatched it again. I mean, yeah, just recently, and I liked it more. It went up for me. I originally saw this when I was a kid. I was like 13 when they I got the double tape of Dawn, and Crazies was there too, and I was like, oh, another George Romero, and I watched it then, and I liked it, but not nearly as much as I do now. I didn't understand the concepts as much, so, and I love how this plays right into his filmography, and it's just like another great stepping stone to, you know, Night to Crazies to Dawn to Day, and they all fit together, and it's just perfect. Romero, so I'm at a 9. I was at an 8, but I went up a whole point. I'm at a 9.
Ah, nice. You're up there with me. Nice. Rob?
I am so relieved because I kind of figured where I was going to be, but I figured I'd be like way above everyone else. You know, one of the things I really didn't really speak too much was I just thought the acting, the characters. I love David and how David and Judy's characters, how they sort of bookend this movie. You know, we see them pretty much almost right at the start of the film. We're introduced to them, and then by the end, of course, we have that, I think, really effective moment between the two, and especially for me, you know, when she looks at him and says, I feel the baby kicking, and now he's asleep. And I'm telling you, you know, I don't think it's much to say. You know, we talked about is it Richard France that plays Watts?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder the same too about Lynn Carroll. I don't know why she didn't have a career. I thought she was absolutely freaking awesome in this freaking movie.
Beautiful.
Adorable. Absolutely.
Right? I thought the same thing.
The chemistry she has with David is just, I mean, I think
she's good too.
Oh man, I absolutely just fell in love with her through this film, and I just thought it was as natural, and I could see why some would say, you know, not quite see it the same, but Romero's just saying so much in this movie, and I just really think it's definitely an early film that not only, as we said, sets up the more, I don't know how much more important they are, but you know, Dawn and Day that will follow owe so much to this movie, and this movie really needs to be seen more. So I'm at a 9 too, and that's what I was thinking before we even talked, and I was hoping I wouldn't be, you know, too high.
Just missed the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, with a 27.
I think it's a great movie and I love it, but I'm be honest, like I'm not sure if it should make it in the Hall
I
of
think
Fame.
it's
I think it's kind of a movie
No,
that's...
it's not. It's not.
I agree. I think it's exactly where it should be, man. I gotta say though, man, this is probably the highest rated film that I've ever had on this podcast, which is crazy because we've reviewed like thousands of films. That was a 9 that had stock footage in it.
Yeah.
If Hellraiser's not in the Hall of Fame,
That's ridiculous, by the way.
Oh, that Hellraiser's in there? No.
I think Jeremy's fault on that.
It's absurd. That's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
Hellraiser's better than Demons.
I agree.
I actually disagree with that.
I'd give them both a 10. I can't even. They're about the same for me, but
I think Hellraiser's better than Demons. Got a better plot.
I don't. What? Yeah, I mean, whatever.
It does got a better plot. Demons is fun.
I actually
Demons
disagree.
Is a blast,
I don't. I mean, Hellraiser's a glorified fucking love story. Demons is just dope. It's in the cinema.
Hellraiser's concept is much better than. I mean, they're both. Well, Demons has got that
concept
great
of
idea.
Demons is
Honestly,
that
in
there's,
execution, Demons is phenomenal. I mean, the way the shit plays out, man, is awesome.
But
the
dude,
soundtrack is amazing.
Like all the shots of
score
of the
is
light
amazing.
coming through the walls and the.
Okay, did we just get in from the Crazies?
Pinhead design chatter.
Cinnabites, though, the idea of Cinnabites and escaping from hell is way more deeper, and
you know why?
And it has a bigger statement than Demons, but Demons has a crazy coming out of the film aspect and actually attacking the audience, which is really cool.
Dude, you know what? You know what separates these movies?
original.
Mikel Suave in the film in Demons, man, the dude with the mask and shit, solidifies it for me right there, man.
No, he's nowhere near as cool as Pinhead.
And he's in
Fuck
the film
that! I would take Mikel Suave with that little fucking mask any day, handing out the little tickets and shit. Fuck.
And
that.
Hellraiser cost $10. And literally, that movie cost like $10 to make. Yeah.
You know, the soundtrack to Demons probably cost him, must have been a few million just to put those songs in there.
I know we had the budget on 85 show, but those movies are stupid to compare, to be honest. It's
No,
like apples
honestly,
and oranges, you know what I mean? One's like a dark personal movie, and one's
Are
like
we
a
literally
fun
comparing Demons to fucking Hellraiser? That doesn't make sense.
Didn't make any sense. They're both demon movies, though.
Yeah, right.
Technically.
Just to clarify, I gave it a 9.5. Jeremy an 8.5, and Mood's a 9.
Those aren't bad ratings. If you I don't know.
What did we give
I
Hellraiser
came
2?
way
Did
up
I come
on
in higher on Hell? Because I think I like Hellraiser 2 too. Like, I think I rated it
No,
higher.
you gave it an 8. Or wait, yeah, no, you gave them both a 9.
Okay, so I think that was the argument before. I used to like Hellraiser 2 more.
So
And
did
then
I.
I came
I did
down
too
on
as
it.
a
I think
kid.
I came down on it to a 9. I think I was higher before, yeah.
It's like a violent kids movie, Hellraiser 2.
He moves.
Yep.
Is and Michele, is it the first time? Is it the first time that we have someone that's not only in the movie, but he's in the movie
I think so. I think so, actually. Yeah, because he is totally the dude in.
We get a freaking double dose of Michele. It's freaking awesome.
Playing two different characters,
He's actually
right?
the character from the movie. Do you think that was like an actual thing that happened in the Demons, and he's actually been demonized and came out to pass out the tickets so the movie could possess them?
I see. It's not
That
actually
movie's
bad.
nuts.
It's actually not a bad idea. I don't think
These
that was-
Hellraiser ratings
I think he's
are
playing
so
two different
funny.
characters, though.
If anybody ever covers Hellraiser again, it's going to make the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Just the first one.
Hey, man, if you're ever on a show where you want to do some What We Watched and you want to just watch it and rate it,
I would. That's a Derek move.
Yeah,
that is happening.
for a reason.
I noticed that is starting to happen on this show where people are like requesting films specifically
That's
because they
fine
have a
if they
chance.
do it.
Yeah.
But Derek made a whole new segment. It's like, this is what I call my Italian segment. Demons. 10 out of 10, baby.
And he's like, this is what I call my Japanese ghost story segment.
This is what I call my Hellraiser in the Hall of Fame segment.
Dude, so funny.
That was
so
so
funny.
wasn't it?
Dude, I actually regret one of the biggest regrets I have is episode 8. I gave Phantasm an 8.
Ooh. Because there's a lot of flaws, but it's also so great, and it helps the movie. It's hard to pick them.
I think there's less flaws
the
now
more and
than
more
there
I
was
watch
back then.
that franchise, man, I fucking there's nothing better than watching the first 4 movies in a row.
Moods gave it a 9.5, and I
would have came in at a 9 on it.
I at least a 9.
I think I'd still be. I mean, I'm not sure what my other ratings were, but I love that franchise, man.
Well, you gave the first one a 9.5, the second one a 9, the third one a 7, and the fourth one a 7.5.
Yeah,
I think those are all good ratings. I might come up to like an 8 on the fourth one now, though.
I never saw the 4th and 5th one.
Dude, the fourth
you're not
one
really
is a fucking
exposed to
trip
much.
so hard because they used unused footage.
Don't
I know the story. I know the story.
No, I know he does. And it's just so weird when you watch it. You're like, how did they do this? But you know how they did it. Right?
When I talked about it on Podcast Under the Stairs, I literally, like, when I was a kid, I was like, how did they get him to look so young? It's like, did they find another guy that looks like him?
Right. Yeah, I know I'm always in the mind. Like, most people seem to
I don't
like
know how I
part two.
turned out so smart.
Jesus Christ.
Because I said some dumb shit when I was a kid.
Yeah,
when you were a kid, JP.
I don't think you're the kid from fucking Grown Ups Part 2 like my kid is, but oh lordy.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so that is the Crazies from 1973.
He has a knife. What have you done?
How long has he been playing statue?
Couple hours now. Same look Rory gave me.
Okay, so moving into 2010 with the Crazies remake, directed by Breck Esner. That name just sounds made up to me.
I don't think he did many. I don't think he did many things after this.
He did. I know he did the last Witch Hunter movie, which I never checked out. But
Is that the one with Vin Diesel?
I believe so.
None of his other movies appealed to me. I don't.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen it, but yeah. So yeah, the Crazies from 2010, starring Timothy Olyphant.
How do you say his name? How do you say his name, guys?
Olyphant. I guess
this dude should have been a star. By the way, he should have been like the new Bruce Willis or something.
Dude,
he's great.
I love this guy. Even in Santa Clarita fucking Diet and shit. Like, he's fucking great.
Oh, that's where the fuck I seen him.
Deadwood, man. Deadwood.
He's great in that show.
Deadwood.
Scream 2. Scream 2.
He's great. Mickey. He's honestly like an underrated fucking actor, isn't he? Yeah. Like, he just...
Girl Next Door. He's great in that, too.
The Girl Next Door? Holy fuck, I didn't even think of that, man.
Throws the kid off the fucking car.
That's right. That's right.
I used to not really like this movie that much, but I gotta be honest, watching it this time,
he's a shitty
I really
husband,
enjoyed
though,
it.
I have to say.
Like I said, though, man, I saw this in the theater.
You want to know why he's a shitty husband?
I didn't really. Okay, can we just get the synopsis? Okay, here we can break bread after we get the synopsis out of here. Come on, motherfuckers, let's do this. After a strange and insecure plane crash. Insecure? Okay, did we just say that at the same time?
Was the plane nervous about this crash?
Like the plane crash, or what the fuck? Okay, an unusual toxic virus enters a quaint farming town. A young couple are quarantined, but they fight over survival along with help from a couple of people. Okay, that fucking synopsis is ridiculous. That's like the worst written thing ever. Insecure.
Glad we stopped talking about the movie to
plane crash. That was ridiculous. Apparently, this plane crash is like, I am so ugly, I'm going down.
I can't believe I put all that weight after my wedding and I'll never get this dress again.
Oh, this military hates me so much. Fuck this, I'm going down.
You gave me a virus. I feel so sick. I still feel gross.
Jesus.
What has this show turned into? Okay. So we did mention before that in contrast, the original Crazies is about the military. The focus is about the military and those aspects and stuff. This one right here focuses on being a horror film. You know, there's an infection. It's the same narrative. I mean, there's a plane crash. They do cover the same elements. There's a plane crash, gets in the water system, and people start going fucking insane. But this one really kind of dives into being a straight up horror film, and it rolls with it. It never really changes. In fact, the military doesn't even show up into this film until 30 minutes into the movie, and they're never a focus.
And a little bit. I mean, they're a little characterized towards the end of the movie.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
In the barn, but that's
like
about
one
it.
Dude.
Yeah,
right? You never really get to see the military at all, which I love it in this movie because, and it was something that kind of bugged me before. I was like, holy fuck, man, you know, not thinking about, you know, why I would like this as a remake compared to the original, because we always talk about remakes and originals and stuff, and this is what separates them. You know, this is actually a decent remake. It takes the core idea. It takes the core narrative and it rolls with it and does its own fucking thing. And I actually respect this. After I walked out of the cinema going, I don't like that movie. So
I think a lot of people walked out of the cinema not liking a lot of movies in that era, and now looking back on it, it was pretty solid.
Yeah,
I thought it was decent when I first saw it. And then
I
liked
think
it
everybody
better this
liked
time.
Hills Have Eyes when they walked out of that one. I think that was the one big exception. I think everybody liked that damn movie.
Yeah.
The opening to this film, I really like they set up the small town vibe pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they take a little bit more time to get to the barn burning in this one than they do in the original.
The scene that really solidifies it for me is because I live in a small city. I mean, I don't live in a small town. I live in a small city, 100,000 people, whatever. But is the scene which I can relate to being on the ball field, just having people out there watching your kids play ball, because that's what
everybody
people do.
knows each other.
Exactly.
You know that person's kids.
That's what
parents.
people do around here. And when that dude comes into the field all fucking crazy, quote unquote, and has that altercation with our sheriff played by
everybody
Timothy.
knew he used to be a drunk because it's a small town.
Exactly, right.
So
and
I
then
think they all relapse. I like that.
It's That's great
cool.
opening.
That seems very effective.
It is very effective because they actually introduce him as the town drunk, and all of a sudden, like, David might be like a little bit of the bad guy and shit. Like, what, you just shot the town drunk because he started drinking again? It's crazy, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But I love that setup, man. I think it's very effective, which I never caught before.
This movie has some fucking pretty convenient ass things happen in it, though, I do have to say. Like, oh, this guy's just about to pitchfork your wife, and right about when he's about to put it down, here comes the sheriff to kill him. It's like,
right.
It's suspense,
though. What I said this film is
that does happen 3 or 4
Hollywood.
times.
Yeah. It's very much a movie.
Yeah, it happens 3 or 4 times. But I mean, combined with the convenience of that, and there is, they made it a horror film of its time. They made it a horror film of its time, and they utilize the jump scares in this like hardcore. I mean, I know JP doesn't have a problem with them and stuff like that, but in this movie, and I always talk about how I'm always against cheap jump scares and shit like that. But again, I realize what they're doing. The original one to this one, this is meant to be a horror film. You're going to have that type of shit. So I can actually kind of give it a break in this aspect a little bit. Even though they're a little bit cheesy at times, and they're obvious as fuck too. Like, those are a little bit of kind of gripes on the film. So I could do without them.
They have suspense scenes too, though. They have suspense scenes. Like,
of course.
I think the pitchfork is a big suspense scene. That's not just a jump scare.
I didn't say it was a bad scene. I just
no. That's not a jump scare.
I agree.
I didn't say that was a jump scare. That scene's more the convenience scene.
There's not that's right.
Yeah, that's a convenience. There is a few jump scares, just with whatever. There's a few in the film, but that's more of the convenience.
But that shot of the pitchfork dragging with after it was stabbed into somebody with the blood, that's your money shot right there. That's the whole damn poster. Yeah. That looks so cool, dude. That is horror right there. Of course. And there is a lot of great cinematography and shots in this film.
Oh yeah,
I actually was shocked at how well
beautiful wide shots.
The shot in the fucking barn.
I would have liked to watch this in high def.
The shot in the barn.
I have it on Blu-ray.
The shot in the barn with the light, with the tractor going around and around, and the lights coming from the back behind the tractor. It's fucking beautiful,
scary,
dude. That shot is fucking amazing.
I thought he was going to turn
amazing
that
shot.
On. It was scary.
This is an
big,
amazing
expensive
shot.
Wide shots for sure, and they look great.
Can I say something about that cinematography?
What's that?
Go ahead, Rob.
I was just saying, it's got to be mentioned, man, because this guy, Maxime Alexandre, if that's how you say it, number one, he's Italian. That ought to be mentioned. But number two, listen to some of the movies he's got under his belt. His first movie he shot was High Tension in 2003. Yep. He did the Hills Have Eyes remake. He did the Maniac remake.
That's right.
He did The Nun, which is higher on my list than it is on some people's list. But he did Crawl, too, in 2019. So he's got some.
Sasha's guy.
His movies look good.
Yeah,
they do. I love the the helicopter shots of the school with the buses and stuff like that, and then I was shocked. Honestly what I thought of this movie, because when I first seen it, I thought it was good, and then I watched it a couple years ago for like a Body Bags review or something, and I was just like, it wasn't as good as I remembered. So watching it again, I was like, there's actually a lot of things to appreciate in this movie, especially once you watch the original and you're like, okay, they're just different. But the things that are different about them both work for their own movie.
Yeah.
And the dialogue's good, too. The dialogue between characters is good.
That's why I think it makes the characters better, the dialogue in this one, because the relationship between the two cops are just. I just think it's much.
It's
more
better than the
interesting.
relationship between the wife and the.
Well, he's a horrible husband because he fucking leaves her outside, leaves her in the fucking counter when he goes and walks.
But
around.
he goes back.
He leaves her, but he leaves her, and all the shit starts to happen. It's like when you leave your
She's
pregnant
a strong,
wife.
independent woman. Damn it.
Oh, bullshit! You wouldn't leave your fucking.
Really, I never
wife
really
or-
caught that he was such a bad husband, man. I mean, I
Yeah,
look at his
leaving her
character,
everywhere. He was just leaving her.
but I look at him as he's also the sheriff of the town, and he's trying to take responsibility for it too.
But this is at like the end
And
of the
he
film
knows
where
that his
shit
wife
hits
is
the
a
fan.
strong woman, like she can probably take care of herself, kind of thing.
Well,
But
she thinks that.
he also knows he has a job to do too. Like I get
At
where
the
he's
end?
coming
No,
from.
that was dumb in the diner when they got separated. I remember thinking that. I was like, why the fuck are they separated right now?
She's like sitting at the counter, and
Yeah,
then,
that was dumb.
She was drinking water. What
well,
was
they
he
were
trying
doing
to get?
they were doing two different things. Like he's literally
They should've
trying to
stayed
find a way
together.
out,
But
trying to find the
that's his
keys and stuff.
pregnant
He's trying to
wife.
find. She's
It's
trying to
what
find
you
a
Yeah,
way
but
out.
they
You
have
don't
to
separate
they
at
have
that
to get
point.
out of there.
Yeah.
You don't separate at that point.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Probably not.
I don't think it would.
I mean, I just saw it as a
I think-
time saver though
That's
too.
horror
I mean,
movie shit, though, man.
Yeah.
Well, I have to bring it up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean it's not bullshit.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
He's right.
it's a fair assessment. But I understand what was going on there. Like he's literally trying. Like he's accomplishing something. She's accomplishing something too. But I
No,
understand.
she's
the whole
not.
separate-
She's sitting there drinking a fucking glass of water.
But that's what she's doing.
in an area where they think they're safe.
But that's,
Bullshit! Why would you think you're safe in a fucking world that
there's
there's
no-
fucking
you can't
but Jeremy,
fucking
that's what
crazy.
she's trying to
It's a dumb
accomplish.
scene. It's
She
a dumb
needed,
scene. It's
but
a
she
dumb
needed
scene.
water.
It's stupid.
But she needed water. That was the whole point. And I'm
Takes
glad
No,
that they even
it's the
showed
difference
that.
than eating water and like you could drink water and stay together. She's fucking sitting at the counter with her fucking hands crossed,
No,
drinking
the
a glass of
the
water.
only stupid thing about the scene is the fact that she sits down and pours it into a cup when she has a bottled fucking water.
No, that's
Right.
retarded too.
That's
but-
stupid.
She just grabbed a bottled water and been on the go. That was
Yep.
dumb.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
there's
I think
but
once-
I'm just saying.
Well, if they wouldn't have separated, it would have took a little bit longer.
I just
and they wouldn't have
understand
escaped
why
the
they were
explosion.
separated, though. That's what I'm
Didn't
saying.
know it was going to explode.
I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
she was in the diner just like fucking, doing whatever. And at least she was trying to accomplish something. I get it.
Like drinking water.
But dude,
You
it was
gotta get
essential. They
fucking
were
hydrated, man.
They hadn't drank
She dumped
anything
it. She had a
forever.
bottle, but she dumped it in a glass. It's a dumb scene.
They hadn't drank
No,
in like 2 days.
Dumping in the glass is a dumb scene because it would be better to grab the water and go and find
Yeah,
David.
it's dumb.
That would have
Yeah,
been the
that-
smart
that
thing to
was
do.
dumb.
But I understand why she was in the diner. That's what I'm saying. Like she
I
needs
just
water.
don't. I just don't.
They were getting
care.
supplies. That's
I
why
don't
he grabbed
care
the
that much
bag. That's
either,
why
but
he
it's
grabbed the
dumb.
bag and put a bunch of shit in there, put all the keys in there. She was grabbing some shit too.
If we talk about letting his wife in right at your door, or right in your door, whatever the fucking name is movie, letting your wife inside the house, why would I not bring up the fact that he
It's
fucking
such
leaves
a little
his wife?
small scene that is insignificant to the film.
Well, I just think it's retarded.
I agree. It's probably like 90% of people wouldn't split up in that situation, but it just doesn't really matter.
Not going to affect my rating, though.
It really depends. I mean, if you're going into this, what you think is a safe spot, like, hey, you go grab the keys, you go grab this bag and stuff. I'm going to grab some water. We'll meet up here in 3 seconds. I mean,
Not
if that's
after what happened that day.
I would say that maybe.
No,
right?
I wouldn't.
I think that
probably
honestly,
wouldn't.
I think I would even do that. Like if I was David, I'd be like, "Hey, I'm going in here. You go grab some waters. We'll meet up here in like 10 seconds, man." I mean,
In
really,
that room, it looks safe.
right?
Like,
But she
where I'm
does
going,
something
it might
stupid.
not be
She
safe.
sits down and pours into a glass when it's ridiculous. Because what are you going to do?
Yeah,
Take
but
the
then
glass
she
out
goes
of the room?
outside and she fucking notices all the bodies in the fucking back of the truck and all this other bullshit.
That happened
There-
before.
Okay, even
That happened
more
before.
point
That's
that
even
she's
worse.
alone. Another point that she's alone.
That
But-
was dumb.
but- but there is no one around.
You're never going to convince me otherwise.
But how do you know there's nobody around?
It doesn't matter if it's dumb or not. It just matters if somebody would, if there's a human being that would do it.
I'm not saying it
Not,
isn't
not
dumb.
two that
I'm
are
just
smart
saying
enough to survive that long.
there's justification in that scene, and there's also dumb parts. I don't think the whole thing is ridiculous.
Well, you
but-
say I don't talk enough, and then when I talk, I'm stupid.
I agree
No,
with Jeremy
that's-
on it. It's dumb.
He didn't
It's
say
dumb.
No,
you were
Jeremy.
stupid.
No, I never said you were stupid. I'm glad that you brought that up, so we have a conversation. That's the point of it.
Rob, do you think
I'm
it's
just
dumb?
not saying the whole scene is stupid.
Here's what I think. I think when they separate initially early on, I think it's justified just because you got military people right there who are separating, and you don't have a whole lot of choice.
Yeah, but
And
at the
I
end.
think, and yeah,
At the end.
right, because I think at the beginning too, they help counter that when he has that conversation with that one guy when he says, "Hey,
That's a great line.
I won't ask you why, or don't ask me why, why I'm
Going
going to
back
go
with my
back
wife
and you're
while you're
not."
staying
Yeah,
here.
exactly. Now, because that happened though, because that happened, it does. I mean, do you let your wife out of your sight for even 2 seconds after that? But at the same point, you get to that point where, because, they drop certain pieces of dialogue along the way where the truck stop seems to be a safe point to getting out of there. Once they get
how much in Dawn of the Dead the husband isn't around the wife?
But she's also contained in an area on purpose. They've actually made a point of making her safe in there. That's a little bit different.
No, even before that, like when they're before they get to the mall and stuff. They go off on their own a few times. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it's common.
I guess. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a question, guys. Maybe it's just me. You can correct me. But in the very beginning, when he after the incident on the Little League field, he asks I guess it's the mortician when he'll have the toxology, and he tells him 5 days. Then, like 5 minutes later, he's in his office. He gets the toxology report, which says 0.00.
No, he doesn't say 5 days.
Yeah, he does.
5 days for the rest, but tomorrow he'll have the alcohol for you.
Oh, okay. Then I missed it. All right, that's fine. Okay, well, here's another one then. Why is it that when he shuts off, doesn't he shut off the town's water supply after he has that conversation with the man?
Yep.
And then we never hear about the water again the rest of the movie.
Well, there's no reason to at that point.
Yeah, but we never see the mayor again. Why even have the scene with the mayor if you're not going to show
Do they
him?
actually shut off the water supply? Because he has that conversation with the mayor.
That is the scene from Jaws.
Because
that's not the only one. When he gets slapped by the guy that he shoots wife, she slaps him. I thought that was...
The reason for that scene is to show that the sheriff doesn't give a damn. He's going to do what's best for everybody. Like, no, it's character development. That's what that scene is.
Does he shut off the water supply
after he talks to the mayor? Have a whole driving scene and then just show him for 2 seconds and be like, hey, I'm a fat guy swimming.
Yeah, well, he's I mean, that's cliche right there.
You should have just made him the guy that was.
I don't remember him shutting off the water because I remember having the conversation with the mayor saying, if we shut up the fucking water, like we're gonna bankrupt this whole town because we're a farming community kind of thing, and which completely made sense from his point of view.
Yeah. Right.
They show it because the one guy says, I think you're gonna get fired for this one. His buddy.
Yeah. But then he ends up shutting off the water,
and he said that might not be such a bad thing.
Yeah.
Then he goes and he turns off the water and he takes the lever so nobody else could turn it back on.
Oh yeah,
this whole movie is like one set piece in the set piece.
That's right.
For me though, it's like I can't remember.
I forgot about that.
It's like a car wash into a diner into the autopsy room. They're just giant big set pieces of like action and gore and horror, which is cool. But I don't remember much in between those. Like, you know what I mean? There's like just a few huge big scenes in that.
I mean, there's some bonding moments going on with the.
You know what I think is a weird development in the film though? It's like, the scene in the barn where, we got the sheriffs and, David and Judy and Clank and stuff like that, which is, he's referred to as Russell in here. And they have that altercation with the military guy. And they actually end up letting him go because the guy pleads for his life and he says, I won't say anything, I can, you guys are cool, whatever. And then they let him go and stuff like that. Like, man, that scene is fucked because, leading into what they see at the end of the film where they've literally exterminated fucking everybody. It's like, did this guy say something? Like, there's people out there and shit, like, we need to get rid of fucking everybody. And, like, am I missing something there? Or
no, they were going to kill everybody regardless.
They probably didn't let him know about it.
Okay, so that's what I'm thinking because he was definitely uninformed of what was going on. Like he was actually being legitimate and being like, I don't fucking know what's going on, kind of thing, right? Yeah. But I just thought it was kind of interesting.
Well, you figure that
they have this dialogue.
It's a need to know basis, right?
Yeah,
that's how it always is. Like they just the people who are directly involved in doing it, those are the people who know.
Yeah.
They were going to experiment on the sick people to see if they could cure them.
Of course.
Maybe, but then just fry everybody else who possibly could have been infected.
I mean, the commentary,
or maybe they figured there was no cure.
It's just so horrific.
I mean, honestly, I don't think that's such a bad idea. Whenever I see how realistic, like if COVID was like this, like we'd be fucked. So I think you probably do just kill everybody,
and you still have assholes out there be like, "It ain't real. It ain't real." no matter what happens, there's always going to be fucking naysayers or deniers.
I saw somebody
I mean, there's
today.
always going to be that
flat
shit.
earthers.
There's
I
always
saw
going to be
somebody
that shit.
today in the store with a "Make America Great Again" hat, a Donald Trump T-shirt with his face on it, not wearing a mask, just on a mobility scooter. I was thinking, yep,
Oh, really?
I mean,
America.
It's just so interesting that, you know, how this shit is so relatable to what's going on with COVID and stuff like that. And it's really fucked up, man, because
I used to think that
my wife
was the bad guys in these movies. Well, I mean, they're obviously the bad guys, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not 100% against their reason for doing it.
For murdering everybody.
I mean,
Well,
it just got me thinking. It got me thinking because the wife has a friend.
Well, yeah, they did fucking cause it in this one.
One of the wife's friends that she grew up with and stuff, and she went to school actually down in the States. She's now a nurse in Florida, and she volunteered to go to New York to help out with the crisis there because it's so fucking bad.
Come through my hotel,
and so she ended up at a hospital in the Queens. And essentially, Aaron's talked to her 4 or 5 times since, and it's just fucking, it's absolutely brutal. It's absolutely brutal.
My therapist told me that she thinks that in the next year or two, they're going to see a lot more people with PTSD from the doctors and the nurses who were in the hospital. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. I didn't think about that.
You know, she's been a nurse for a long, long time in her life, and I mean, this shit has fucking deeply affected her and stuff. But the problem is with it that, you know, she's there dealing with this stuff, and she basically got not demoted, but she was on dead body removal, all day, like hundreds of bodies being fucking, carted out and stuff like that. And so Erin asked her, she's like, is the media overplaying this shit down there or underplaying it with what's going on in New York? Because it was the hardest hit area. And she's like, they're totally underplaying it. And I was like, fuck. I instantly had one, but this is somebody that's in the middle, and she's like, dude, what they're saying right now is not what's happening, at least in this fucking hospital that I'm in right now, because it's literally people are coming in and dying every 5 minutes. Like, you're walking over dead bodies. There's so many dead bodies that, you can't even move around. And I was like, what the fuck? She's like, you could tell she's totally distraught, totally fucked up. Like, just, it's going to be something that affects her the rest of her life. But so they're kind of downplaying a little bit in there. They're not saying that shit. But that's fucking scary, man.
I've heard some things. I've probably talked. I talked to people I've been working this entire time.
Do you know people that are working in the hospitals?
Yeah, I've had people. We have something called an essential. It basically Hilton put out this thing where it basically allowed essential people for first responders to stay for free. So we had a lot of those people coming through. Where we're located, a lot of people come through our area to go to New York, right? It's on the main highway that gets you to New York. So I had a lot of people who were going in, coming out, and a lot of people who were from Toronto or Ontario too, which is weird. This new area where I work is it's such in the middle of all these transits. But yeah, I've heard some different things, some crazy stuff, some not so crazy stuff.
So did you not know what these people were doing? Because if they're crossing the border, actually when I was camping, just last week,
they're all old rich people who live in Florida and they're going home.
Okay,
to their other house.
So I'm sitting in this this campsite called Canyon Creek, and I look over, and this fifth wheel pulls in, and these guys are from California, and I'm like, holy fuck, that's crazy. So I'm taking a bike ride and shit, and I sparked up a conversation with them and stuff, and I'm like, whereabouts in California you guys from? And they're like, oh, we're from Sacramento. And I was like, oh, crazy. That's just kind of fucking weird, because I've been to every major city in California except for Sacramento. It's the weirdest thing, right? And it turns out that they were on work visas. They were actually heading up to Alaska, because you got to come through where I am to get to Alaska. It's just the only route, right? And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And then the next day, I'm sitting there, I'm talking to the owners, and I'm grabbing some wood and shit, and these people are rolling through, and it's a whole truckload of people, and they're from fucking Nevada. And same thing, they're on fucking work visas. They're heading up to Alaska on these work visas and shit, and they're like, no, we're just getting the fuck out of there right now. I'm like, crazy, man. Literally getting the fuck out of there, coming up here and going to Alaska.
Illinois has been pretty good.
I've had tons of people come through from Illinois.
We're the only state in the whole country that under the federal guidelines could open up, like the guidelines that the federal government came out with.
Everybody's coming to Illinois because all the food is better there.
I'm just saying, Illinois has done a good job at testing and fucking taking shit slow.
Of course. Well, Illinois. Illinois doesn't protest violently. We're good up here. Like everything. Everything.
We usually are. Technically, we usually are.
We're the best at this. We're the best at that.
I mean, fucking NATO didn't get bad, and that was fucking NATO.
Yeah, I mean, it's like BC too. I mean, we had the hugest outbreak because of the shit that was in Washington happened in BC, and then we were like the worst in the country, and all of a sudden we're golden right now. So, yep, it's on how you approach it, man.
1 million people.
I'm actually surprised that most, I talk a lot of shit about where I'm from and how people don't follow the rules that much and stuff, but I'm actually surprised that most of the world did without really being enforced. Kind of interesting. I didn't see many people getting in trouble for not following the rules. Kind of interesting. But anyway, back to the Crazies. I think that the relationship between the two cops is actually like one of my favorite aspects of this movie. It feels like a real friendship, and I like the decline of
it. Does. It feels like an honest small town relationship where you have the sheriff and the deputy, and they work together side by side every single day, and it makes sense. It makes sense that they would be like that. So, yep, I agree.
And I like when dude starts to lose it too, because at first you're like, wait, that's a little weird. That doesn't seem like he would do that, and then it's just like more and more evidence.
Yeah. They really play that out in this film, though. Like he's changing for like half the fucking movie. It's
they can play it out a lot,
right? It's just insane.
He's only changing from the scene where he shoots the person in the window in the house until, I don't know, it's like half an hour.
Right. No, it's quite a bit though, but I just feel like even the scene where, he says to David, he's like, I'm going to give you and Judy a way out of here, follow my lead. And that's when he goes and basically, sacrifices himself to the military and stuff.
Good score in that part too.
But it's like, he seems like he's almost normal. And I don't know if it's his acting or what it is, but he seems like he's pretty damn normal. He's obviously out of it a little bit and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I think it goes on.
Even if you don't buy he's like a Southern guy, he's still a good enough actor to sell the performance, like emotionally in his face and everything.
Oh, for sure.
So
yeah.
He did a couple movies. He's the guy in The Ruins, and he's in Across the Universe. I looked him up because I recognized him. I was like, I can't put my finger on him.
Which guy is he in The Ruins?
Yeah, I think he's the Swedish guy.
Oh, fucking Ruins is so good.
Remember the Swedish guy they meet, who he's in like the stretcher the whole movie?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even remember that.
See the guy that gets his leg all fucked up?
Yep. He's the guy who gets his leg cut off.
Oh, okay. Well, I remember that part.
The most gnarly effect ever done in mainstream movies. Is that fucking
He's also in Across the Universe. He's the guy who gets sent to Vietnam.
Oh, crazy.
Good cast in The Ruins.
You should watch The Ruins movies. That movie's fucking...
No, I've seen it before. I just need to rewatch. I haven't seen it since it came out. Literally, since it came out.
Great.
So I think I even bought the DVD after the fact and never even watched it again. So
nice Lynn Laurie cameo.
Pulling a Dave on that one right there. Have a DVD for 15 years and not watch it.
The funny that old lady who's like, did Gerald call? Did Gerald call? Did Gerald call?
Is that supposed to be our sweeping the grass lady?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the redneck guys who are hunting, and then later on they're like the hunters. Those guys are pretty gnarly looking too. They got some good death scenes there.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because he ends up fighting like parts of the town. He's like, "Oh, I gotta fight the coroner now," and he comes at him with the fucking weapon, and then he's like, "I gotta fight the principal now."
That's another thing with like the fucking that's another convenient thing I just thought about with the facade like about to fucking come to his crotch, and the other sheriff just happens to be there right before it fucking goes into his.
That's
stick.
a movie though.
I know that's
good. Comments about movies.
I know.
You know what I love about this?
No, it stops. It stops, and then he just unplugs it.
No, he stopped it.
Did he stop it?
He did. Stepped on it. Yeah.
Man, one thing I love about this movie, man, that we mentioned in the Crazies is that where the Crazies ends, the colonel has got to go to Louisville, where obviously, the shit goes down in Return of the Living Dead, and then we know what happens in Return of the Living Dead, where it gets fucking nuked and shit. I love the fact that like in this movie, it's it's a remake, but at the same time the contrast is that what happens in the end of this movie is where they get fucking nuked. Like they nuked the entire fucking city. So I kind of like that setup where they set it up in the original film, and then the remake they actually follow through with this kind of, you know, straight up fucking bombing, this nuking and shit, which is kind of cool, man. I thought that was quite interesting how that kind of played itself out.
I like the concept. I just think that it makes me realize I'm watching a movie. That whole end scene, it's just too actiony and like convenient and just like
actually just like the effects are a little bit shitty in that end scene too. But I mean, really, honestly, I really enjoy this movie, and I think, to be honest, the main reason is that I'm a big fan of Timothy Olyphant, or whatever you want to say. I think he's great, man. He really does. He's just very believable in that role, and like I just like his character, man. I really do like his character. I don't think he's. I mean, you guys kind of said he was an asshole husband and stuff, but I think he was doing what he needed to do because he is a sheriff.
No, he was a good dude.
If he was just a regular type guy, you know, whatever, I mean, like, you might want to go after your wife a little bit more, but he has a job to do, and he knows that. I think he's a very strong character, and he plays out very, very well. And he's fucking badass, too, because, to be honest, the best scene in the movie for myself is the scene where after he gets stabbed in the hand, he fucking stabs out this bitch with the knife through his hand, through her neck. Yeah. Come on, man. That shit was amazing. That's the best fucking kill.
The gore's good, man.
It's really good. The gore is good. And, you know, and that's one thing I like about this. They didn't downplay. They, you know, again, we go back to Romero's film where it focuses on one thing, and this film focuses on the horror. And, you know, the infected turn into like these crazy fucking looking creatures and shit like that. And I love the hunters, man.
I wish we could have got just a little bit more of certain aspects. So, like, you know, it was pretty creepy when the mortician was sewing up lips and eyes of people, and they're still alive.
That's one thing I love about this film, Rob, is that everybody acts so different, just like in the original one too. Like, you know, you have these, like, it's very calculating. Like the mortician's kind of doing what he was doing before, and like, you know, and this person's doing this and that. It's just, I love that.
How do you know he was behind him if he can't fucking see? He's like, behind you. It's like, your eyes are so shut, bro.
Yeah,
his ears aren't shut.
Dude, I never thought of that, but that's.
But he would be able to hear anyways.
I mean, there's a few actual mistakes in this film. There's a scene where they shoot into the rig and stuff, and he takes one shot and there's 3 bullet holes there, and I'm like, what the fuck? Right? Like, there's definitely
maybe it was a shotgun.
No, it was not a shotgun. It was a rifle. It was a fucking rifle.
That's a new gun, Moods.
There we go. Here goes JP trying to fucking.
No, I don't
justify it.
There is mistake. Honestly, dude. Like, if you saw it again, you'd be like, Moods is right. Yeah, I saw it because I actually burst out laughing. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It was one shot, one sound effect, 3 holes, and I was like, oh, come on. But yeah, so I mean, it could have just been a mistake in, you know, the audio part of it, but who knows?
You know what I like about? I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know what I like about Oliphant? Well, the sheriff's wife, Judy, is she's one of those characters that, you know, she's in Pitch Black and she's in Rogue, but she does such a good job in this movie. You rarely think about that through this movie. You know.
Yeah, man, I actually really like her, man. I didn't realize. Is it her in this movie? Like, she was actually like, what, 37 in this movie? Like, she looks really damn good. But I like how they changed, like, the main characters in this film, man. I like how they changed them up, like, you know, with the whole sheriff thing. It just makes a lot of sense, too. Right?
You gotta have them be cops because they're not Vietnam vets, so they don't. Those guys know how to fight because they're vets. These guys have to have some sort of like experience. With
the lesser filmmaker would have made them like, just, you know, they would have been like, I don't know, Desert Storm, fucking whatever, you know. But the fact that Judy is, you know, she's a fucking doctor. Like, she's a smart, strong character and type of thing, and I like that. It's cool. Anything else on the film, guys?
No, I'm good.
Rob, do you want to chime in more?
One last thing. I don't know if you just chalk it up as a little bit of trivia, but one of the things I stumbled upon, which I thought was kind of cool. We talked about the title track to the original Crazies, but the opening track, "We'll Meet Again," that Johnny Cash does, was a cover to the original. I think Vera Lynn did it in was it the 30s or the 40s? It was a World War II song. But what really caught me was that Pink Floyd did a nod to that song. They wrote a song called Vera in The Wall.
Oh, I love that song.
Yeah, which took like 2 lines or something from the actual song.
Oh shit!
And
Crazy.
When we'll
Marilyn, does anyone else in here feel the way I do?
I know the song. I didn't put two and two together. Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with Pink Floyd.
Yeah, we'll meet again some sunny day.
Crazy. Think about it.
Yeah, but it is funny that Johnny Cash, he does the title track to here, and he also does the title track When the Man Comes Around for the Dawn remake.
Yep, that's a great track to use too.
Yeah,
but
that's good.
That song, the Vera Lynn. Every time I hear that line, does anybody else in here feel the way that I do? Always gives me chills up my spine every time.
Yeah.
I can't sing worth of shit.
Nice. Well, you better get used to it, man, because the musical episode, we're gonna do the whole thing by singing. We're gonna sing our whole reviews. Yeah. Probably not. No. So
ratings.
All right, that would be Jeremy.
All right, coming in with a 7 out of 10.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, man, I actually really, really enjoy this one. I was pleasantly shocked because, like I said, in 10, I was not a fan. I think I watched it once after, if I remember correctly. Don't remember what I thought, but I was highly entertained, and I did the thing that JP always says not to do: watch the original and watch the remake directly after. I've made this mistake a couple times. Mm-hmm. One memorable one I did was I rewatched The Evil Dead, which I'd seen 100 times, and then went straight to the cinema with Godzilla and watched the remake, and we both walked out going, "Fuck MacGyver."
It's the only bad scene. It does not ruin the whole movie.
No,
defibrillator scene's awful.
It is really bad, and I don't know what it was, but that scene just buried in my mind. I was like, "What the hell just happened?" But it's also, I have problems with that. I hate the characters so much in that movie. But I don't know, man. I again did the back-to-back thing and was pleasantly surprised because they're completely two different films. This is what I like when you remake a movie. This is exactly what I want. I want a core idea and I want something completely different. Does everything work? No, not exactly, but I think a lot of it does, and I think it's definitely worthy of a great remake. And I think this one never gets mentioned in that aspect of being one of the better remakes, which is kind of unfortunate because it's definitely has its moments. So I'm going to come in at 8 out of 10 on this one. I think it's solid. I think it's really solid.
Mm-hmm. Dave?
Man, I don't know. I'm between... when I first saw this, I was at 6.5. It definitely went up. I want to give it 7.25, but I just go 7. I really like it. And better than I Spit on Your Grave remake from around the same time.
I agree. It's definitely better.
A lot better.
The thing is,
people came out the woodwork to tell us that they liked how much they like I Spit on Your Grave.
The remake and the original.
JP, you know what's funny?
Mainly the remake.
Yeah,
I was actually surprised how many people like that.
I bet they haven't rewatched it.
Did you guys notice? So did you guys notice all the commentary before we recorded the show? Like, oh yeah, I Spit in Your Grave better be in the Hall of Fame. It's so fucking much better than the original film. We dropped the podcast. No one has commented on our thoughts. I haven't heard
except
anybody,
they don't like me.
Except for they don't like Dave, but no one has commented on the fact that, well, me and Dave actually shit on it pretty good. I mean, JP, you liked it a lot more, but
I liked it.
But no one has really mentioned it, how much we didn't care for it compared to what their thoughts were. It's kind of fucking weird. I thought for sure.
I haven't really heard any counter. JP countered some things, but
people
it's just really what you look for in the movie. It's what you look for in the movie, and the stuff it gives you is not the stuff I like what I like about the original. So it doesn't really give me anything to like.
Yeah, I mean, people commented on the fact of Savage Vengeance and, of course, Deja Vu and stuff, but no one really brought up the remake, which I'm quite surprised, because that would have been the ideal thing to comment on, because we know that the other ones are shitty.
No one talks about the third I Spit on Your Grave either. No one talks about it.
It's the best one.
They said that I was right.
Yeah, you were right, I think, on that. I need to rewatch it, but I was like, I don't want to rewatch it right now.
All right.
So, about the beginning. Oh, the ending. Yeah.
Go ahead. What's your rating?
7. You already said it, you retard.
And then I gave mine. Dave gave his, and I believe it is Rob's.
All right. I think this film. It's funny. I'm glad I got to hear everyone's thoughts, and it's kind of it made me rethink about some of the things. I think if I had, and it's not a regret or anything, but I kind of wish maybe some of the horror elements would have been ratcheted up just a little bit. Like, it'd have been cool if we would have got those, just refer to them as your hunter-killers, those 3 hunters out there. I wish we could have maybe got a scene or two with them as they're out there just hunting.
I agree.
People. I think that was
least favorite aspect of the movie was
what we do get them in the like in the truck spot though.
No, but I think I wanted to see him kill more victims, like Ralph's saying.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So they sort of, in a weird way, they sort of bookend the movie because we're introduced to them early on. They're the ones who find the pilot, the down pilot, which leads to the finding of the plane. Which, by the way, what did you guys think about that CGI?
Oh, it's awful.
I don't remember CGI. Oh, underneath?
Yeah, the plane. Yeah, the plane underneath the water CGI. Anyway,
I thought it was fine.
I didn't really care.
I thought the morgue scene could have. I wish that would have been the horror of that ratcheted up just a little bit. Just the idea of this guy's going to just sewing up eyes and lips, and man, and the guy's still alive is pretty horrifying. But I think it fits nicely right between the 2 other movies that we talked about. So I feel pretty good with an 8.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised with this one. I never considered this one as one of like my favorite remakes or anything like that. Like if I would do a list of favorite remakes, stuff like Hills Have Eyes would be on there, Maniac. Never really even gave this one a second thought, but this probably could be close to making a top 10 or 15 or something like that. It's really good, and I like what Mood said. With the making it its own thing, right? Like the core concept is there. It's literally the same concept. A town infected and stuff like that, but it's just so different, and it just shows you how different you can make a movie in a simple way, and why it kind of bothers me that like more people are so unwilling to do that. Like The Omen is so trash.
It's lazy.
It's a bad version of a better movie.
It is. It's the shit version, but exactly. Yeah.
Right. And then this one I think is pretty good, man. I think that what Rob was saying about the horror, I mean, I disagree with that a little bit. Like that was my complaint with the original. Like there's no horror in it. This one, I feel like there is a good bit of horror, and I guess you could always make it a little bit better, but I don't know. I like the music. I like the shots. I like the friendship and the camaraderie between the two. There is some Hollywood-esque things in it, such as the final run from the explosion thing, and like Jeremy said, with the convenient timing of things, and
the ending, the actual like who survives in the end is very Hollywood too, because that's different than the original.
Yeah, the questionable separation from the wife, but that's a very that's like a male that's like a male perspective thing too, where it's like always like the husband can't leave the wife, can't let the she can't fend for herself type thing.
I didn't say it was.
She is pregnant though.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. I agree. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like the way we look at it is like from the male point of view.
Yeah, but it's not like she was doing something else. She was drinking a glass of water. She can do that on the move. It's not like she was like, I'm going to go get the fuses or something.
Dude. What was he going to do? Anyway?
It would have made more sense if she was like 8 months pregnant and she had to sit down and pour it in a cup and stuff. It's like, shit,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 2 people wandering around in a scary, trying to be quiet, looking for keys. I mean, I don't know. Either way, I give it an 8 as well.
Cool. All right. Well, that is the Crazies from 2010. Wow. All right, man.
That's crazy.
That was crazy. That was crazy. I mean, obviously the show was picked because of the times we're living in and stuff, and I'm glad that we got to to do this, because I'll be honest, I hadn't watched the Blu-ray from Arrow. JP, you should be ashamed of yourself. since I picked that up. I'd watched
Lazy
the
boy.
other movies. I hadn't watched the Crazies, oddly enough.
You guys want some breaking news?
Sure.
Dr. Loomis is in the new Halloween movie.
I already
That
saw
would
that
happen
like
hours
4 hours
ago.
ago.
Well, why didn't you? Okay.
That's it. You're not a moderator anymore.
I don't know how he would be so dead by now.
I blocked Will, so I
What do you
don't
mean,
see
Dr.
his fucking
Loomis?
post,
How
so
the
I
fuck
didn't
is
see
Dr.
it.
Loomis in the film?
Turkish Loomis is in it again.
No, it's
It's Turkish Loomis.
Maybe
Oh.
they're doing some flashbacks.
That'd be cool. He's gonna be CGI.
Well, I mean, I guess the last one was a sequel to the original. Okay, yeah. All right, whatever. I don't fucking care. I don't want to hear Halloween talk, anyways.
Hey, Moon.
Nothing's going to be as bad as 18.
I just can't not be excited for Halloween.
It's not
I
going to
just
come
can't
out
do it.
anyway.
They can only get better, right? Jesus, man. Ugh.
That's not even that bad of a movie.
It's not that bad, realistically.
I don't
but
know.
I
I'm
do
just
have,
not a
happy.
Halloween fanboy.
I'm like fanboy, not happy as fuck with it.
Most Halloween movies suck anyways. That's a step up from like 90% of them. 90% is an exaggeration.
I actually only like the first 3 in the original franchise, and then I do really like Rob Zombies, including part 2.
Rob Zombies.
All right, so you like more than there is. Or that you like more than half.
Me?
No, I pretty much dislike 5 of the original franchise, which is more than half of the 8.
Well, yeah, but you're.
And I don't like the new one. I only like 5 films out of.
You don't like 4, 5, 6.
I probably
So-
like 6 of them. I like half.
Mm-mm.
Anyway,
I rewatched 4. I rewatched 4 last Halloween, and I was like, Jesus Christ, man! It is it's so slow and boring. Oh, it's bad. It's not good at all. I don't understand the like for that movie at all. God,
The atmosphere.
oh
I like Halloween 6. That's about it.
yeah, that one sucks too. I hate that whole storyline.
I don't hate any of them except for Resurrection. I will gladly watch Halloween 4.
H2O, terrible
It's not
ending.
my favorite franchise at
Terrible
all.
ending. Terrible ending.
Hey, Moods.
Yep.
Back to the Crazies just for one moment. I was watching a few movies that were sort of related to this theme, and one movie I watched just the other night. Have you seen Terror at Noon or Nightmare at Noon? I think it is.
Brian James Wings
Yeah.
Hauser movie. I've never seen it, but it's a Nico Mascarakis movie.
Yeah.
Oh, Nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that movie, man. It's great.
Nightmare
Yeah.
at Noon. Yeah.
Yeah,
I had
Scream
so much
Factory
fun
put it
watching
out.
that the other night.
Who
Yeah.
else is in that? Is that Bo Hopkins?
Yeah, Bo Hopkins. Yeah.
And Wings Hauser, right?
Wings
Yeah.
and my boy Wings
Nico
Hauser. Yeah.
Mascarakis did not get along with Wings Hauser. He's a drunk.
Which is actually kind of funny because he was also in something
The
else.
Wind.
In The Wind, I
The
just
Wind.
reviewed too. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
mentioned
leaving. Bye,
Yeah.
guys.
Why are you fucking leaving?
Let's wrap it
Because
up.
I'm fucking hungry. I don't feel like
Well,
talking about Nico Mascarakis.
Jeremy should have
Well,
talked
you should
about
get used to
Dr.
talking about
Loomis.
Nico Mascarakis because we're doing a show coming up in the future in the
Are
summer.
we really? A Nico Mascarakis show?
Yeah.
Yes,
all
we
the-
are. We're
yes,
doing the
on
Island trilogy,
spreadsheet.
man. So you better get yourself prepared, motherfucker.
You know what? I think I'm gonna skip that show because they're showing them all of them at the drive-in. I'm not watching them twice.
Well, you should
I
watch
just
them twice
watched
because
The
they're all
Wind.
good film. They're definitely worth watching
No,
twice.
I've seen 2 of those before. They're
don't
not
think-
good.
Island
The
of
Wind's
Death
not-
isn't good. What the fuck are you watching, man?
Island of Death's
Wait,
awesome.
save it for the
It's
show,
alright.
fellas. Save
Wait,
it.
no, I'm thinking of the fucking. I'm thinking of those blood movies from the '60s.
Yeah, dude,
Oh, those
you're
aren't good.
totally off, man. We're not watching. We're not talking about Filipino fucking low budget
Blood
Roger Corman films and shit, man. Fucking
Yeah.
Al Adamson films and shit. Come on.
No, I mean Island of Death. It's okay.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Boy.
It's good.
Yeah, it is.
It's all right,
he was like,
Dude,
he wanted
it's
to
got
tell
your
us
favorite thing. It's got
pretty good.
fucking incest in it, man. Come on.
Oh yeah.
dude.
It's got-
I've watched this movie. I've talked about this
It's got
movie on the
incest, it's got-
76 show.
Animal
You had to bring
sex,
a fucking woman.
incest. It's got everything in it. It's amazing. All right.
Thanks a lot.
Wow. Where did that come from? Nico Mascarakis. Yeah, Nightmare at Noon. Can't go wrong. Wings
That
Hauser.
was fun.
George
That was
Kennedy. The great George Kennedy. Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, why are we doing those shows? Did somebody pick that?
Moods.
I picked
Oh.
the Nico Mascarakis Island Trilogy because
Jesus.
Wait, so I don't get to pick anything.
Apparently not. No, and that's probably a good thing. I'd rather do Jeremy's ideas than yours right now, considering you're just getting shit all mixed up and you're all hungry and weird.
It didn't tell me about right at the door.
That was Jeremy's fault. He is the booker. I do thumbnails
Stop it.
Moods edits the show.
He's a booker. Like, he's fucking getting wrestling
me and Moods
events ready.
both watch way more movies than Jeremy for the show.
I watched fucking 10 movies last week for the fucking show.
Okay, 10 movies in the equivalent of 6 months.
I was fucking gone. What the fuck do you want me to do?
Dude, I've already watched 51 fucking 91 movies. You watched one.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you, Dave.
Literally 50 more than you.
All right, let's do the outro and get the fuck out.
Hey, wait, can I say one last thing?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you for having me on.
We need to let you plug what you got, your stuff that you do.
All right, that's probably a good time for Rob. Thanks for coming on the show. It's awesome to finally have you on. Hear that voice on there. I mean, I truly do watch your reviews and stuff, man. I mean, I'm really bad at commenting, and I apologize for that.
I checked out his black and white commentaries. You should check those out. That was actually very entertaining. I was surprised. I'm not normally a big commentary listener of like fan commentaries, especially when I'm not watching the movie. But yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it.
So Rob, where can we catch you?
Hi Cat, VHS82 apostrophe is my YouTube channel. Of course, on Body Bags. I'm in the Wednesday night host, Letterboxd as well, lowercase VHS82. And these Black and White Nights commentaries that I'm doing with Glenn and Will, and those can be found on my Letterboxd as well.
Nice. I love this. I love the fact that you're still on Body Bags, man, because for the listeners that don't know, we started that channel, me and JP, back in the day. Like, it must have been 2013 or something.
I was on that motherfucker too, bro.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying.
Well, everybody was.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like the town horror.
We literally started that channel after we fucking debunked from.
That was the first film.
What the fuck was it? Oh, the Fright Tube. I actually forgot the name for a second. Fuck the Fright Tube. Body Bags, where's that?
I just dropped number 89 this week, The Demons.
Wow, dude. You've done 89 reviews on there, man.
More than me.
I did 150 straight reviews, never missed a week. And so it was 143 weeks because I did 7 fill-ins, and that was it, man. I retired from that, so...
Yeah, I did a bunch of fill-ins.
We went and did a one recently.
Oh, that's right. I guess technically I did 151. That's right. Yeah.
Dude, I did a lot on DVD Fiends, and I quit because I was the only one being on time schedule. People would be like, "Oh, I don't work, but somehow I can't make my fucking weekly video." I'm like, "Dude, how the fuck can't you watch one goddamn movie?"
Dude, I remember you on DVD Fiends, man. Like, who the fuck were the other hosts on there? There was only you guys didn't have one for each day of the week, was it though?
Yeah, we did for a while, but nobody could fucking do their days.
Okay, so that's why I didn't think you did.
I was like, dude, I'm done. I'm out.
Who was on there?
DVD Fiend, My Fair Monster, Cody Lee. Was Cody?
Was Cool Duder on that one, or was that a different one?
Cool Duder had his own thing.
DVD Fiend, is that stupid ass David guy? David K?
No,
Daniel Lee.
Way before him.
Fucking David K.
I don't know who David K is.
He's a bitch.
All right.
Relax, dude. Fucking, that was like 6 years ago.
I don't give a shit. Him and Jesse are dickheads.
Oh my god.
Relax, dude. Get
Come
the fuck
on.
over it, you fucking pussy.
I don't even know what's going on here.
I don't know who else there was. I can't remember.
I don't know, some old YouTube beef or something that Jeremy can't let go of.
I don't even remember those names.
I don't even remember what the
fucking memes to me, those fucking dickheads.
So does Neil.
Yeah, but Neil's funny.
No, he's not.
Yeah, you just don't like your squealing pig fucking
I can't see them. I have no idea what he's talking about.
It says, "Is it really though?" And then it says JPEG.
You know what, Dave? I think I'm going to, instead of just having you plug, I think you just send me the links. I'll just throw them in the description for yourself since you're on the show so much as it is. So.
Mr. Parka. It's easy.
Yeah, Mr. Parka, pretty much everything. So, yeah, on that note.
Outro episode that nobody listens to.
187, the Murderer episode. Yeah. Take us out of here, man. Take us out of here. Again, thank you for coming back on, Rob.
All right. And please remember to support the hashtag JeremyForAdmin2020 on Twitter. Please
I already
support
made you
it.
one.
No, you made me moderator. I want admin.
What the hell's the difference?
A lot.
What?
Anyway, you can follow the man Moods himself on his channel, youtube.com/Moods616. Follow JP on his channel, youtube.com/DoubleShotJ, and look forward to his 2019 31 Days of Horror coming soon that no one really cares about.
Yeah, I'm finishing it up. I pre-recorded stuff.
up. It's a fucking year late.
Well, it's not worse than the 1 year. The 1 year
if you were late, they would just tell you you're fired at a job. They're like, don't bother coming in. That's how late it is.
The 1 year I had like 12 reviews left, and I posted them the 12 days before October of the next year.
Hey, Dave, check your Facebook. I just made you an admin.
Ah, fuck you. Follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESRoar20.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I got some Alien Isolation playthroughs up there. I did fucking 20 videos, bro. I got some
I know,
shit
you
up-
should have did Resident Evil. It was so short.
That's
People
all
would have actually cared to watch
Hurry
that.
up, Jeremy. I'm an admin. I'm telling you to
No,
speed
I'm
this
being
up.
serious. I actually sent you a request for it, so.
Or the accept.
I think I'm actually going to demote Jeremy right now.
Yeah, let's do that.
You can leave a voicemail at 724-426-6665, but we will not fucking answer you. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com.
Let's make Rob an admin.
22 Shots Podcast. You can leave us any questions to the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror at gmail.com. That's 22 Shots of Moods and Horror at gmail.com. Please buy a 22 Shots of Moods and Horror t-shirt.
We sold a few
me
recently.
on Facebook. Yeah, we sold 4. So that was pretty awesome.
Did Kyle buy one?
No, but we had some other people buy one.
was.
And then please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22 Shots Podcast. But we will always be free. And that should do it, everybody, for episode 187 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. We'll be back next week with a musical-filled show with the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Cannibal the Musical, and Repo, whatever the fucking tagline is.
Will we, though?
Genetic Opera.
Genetic Opera. And that
Or is
should
it
be
next
it.
week?
Yeah,
No,
that's
he's
next-
right.
That's next week. Fucking dumbass.
Not in real time. In
Okay, bye.
podcast land time.
Yeah.
Next show.
Dumbass.
Next show.
I'm not the one fucking doing Back to the Future fucking releases here.
That was actually good.
Motherfucker, you made everybody an admin but me, and you shot, you fucking
Dude, I told you I actually wasn't lying.
Can we make Derek super
You're
admin?
a fucking bitch ass. Fuck you guys. I fucking hate you guys.
It's only funny because he cares. Like, if Moods deleted me, I'm like, oh.
Because they fucking bitch ass JP fucking kicked me out for no goddamn reason. So
You
I
weren't
lost my
answering
goddamn-
me, dude.
Oh, fuck you! You didn't answer me today
is
when
that
I
what
said what
happened?
time are we starting. So fuck you.
I didn't even see it.
Oh, you read the fucking message. It said.
If you make Jeremy an admin, he's immediately going to make us. He's going to delete everyone out there.
Can
Yeah.
we make? Let's
He's
make
gonna
more
go
people
fucking AWOL.
admins.
He's gonna
Make
go
Rob an
AWOL.
admin.
Oh, maybe I should just James Caux. I'll make him an admin right now.
Fuck you guys.
All right, guys, we're out of here. Deuces.
So
Oh,
fuck it.
fuck. Who gave us this fucking pick? The right at your door.
Jeremy?
picture.
No, it's James Cox.
Dude,
Oh, okay.
No one told me about a bonus review, by the way.
How'd you know?
You guys, he just said right at your door.
I know, but I'm saying, like, how did you know to watch it then? If
I
nobody
didn't.
told you.
Yes,
didn't
you
watch
did. You watched it on Letterboxd. I know you fucking watched
What's it called?
No, he knew that it was.
And
There
you
was a
put a
bonus
troll
review.
face on.
I'm
there.
pretty fucking sure that. Imagine that.
I actually thought he was serious for a moment because I'm like me. I was like,
Oh,
I
eventually
never
that's
told
going to
him.
happen one day. Yeah, we get on.
I
here,
asked like
there's a
I
bonus
asked
review?
like twice if there was a bonus movie last week, and no one told me shit, so I didn't watch it.
No,
depends
I
what
was
chat you're
gonna.
talking
I
to.
was gonna say, well, if you didn't, you just hang out for a bit. Just let us talk.
Should have told me.
I'm
Oh,
telling you. No.
You really didn't watch it.
Oh, I'm not lying. Did Rob watch it?
Yeah, I got like.
Of
12
course he
pages of
watched it.
notes.
He prepares for shows.
Yeah, fuck off, JP. Didn't tell me shit.
No, I'm sorry, exactly.
Are you
I
being
got
fucking
11 pages of
serious?
notes.
No, nobody told me. Never even heard of Right at Your Door. I think I have a DVD, but no one even said a goddamn thing to me because I don't
But
even.
you had
register
the
with-
troll face. It doesn't make sense.
It did because what did I ask you? I asked you a stupid question. And then I put a troll face.
I don't.
It didn't
remember.
matter anyways. I asked you like recently with the troll face. Like what? Right before we started, when am I going to watch the movie in 35 fucking minutes, JP?
Are you trolling me?
No, I swear to fucking God, I didn't watch the movie. You guys go ahead and review it.
God damn. Is this really happening right now?
Yeah, he didn't tell me shit. No one ever. There's not one message to me that says right at your door at any certain plot ever. I could search my whole fucking messenger. Never heard the movie brought up once. In fact, I've never heard anyone bring up the movie.
Can you put this in at the end?
Oh, dude, that is fucked.
It ain't my fault. I'm glad I didn't.
Jeremy, what the fuck, dude?
Not Jeremy's responsibility. You always tell me.
Well,
I do everything. I put all the fucking links on the spreadsheet.
Me and you
so
were
give
in
me
this
a
chat.
fucking break. You can at least tell them.
What about
you guys are blaming me?
I put a troll face here. I put that movie any good, never seen it, and I'm talking about Jaws. The fucking picture you're showing.
Wait. So you're blaming me?
No. Moods, when did you send this message? Did you watch right at your door? It's the bonus review.
Well, I was actually joking when I said that. I just assumed you did because I thought you knew.
When was that sent? I never saw that message till just now.
No, that was sent.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said it like half hour before the show. Before
It was like
6.
It was like 2:30 or 3 or whatever. I don't know, somewhere in there before we were just getting on yet.
It's okay. You don't have to watch it.
I would have.
I know you would have. But we could. I mean, there's 4 of us.
Really? Is there not like I can't fucking? I'm trying to think of why this wasn't mentioned.
I didn't even think about it honestly. We got to get Dave in. A
No,
chat
I meant
where
in
we
the
all
guest
talk.
one, like in the guest chat.
Nobody's talked in the guest chat for like a month.
Yeah.
Oh,
Since the last show.
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
My bad, dog.
I don't really care. It doesn't look very good anyways.
Just gonna add him to our chat.
It's good.
Looks kind of mediocre. Not bad.
All right, that's fucked. That's actually never happened before. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. I've done this.
Well, I mean, besides
not
Jeremy
that
purposely not watching movies, but wow, I'm really
Lazy boy set me up.
I'm really
I
really.
thought Dave was trolling us hard.
Dude, I was asking about Jaws. I was trolling about Jaws. I said, what's that? Never seen it. Talking about Jaws.
Okay, that makes sense now. Because you posted the picture of your video, or whatever.
That's
after.
all right, Dave. They don't answer me either. I've been asking them if I could be an admin for a week now, and they still haven't.
Dude, you're not becoming an admin. He's just gonna
admin.
start fucking reject. We're gonna end up with like 4,000 less people in the chat or in the group page.
I don't care if you. I already told you you can be an admin.
You're just being an asshole, so I'm not even gonna fucking.
What do you mean? I don't care if
I'm
you're
not
an
even
admin.
So
an
make me one,
care.
bitch boy.
Why do I have to do it?
Because I can't do it.
Dude,
Why?
Because I'm not a fucking admin.
Yeah, but you could be an admin if you really wanted to. You just got to believe in yourself, Jeremy. Hey, when I was half joking. I was like, make me an admin, Moods. And he made me an admin in 3 seconds. Hey, I probably shouldn't.
Oh, you're right. He is an admin.
I've been accepting. I actually have been venting the people that I accept. I've only accepted like 2 or 3 when you guys didn't hit them.
Yeah, let's see. We got James, Dave, Derek, me, Moods, Carly, Lacey, Watson, Brandon. All these are admins.
No, they're not, you fucking dickhead. Moods, JP, Derek, James, and Dave. So fuck you.
Hey,
fucking
who else is an
asshole. Lick
admin?
my
It looks
butthole.
like that hamster dude's an admin.
Peter's a fucking admin, man.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna
So
make.
is,
I'm about
so
to
is
make.
Don Goodwin.
JPR's one too. I forgot about him.
Who's JPR?
John
There's
Paul
someone in all the
Rodriguez.
block people right now.
He's the true full screen guy.
Legendary.
He's the true
Who's
full
Roy
screen.
Burns? Somebody broke this, but they blocked this poor guy named Ray Burns who's just doing a fucking part-time paramedic Jason Voorhees thing.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
All these Don Goodwin's been blocked.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Mills, that guy's a piece of shit.
Wait, you can see blocked people?
That's
Yeah.
that's Matt 87.
All these
Ryder.
other ones are a bunch of weird African and like.
Can I please be an admin? Thank you.
I already told you could be an admin. I don't know why you keep asking.
For Christmas, you can be an admin for
How
Christmas.
am I on the show and I can't
You
even
celebrate
Listen,
fucking
if
Jeremy
you
or-
didn't, dude, nobody unmakes you an admin. So if it's your own fault,
You fucking kicked me out, you dickhead.
because you wouldn't answer me.
Yeah, so make me a fucking admin.
So maybe I should answer you? Huh? Maybe.
Hey, you guys never answered me about that fucking bonus review.
Oh my god.
All right, let's get into the show.
What?
Game over.